Chapter 43. Sinking in. Genevieve.
The light filtering through the window of my room caused my eyes to crack open. Groggy from a restless sleep, I massaged my hand over my face and rolled over. In my tired state, I half expected to see Echo a few feet away. On missions and back at camp, she was always there. I was still getting used to the fact that there was a wall between us now. With a sigh, I pushed myself off of the bed. I'd started keeping my knife on the nightstand while I slept, and when I was on my feet, I strapped it to my thigh. After my backpack and rifle were stowed over my shoulders, I started toward the door, stopping when I caught sight of myself in the full-length mirror mounted on the back of it. My hair was getting long, and it was messy from sleeping. I ran my fingers through it to work out as many of the knots I could, and then I rubbed my hands over my face again to force away the visible fatigue. Striding out the door, I walked a few feet to the one right next door to mine and knocked on it. From the other side came a muffled,
"It's open."
The inside of the room was darker than mine because Echo had pulled her blinds closed. She was sprawled out on the bed at the far end, face buried in a pillow. The blankets were pulled up so high that only her head and the ends of her arms were visible over the top. But she had one enticingly bare leg sticking out of the side. She'd never slept in her underwear in the tent. "You awake?" I plopped down onto the couch across from the foot of the bed, a cloud of dust going up around me. I didn't have a couch in my room, just a desk with a useless flat-screen TV on it. Without lifting her head, Echo mumbled,
"No."
I chuckled, but sat there for a quiet minute, giving her a chance to wake up while I glanced around the room. It was pretty empty, the bed and the couch being the only furniture in the room. There was no nightstand and no dresser either, unless it was hiding in the closet beside the door. I bounced on the cushion I was sitting on, and then I ran my hand over the soft suede fabric. Without the dust, the couch was comfortable enough to be worthy of sleeping on. It was taking too long, so I got up and opened the blinds to let in the morning light. Echo rolled over onto her back, bringing the pillow with her to shield her face from it. Eventually she sat up, dropping the pillow and squinting at me tiredly. Her hair was getting long too, reaching well below her shoulders now. But unlike mine, it was so wavy that it looked cute when it was a mess. "Up and at 'em," I said with teasing liveliness. "You agreed to be co-commander. That means your day starts when mine does." She kicked her legs over the side of the bed, and even though I'd known it, I tried not to react to the fact that she didn't have any pants on.
"You still want to be my partner?"
My eyebrows furrowed at the shock on her face. "Why wouldn't I?"
"Well,"
she started hesitantly, reaching to the floor to grab her cargo pants.
"because of Micah."
My gaze fell, and I felt the anxiety that had plagued me all night resurface. Micah was my brother, and I loved him like he was. But he embodied the conflict about Echo that I'd been feeling for months, and just when I was learning to forgive her. After he found out that I knew who Echo was, he didn't say a word to me for the rest of the day, and I'd hardly gotten to talk to Echo or Blake like I usually did. I should be happy that he was alive, relieved, and I was, but Micah had only just arrived, and already I'd never felt so isolated. "Get dressed," I murmured, starting for the door to wait for her outside. "I'm hungry." A couple of minutes later, she came out into the hall with her cargo pants on, a jacket and her backpack hanging off of her shoulders.
"I didn't mean to upset you,"
she said, and even though I looked away, I could feel her watching me. I shrugged. "You didn't." All of yesterday, I could see the concern in her eyes. It was visible still, and accounted for some of my intense anxiety.
"Are we ever going to talk about it?"
My fingers pressed into the stressed creases of my forehead, and I took a deep breath before answering so that it wouldn't come out too harsh. There's nothing to talk about. Her lips pursed with silent acceptance, but her gaze dropped as she asked,
Can I just request one thing?
I stayed quiet to listen, and after looking up to make sure I was, she glanced away again.
If it comes to it, and he makes you choose, will you please make it a clean break?
For some reason, that put a sickening pressure on my chest. I'm not choosing anything, I said defensively. I should have reminded her that we weren't together, that we weren't a couple, and I couldn't choose because there was nothing to choose between. But all I could think was that it couldn't come to that. Not after everything that we'd been through together. Not after what she started to mean to me. You're my battle buddy.
You say that now,
she whispered.
but he's your brother.
I opened my mouth to protest, but she cut me off before anything came out.
Just promise me you won't drag it out. Please. That's all I ask.
It wouldn't come to that, but for the sake of making her feel better, I nodded. I promise. I didn't want to talk about it anymore, so I pointed to the handheld radio mounted on the shoulder strap of my backpack. You have yours?
It's in my bag.
Until Micah eased up around Echo, I had a feeling we might be spending more time apart. If we aren't together, keep it on. I need to be able to reach you.
How come we don't have call signs?
She asked, following at my side when I started toward the stairs. I shrugged. We don't need them.
Forget needing them,
she said sarcastically.
I think it'd be fun.
Oh, yeah? I pushed open the door of the barracks while she nodded. What would mine be? Echo squinted, though I couldn't tell if it was in thought or because of the sun now that we were outdoors.
Boss lady?
She chuckled, and then deepened her voice like she was speaking into her radio.
Pipsqueak boss lady, come in. This is...
But she stopped to think of her own call sign. Booty call? I supplied, poorly concealing my smirk. She'd called herself that the other day, but now that I brought it up on my own, her cheeks visibly flushed.
No way.
Booty call, I pretended to prompt into my radio. This is Pipsqueak boss lady.
Stop.
She shrieked through a giggle, reaching over to try and cover my mouth with her palm. I pulled away. I'm reading you loud and clear, booty call, I teased, unable to hold back my own amusement. Over. She buried her face in her hands, cackling through her fingers.
No, they sound like kinky bedroom names.
I snorted, feeling my own cheeks tint when I buckled over with laughter. This conversation never happened. She nodded with eager agreement, still chuckling.
I've never had such a bad idea.
We reached the cafeteria a minute later, and even though everyone around camp ate at different hours of the morning, I tensed as my eyes immediately scanned for Micah. Just knowing he'd see me come in with Echo, just knowing the scowl he'd give me for it, it was enough to tear me between wanting to slink away from Echo and hoping he wasn't around. My search told me that Micah wasn't here, but I did spot Blake and Casey. After grabbing some food in the styrofoam dishes we'd found, Echo and I plopped down across from the couple.
Morning,
Blake greeted with a smile. I'd just shoved a bite into my mouth, so I gave him and Casey a cheeky grin. Echo put down her cup of coffee to say,
Morning, lovebirds.
Directly after that, she slurped a spoonful of stew, immediately giving a contented hum.
So much flavor.
Amina said they found some spices and seasonings back there in the kitchen, Casey told her.
I could die right now.
Echo groaned after swallowing another bite.
And I'd die happy.
We all chuckled, and her statement made me hold my next bite in my mouth for a few extra seconds to appreciate it more. Blake pushed aside his empty bowl, leaning forward on his elbows to talk.
Delta Squad's prepping for the run tonight.
Good, I replied with a satisfied nod. The sooner Ty can get to work on making fuel, the sooner we can stop stressing about other runs we need to make.
What else is happening today?
I washed down my bite with some coffee before answering. Farmers are going to start clearing the parks of grass. Now that all the snow was melted, they could prepare the land, and as soon as it got warm enough, they'd start planting. I'd wanted to get running water to the buildings, but from the brief explanation one of the engineering civilians had given me, we didn't have the manpower to devote to getting a water plant up and running. Harvey's going to see what he can do to put a water pump at the river. Maybe we can build some showers over there.
Oh, that reminds me,
Blake said.
We found these big containers at the motor pool. I didn't know what they were the first time we saw them, but they're for portable water. They have a trailer hitched too, so we can haul them back and forth between the river and here.
That's great, I told him sincerely. As I swallowed my next bite of food, there was a loud grumble, and it was so powerful that it took me a moment to realize it was Casey's stomach. Sorry, she giggled, her cheeks tinting to match her dark red hair. That stew is really good. I couldn't get enough. Before Blake and I could respond, Echo pushed her half-empty bowl across the table.
Here, I'm full.
I couldn't, Casey protested. My eyebrows furrowed with shock when Echo told her,
I insist.
Echo always ate every meal like it would be her last, and only minutes before she'd been talking about how tasty this one was. There was no way that she was full, but it was clear that Blake knew as little about what to make of the exchange as I did.
What are you doing after you're done eating?
Blake asked, watching as Casey began working on the remainders of Echo's food. I passed a careful glance at Echo while I answered. I was actually going to see if Micah's calmed down enough to talk to me. If he'd listened, then I could explain, and he'd stop being upset, and things wouldn't be so tense with him and Echo around. Echo took a gulp of coffee, deliberately staring at the surface of the table. Curious about where Micah was, I clicked on the talk button of my handheld radio. April, you there? It's Genevieve, over. It took her a minute before I caught the end of, here. Like she'd forgotten to press the talk button until after she'd started responding. Has Micah come to the hospital at all? Over. I took a final bite of soup, leaving a portion at the bottom of my dish.
He's here with Dr. Isa and I,
she replied. After I responded with Roger, Blake looked into Casey's second empty bowl.
I'm gonna walk Casey to the hospital right now. You wanna come?
I waved them ahead. I'll catch up. They stood and left, and after they were out of sight, I inched my bowl in front of Echo. You have something to do while I'm gone?
I don't know. Maybe I'll help clear the fields.
She glanced into the dish, giving it a gentle push back my direction.
You finish it. I'm fine.
Even though she declined, I could tell that she was just being modest by the way her tongue ran hungrily over her bottom lip. I wanted to ask why she'd given up half her meal anyway, but instead I stood. I'm gonna leave it here. Eat it if you want. I'll come find you later. As I started toward the exit, I called back at her. Make sure your radio's on. She gave an unconcerned flick of her wrist, and when I reached the doors, I glanced back just long enough to see her tilting my bowl to her lips. I caught up with Casey and Blake, and a couple minutes later, we reached the urgent care. Micah was slouched in a cushioned seat behind the reception desk, looking bored while Dr. Issa and April talked over him. I smiled at all of them in greeting when we walked in, and I couldn't deny I was a little disappointed when all I got from my brother was a nod. What are you guys up to? I asked, leaning my elbows on the counter.
Discussing theories,
April answered. I nodded understandingly, and trying to make amends, I asked Micah, And what are you doing? He shrugged, and to my relief he had an almost playful smirk as he stretched the rubber band he held in his hands and sent it flying over the counter at me. "Did you eat yet?" I picked the band up off of the floor and shot it back at him. He nodded. "Want to come with me?"
Where?
He asked, already standing and making his way around the desk. While he followed me back outside, I answered, "To the motor pool." I hadn't yet gone to check out the other growler that Blake had promised would be mine. "How'd you sleep last night?"
I'm not used to sleeping at night.
He shrugged again, though I couldn't tell if it was on account of the standard apathy that came with his age, if he was still upset with me, or if he was just a little shy, seeing as we hadn't seen each other in years. Trying to come up with anything to break the ice, I asked, "Do you like your room?" That seemed to light up his face a bit.
It's got a PlayStation in it.
He huffed amusedly and added,
If only it worked.
"We're working on getting the electricity to the barracks," I told him, glad he seemed ready to talk to me. "I'm sure there'd be enough power for you to play every once in a while."
Oh yeah?
He asked in disbelief. I nodded.
Cool.
I pursed my lips with awkward agreement, glancing around for something else to say. "Want a race?" I still had those stitches in my hip, but I barely felt it anymore.
Where to?
He asked, lifting the strap of his shotgun to remove it from his shoulders. I scolded teasingly, pointing to the gun and his backpack. "Keep those on, you cheater." I couldn't leave my own rifle and bag behind, and if he had his on, it would make things more even. He laughed, replacing the shotgun. "To that building," I answered his question, pointing into the distance. I tightened the straps in my backpack so it wouldn't flop around while I ran. "Let's see what you got." We both got into position, leaning forward with anticipation. To tease him even more, I took off running, calling back over my shoulder, "Go!" I could hear him chuckle behind me, but it only took him a few seconds to catch up, and before I knew it, he'd passed me. I ran harder, trying with everything in me to keep up, but he was faster than I ever would have predicted. By the time we reached our destination, he'd already been there for a couple of seconds. I was panting for air, and at seeing how winded I was, he laughed. At least he was breathing heavily, too. "I knew you'd be faster than me one day," I told him. He flashed a proud grin.
Your old age is making you slow.
"Hey!" I protested, giving him a playful shove. "I'm injured." It was hardly a viable excuse, but I pulled up the edge of my shirt to show off the stitches in my hip.
Whoa.
He breathed, leaning over to look at it.
What happened?
I shrugged nonchalantly. Typical day dealing with ferals.
You almost got bit.
He asked, straightening up in shock. Wouldn't be the first time, I told him, wondering how his survival methods all these years differed from mine. But Echo saved me. At hearing her name, his lips pursed angrily. To be honest, I was a little unprepared for it, forgetting in the moment how he felt. If I was going to talk to him about her, I was going to have to do it tactfully, and I was going to have to build up the nerve. "How tall are you now, anyway?" I asked, changing the subject and starting once again in the direction of the motor pool.
Samuel measured me at 5'10".
He answered, adjusting the items on his back.
He said I'll probably grow another inch or two.
It took me a few seconds to remember the doctor's first name. How long have you been with him?
I don't know. Few years.
I felt him glance over at me as we walked, but I stayed quiet, hoping he'd continue.
I was with a group before that. We traveled a lot, but it was getting hard to find food.
He flicked his head to get his long hair out of his eyes.
We found Samuel on the West Coast. They ditched me with him while I was sleeping.
The corner of my mouth tensed with sympathy. "I'm sorry." He gave a characteristic shrug.
It's better anyway. He knows more. And we found you, so...
"Micah," I began cautiously, seeing my window for tact. "How'd you make it that night? At the school?" He let out a loud breath through his nose. almost reluctant, and ran a hand over his hair to smooth it forward.
I was on my way back to the classroom we were staying at from the bathroom when I heard a gunshot.
He looked over, and I nodded him on.
It sounded so close that I got scared, and I hid in the cabinet of the fish tank in the hall. I could see through the doors when the raiders came in. Some of them went into our classroom.
He swallowed hard.
Killed everyone they found. Other ones, and her. They kept going to look through other rooms.
His lips pursed angrily again, and his jaw clenched.
When they heard the pharaohs coming, they ran. Some of the other kids were hiding too, but they were crying. I could hear them from the hall. The pharaohs found them, and I stayed quiet.
They went back, I protested in disbelief. Some of the men searched the school 2 nights later.
I was gone,
he replied.
The second I got a chance, I bolted. I couldn't find anyone.
You should have stayed put, I told him sternly.
I was 11 and terrified,
he retorted. He took in a deep breath before muttering through his teeth.
I saw Dad, what was left of him.
I could hear the rage in his voice. I could see the turn of his thoughts. So much for trying to be tactful. Micah, I said softly.
How could you, Genevieve?
He asked, stopping to face me, muddy green eyes squinting angrily.
What's wrong with you?
Let me explain, I pleaded.
Explain what?
He growled.
How you've known this whole time who she is.
His eyes narrowed.
Or better yet, you won't explain how you could hug her? How you looked pretty comfortable doing it?
He'd gotten so angry so fast that I was thrown, unsure of how to keep him calm, or what to say, or how to defend myself. All I could think of was, it's not what it looks like.
No?
He gave a disbelieving huff.
Because it looks like you're good friends.
I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but he wouldn't let me get a word out.
No, you know what? I'm gonna say it. It looks like you're more than friends.
He leaned forward furiously.
With the girl who got Dad killed.
I blinked at him in shock. I had no idea he'd deciphered our relationship that thoroughly. But at least I could account for more of his rage. It's not...
Don't feed me that bullshit again.
He interrupted.
I might be young, but I'm not stupid.
I shook my head, at a loss for how to respond. He took it as a denial.
Not what it looks like.
He repeated bitterly.
How about this? I saw you kiss her cheek, and the soldiers love to gossip about how you're sleeping together. And you want to stand there and tell me it's not what it looks like.
We're not together, I groaned. And as the shock began to fade, I felt myself start to grow defensive.
What are you then?
He asked flatly. I massaged my fingers over my forehead and then back through my hair. It's complicated. In response to that, his upper lip curled menacingly. And when he spoke, he sounded disgusted.
Are you in love with her?
I swallowed hard. The weight of that question, that word, was like a blow to the stomach, and I barely managed to breathe. It's not that serious.
How serious is it?
He folded his arms across his chest like that was such an easy question to answer. But I didn't know how to answer it. All I had was, not that serious. He shrugged.
Then stop.
What?
If it's not that serious, then stop.
He spat impatiently.
Whatever you're doing with her, make it fucking stop.
Micah, I whispered, shaking my head pleadingly. It wasn't that simple, but he wouldn't even let me explain, and I felt so cornered.
Promise me.
He demanded. She's my partner, I protested. I can't just... His eyes flooded, stopping my statement short as he shut them tight like he didn't want me to see.
Are you even glad I'm here? Are you even happy that I'm alive?
How could you ask me that? I said in disbelief. He blinked away his furious tears to glare at me.
Because you're with her. Like it doesn't even matter. Like you don't care that we could have been together the last 6 years.
You have no idea what it's been like for me, Micah. I do care. That he could think that I didn't caused my own eyes to fill with tears. I hated her just as much as you do. I almost killed her.
You should have.
He grumbled. She doesn't deserve it. I sniffled, and my eyebrows furrowed entreatingly when that caused his glare to harden.
I don't care.
He pursed his lips, taking a deep breath like he was trying not to yell again.
Just promise me.
He repeated sternly, like he had all the right. I didn't know what else to do. He was my brother, my flesh and blood, the only family I had left in the world. I was terrified that he was so furious with me that he'd leave, that he'd go back to being dead to me, or even worse, I'd start being dead to him. My hands were trembling. Okay. His rage-filled eyes scanned my face. He took me in for nearly a minute before his gaze filled with hurt. It was like I'd wounded him, and he shook his head.
We grew up together, Genevieve. You honestly think I can't tell when you're lying?
He brushed past me, murmuring as he walked away.
Dad would be so disappointed in you.
That was like a stab in the heart, and I couldn't even turn to watch him leave. Micah had just said the words that I never wanted to hear coming from anywhere but my own conscience. I used the sleeve of my long-sleeve shirt to wipe at the tear that had cascaded down my cheek. He was gonna make me choose. I promised him I'd choose, just like I promised Echo that I wouldn't drag it out if I did. But I couldn't do either one. I couldn't choose between Micah and Echo. If it'd been between Micah and Blake. Micah was blood, but Blake was just as much family. And Echo...
Break, break!
A voice yelled over the radio at my shoulder.
This is First Patrol. We got ferals inside the northwestern perimeter.
At those words, my breath caught, and I glanced around the motor pool frantically. I was on the opposite side of base, and by the time that I ran to the location, things would have been taken care of or turned catastrophic. I had to get the growler. That was my fastest way across.
Repeat, northwestern perimeter breach,
said the voice again, and this time I heard a gunshot through the radio that echoed in the distance. I sprinted to the vehicles, slamming down on the start button, but the engine turned over without firing up. It had been too long, and it probably needed gas. Jumping out of the driver's seat, I shot to one of the trucks we'd brought from camp. I climbed onto the bed and then jumped back down with a small gas can in my hands. Rushing back to the growler, I was in such a frantic hurry that I dumped in just enough to get it running, and then I threw myself back into the driver's seat. This time when my hand smashed against the start button, the engine revved to life. Tires peeled against the asphalt as I tore down the street. Echo! I shouted into my handheld over the roar of the engine. Get to the site now! Blake, get the civilians inside! Blake's voice responded with Roger, but there was no sound from Echo. And if it was because she didn't turn her radio on, then I'd be furious later. I veered down the side street to drive along the northern fence toward the western one. It didn't take long for me to come up on the action. I couldn't see any ferals aside from the few dead in the street. But 5 of my soldiers, along with Imogen and Cyrus, were crouched behind an old car in the gutter, firing shots into the wood beyond the fence. I pulled the growler to a screeching halt at the bumper of their car and dropped out of the driver's side to crouch behind the large wheels. What's going on? I shouted across the gap to everyone ducking behind the car. I stuck my head out past the front fender, just enough to try and catch a glimpse, but when a bullet pinged against the hood, I pulled back.
Raiders!
Power called back.
They cut the fence.
Through the deafening collection of gunfire, my peripherals caught movement on my opposite side, and I turned my head to see Echo run into the street. "Get down!" I yelled at her. She stared toward me, jumping reflectively when a bullet whizzed into the pavement in front of her feet. A moment later, she dropped down at my side, pulling her pistol from the holster at her thigh.
What's happening?
"Raiders cut the fence," I told her, firing a couple shots over the hood of the growler. "Probably shoved those ferals in here too." Her mouth pursed with frustration, and she straightened enough to blast a series of shots into the woods. She dropped back down, and as she did, the noise died. My soldiers continued to fire, but as it went unmet by any returning shots, they slowed and then stopped altogether. "They're running!" Imogen hollered as we cautiously left cover, firing a final shot from the weapon we'd given her from the armory. I squinted past the fence, watching the backs of retreating raiders disappear in the trees.
Let's go! We have to chase them!
"We're not chasing them," I answered, clutching my breath through the adrenaline rush, and then motioning to 4 of my soldiers. "Get those dead ferals onto the growler."
"Genevieve!"
Imogen prompted immediately.
"What are you doing?"
I shot her a hard look, like she'd know it meant to stand off. She ignored it.
"They'll come back!"
I let out a frustrated breath. "Echo, keep your eyes on the woods." She nodded, and I paced over, passing Imogen while I gave her an angry wave to follow me out of earshot.
"Hello?"
she called loudly, following after me and motioning toward the forest.
"They're disappearing!"
"Keep your voice down," I whispered harshly. "I know this is new to you, but part of maintaining order is not questioning the decisions that I make."
"I'm not one of your soldiers,"
she quipped. "No," I agreed hotly. "You're an outsider." Her eyes narrowed.
"You promised me input."
"I remember what I promised you," I growled. "But when shit like this happens, our lives depend on fast, concrete decisions. It is not the time to argue, and it is not the time to make my soldiers doubt me."
"So we're just gonna let them get away?"
she asked with frustrated sarcasm.
"They'll come back."
"They might, but you know what? This isn't the first time that we've dealt with raiders. While you've been hiding out in the sewer tunnels," I gestured beyond the fence, "we've been out there. We can handle it." Imogen glared with offense.
"You don't know where I've been."
I groaned, rubbing my hands over my face so I wouldn't shout my frustration out. I was tired of all the fighting. Done with pressure from every fucking direction I turned. "All right," I sighed, attempting to come at this from another angle, one that wouldn't cause so much stress. "What's your concern?"
"My concern,"
she answered,
"is that I put the lives of 2 people that I care about most in your hands, and you just let people who threaten that get away."
"Did you see how many raiders there were?" I asked seriously. Imogen answered in the negative. "Do you know where they were headed? Or did you get a good glimpse of what kind of firepower they had?" Her gaze dropped with understanding as she shook her head. "I'm not risking their lives," I told her, pointing at my soldiers in Echo. "Or your life, or Cyrus's life, over that many unknown variables. Not out in the open when we could run straight into an ambush."
"Okay, but you have more than 20 soldiers,"
she argued.
"You could have called for backup."
I shook my head, telling her matter-of-factly. "And by the time that they got here, the raiders would have been gone anyway."
"I disagree,"
she said with a shrug. I resisted the urge to react with frustration. "I'm sorry that you feel that way," I replied blandly. "Next time you have an issue, bring it up with me personally." Before she could say anything else or argue more, I strode back to the soldiers, who were loading the last feral onto the vehicle. While I reached them, my eyes wandered past the fence, and for the first time I caught sight of a massive road sign the raiders had dropped nearby. On the white back of it leave was painted in dark, runny red letters. Powers, you know that fast food joint on the other side of base? He nodded. Take Carlson with you. Go see if the new doctor wants the bodies. If not, then burn them in the dumpster behind the restaurant. The rest of you, stay here until I send some people over to fix the fence. By the time I looked around again, Imogen and Cyrus had already disappeared, so I motioned for Echo to start following me back. She fell into step at my side, asking,
You doing okay?
If I have to go through that kind of resistance every time I make a decision, I grumbled, then I'm gonna end up shooting someone. I tilted my head to glance sideways at her. And by someone, I mean Imogen.
You're not gonna shoot her.
She laughed amusedly, but a moment later she looked at me seriously.
Are you?
It was such a relief that she could get me to smile, and I chuckled while I shook my head. I felt only a moment's peace before I realized that I was walking back with Echo, and if Micah was around to see it, he'd probably get upset. But I didn't want to see him right now, because I didn't know how to face him, didn't know what I'd say if he wanted to argue again. Can you do me a favor? I asked, and Echo raised her eyebrows to prompt the request. Can you go down to the urgent care and let April know that nobody was hurt?
I mean, I could,
she answered suspiciously.
But why don't you just tell her over the walkie-talkie?
She'd feel better hearing it in person, I supplied. Echo knew better, just like she always knew better. After studying me for a moment, she guessed.
It's because of Micah.
I couldn't look at her, and when I failed to respond, she sighed gloomily.
You're choosing him.
I told you, I began, feeling a revival of frustration. I'm not choosing anything. She stopped to turn and face me, just like she always did when she was starting to get upset.
And why are you trying to avoid me?
Don't take it personal, I mumbled, picking up walking again. I'm avoiding him too.
Why?
She asked in shock. But I didn't answer. I couldn't deal with being around anyone right now. Everyone wanted something from me, or to argue with me, or to make me feel like shit.
Genevieve, what's going on with you?
I stopped walking, feeling the frustration heat in my chest on the verge of boiling over.
Talk to me.
Not now, Echo, I snapped. For fuck's sake, can I get some goddamn space to breathe? At the immediately shocked expression on her face, I panicked, worried she'd get upset like she'd been doing lately, and stop talking to me. I'm sorry, I murmured frantically. I'm sorry. I buried my face in my hands, trying desperately not to lose it again. Echo's hands fell to my shoulders, and when I didn't get mad or push her away, they wrapped around me.
It's okay.
I dropped my own hands, letting my face fall into her neck.
I was being pushy.
I felt her huff with amusement before she teased.
But honestly, you should be used to that by now.
I chuckled into her warmth, and then took in a deep breath, filling my nose with the comfort of her scent. I promised Micah I'd stop this. But I could have made a million promises, and it wouldn't have made it easier to pull away. Everything faded when she was close. Nothing mattered, and nothing bothered me. Nothing except for the fact that my dad would be so disappointed. I inhaled one last time before lifting my head and backing out of her embrace. He's mad at me, I explained. I don't know where I stand with him, and it's complicated enough without him seeing us together all the time. I adjusted the straps in my backpack, suddenly uncomfortable with how willingly and intimately I was confiding in her. Everyone needs time to adjust. I just need time, okay? She nodded with understanding.
I'll stop bringing him up.
Echo, I prompted, stopping her as she turned to start for the urgent care. You know we're not, a couple, right? Her lips thinned with an accepting, defeated smile.
I know.
Chapter 44. While You Decide. Echo.
My shovel crunched into the dirt as I slammed the tip down, letting go of the handle when it was stiff upright. The last couple of days, I'd been helping the farmers prepare the land for farming. I'd offered when I thought that it was just the grass that needed clearing. But now we were doing things like removing any sod left behind from the grass and tilling the soil, which meant endless digging and mixing. When that was done, I'd heard someone mention blending in fertilizers found at the garden section of the base's large supermarket. Already it was one of the warmest days yet. Spring was almost here, and while the air still had a chill, today the sun was bright. I shrugged off my coat and hung it over the waist-high fence that enclosed the football field that we were using for farmland. While I reached for my shovel with one hand, my other arm came up so that I could wipe my sweaty forehead against it. The dirt crunched again with my next stab, and this time I pushed my foot against the spade, twisting sideways to break it up.
Hard work looks good on you,
said a familiar voice, and when I turned, Imogen was leaning forward against the fence that I'd just set my jacket on. I glanced down at myself, taking in my sweat-soaked clothes and muddy boots with a disbelieving chuckle. It's reminding me why I never liked sports or exercise. I strode back over to the fence, leaning the shovel against it before taking off the leather gloves that I was wearing to protect my hands from blisters. I'm sore as hell. Imogen's full lips parted in an amused smile, and I tried not to react in an encouraging way when her eyes dropped to scan me over.
Ty's been teaching me how to make biofuel,
she answered. Brain work, I mused. Sounds a lot better than this.
Come with me.
She nodded in the direction of the motor pool.
We're sort of in the waiting stage process, but it looks like you could use a break.
I glanced back toward the field, taking in the progress we'd made over the last couple of days. Give me 1 second, I said to Imogen, and then I jogged over to the lead farmer to let him know where I was going in case anyone came looking for me, particularly Genevieve. I had my radio on, but it seemed that she was reluctant to call me over it, in case Micah was near someone else with a handheld and would hear it. When I got back to Imogen, I stuffed my jacket into my backpack, threw it over my shoulders, and then hopped over the fence. I'm ready. While we started our walk to the nearby motor pool, I stomped my feet with every step, knocking the caked dirt off of my black boots in chunks. Imogen watched me do it with a look of amusement on her face, and after a minute asked,
Not a fan of sports or exercise, huh?
I brushed some of the dust off my cargo pants. Before the outbreak, I was a bit of a nerd.
Never would have guessed that,
she said, and I raised my eyebrows curiously.
I just mean you're confident and outspoken, but I guess a little introverted in the kind of way that you might punch someone for asking too many personal questions. Like Tripton.
Trip can be an ass. I laughed, but gave a more sober shrug as I explained. To survive, with the Raiders, I had to change. I'm still a major bookworm, though. Imogen didn't make an immediate response, and when I glanced over, she was staring at the pavement thoughtfully.
Did they make you stay with them?
At her question, I drew in a long, deep breath, as though I needed it to fill the guilty void the inquiry punched in my chest. There were plenty of chances to leave that I never took. I cleared my throat uncomfortably. To be honest, Imogen, I made a lot of bad decisions that I don't really like to dwell on.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
she said with an apologetic wave of her hands.
I didn't mean to pry.
I gave her a reassuring smile. It's fine. We reached the mechanics building of the motor pool, but instead of heading inside, Imogen strode around to the ladder leaned up against the side. What are you doing? I asked when she began to climb up it.
I told you. Waiting stage.
She ascended the few steps and then looked down at me.
I want to sunbathe.
She disappeared onto the roof, and with a roll of my eyes, I reached for the ladder. I would have declined the opportunity to be lazy for a few minutes if it weren't for the fact that just pulling myself up ached my muscles. When I reached the top, Imogen was lowering herself into a fancy lawn chair, and after she'd sat, she grabbed a second one and opened it up for me. You were prepared, I noted, dropping into the seat at her side.
Can't pass up a sunny day like this,
she said, giving me a toothy grin.
Only thing that would make it better is an ice-cold beer.
I shrugged naively. Never had beer. Her head swiveled toward me with a horrified look of shock.
Didn't you live with raiders?
They preferred the harder stuff. I laughed. And in high school, I thought not doing my homework was a capital offense. Imogen snickered, shaking her head in entertained disbelief.
You're killing the rebel image I have of you.
Sorry to disappoint, I said. While her laughter died down, she leaned forward, pulling her t-shirt over her head to tan in the sports bra that she was wearing underneath. Then she reclined on the lawn chair a little, throwing her hands over her eyes to shade them from the sun. Are you trying to get me in trouble? I asked. It was obvious Imogen and Genevieve clashed, and if Genevieve came looking for me, this was sure to give her the wrong idea.
With who?
Imogen's voice was innocent, but there was a knowing smirk on her face. You know who.
Never,
she answered with teasing seriousness, but her gaze wandered over so that she could tell me sincerely.
If it's making you uncomfortable, I'll put my shirt back on.
Since it seemed like this genuinely wasn't an attempt to flirt with me, I shook my head to let her know that it was okay. I was about to ask her a question when something brushed against my leg, and I was so unprepared for it that I nearly jumped out of my seat. You scared me, I told the animal, reaching down to pet the cat Genevieve and I had seen in the house.
That's Kitty,
Imogen chuckled. You named your cat Kitty? I snickered. She shrugged, smiling with amusement.
I mean, he's not really my cat. He just sort of follows us around whenever we come out of the sewers.
The cat wandered over to Imogen, rubbing the side of his body against her leg for a moment before chasing after a moth that flew by. So, you and Ty are making fuel? I asked. What's Cyrus been doing? Imogen sighed.
Training with some of the soldiers so that he could join the platoon.
I watched her for a curious moment before observing. You don't sound too happy about it.
You don't know him like I do,
she said, a hint of worry clear in her voice.
He's the oldest of us. I'm the youngest. Why do you think I'm the leader?
She dropped her head to the side to look at me, but she didn't wait for my response.
He's always been enthusiastic, and he's strong and capable, but he's too sensitive. When I got taken, it was only a handful of raiders. Him and Ty found a way to sneak in and get me, but we got caught on our way out. I got taken down, and Cyrus, the idiot, he couldn't even shoot the guy about to stab me to death.
What about Ty? I asked curiously, knowing he was older than her.
He can handle himself. He doesn't hesitate in the moment, but him and Cyrus argue like brothers.
She rolled her eyes.
We'd have never gotten anything done if he'd been in charge.
My response was an understanding chuckle, and we sat there for a minute in silence.
Can I ask you something?
I answered in the affirmative.
Does Genevieve want to be commander?
I honestly wouldn't know how to answer that question, I told her. Why?
I don't know.
Imogen shrugged. a hesitant gesture like she was trying to be careful about what she said.
I just think maybe I'd be more confident in someone more experienced, more focused.
Is this about the raiders the other day? Imogen's head nodded side to side.
It's about a lot of things. The raiders, her view on the doc testing the ferals, her age, and to be honest, you and her brother.
My eyebrows furrowed at the last part, and I turned to ask her what she was implying.
I'm just saying, she began apologetically. She's got a lot on her plate. When I think of a commander, I think of someone who isn't neck-deep in drama.
At that, her face twisted with a pleading wince, begging me to not be offended. Maybe I would have been offended if I couldn't see lately just how much all that drama was wearing on Genevieve. I didn't want her to be commander either for that reason, because of all the stress, but it wasn't my choice to make. Who would you put the burden on?
More than one person,
Imogen answered readily.
There are a lot of intelligent people around here, including Genevieve, that can make decisions collectively, like a council.
I could see Imogen's point, but as long as Genevieve was set on doing the job Cap assigned her, I'd never debate it. I've never questioned her lead. I shrugged. Their camp lasted so long because they had one leader, and the soldiers had a clear path when they were given orders. If you give her an honest chance, she knows what she's doing. Imogen nodded, but a moment later she started snickering. I could tell exactly what she was thinking, too. Yeah, I'm whipped. Go ahead and say it. When I acknowledged it, she laughed even harder.
Oh, God, you're hopeless.
Her amusement died down enough so that she could tell me sarcastically.
And you say you're not in a relationship.
My hands went up defensively, and I playfully washed them of the denial. Hey, she's the one who's always reminding me that we're not together. Imogen cocked her head at me more seriously.
But you want to be.
I mean, yeah, but... I paused to chew the inside of my cheek as I thought. The way things are between us, I couldn't actually be with her like this. It's not good enough. Imogen made a meditative humming noise, saying like it was an epiphany.
You do have some self-respect.
I guffawed in shock, throwing a hand over my heart, as though I were offended, while I laughed. Ouch.
Sorry, she chuckled. Just calling it like I see it.
Damn, I mumbled, still smiling with surprised amusement. Get me where it hurts. The smirk on her face shifted to a sympathetic smile when she said,
I just don't get how she could have feelings for you and not want you completely.
Who said she has feelings for me? I asked rhetorically. Imogen dropped her chin to look at me through her eyelashes.
Anyone with eyes can see that she has feelings for you.
I just shrugged, unable to find a way to respond to that. Most of the time, I couldn't tell if Genevieve even liked being around me. While that had been changing lately, I still wouldn't say with confidence that she had more than a physical attraction in me. She was starting to trust me more and more. But if it weren't for the sex, that would have just seemed platonic.
All right,
Imogen prompted, leaning forward and twisting in her seat to face me.
If you don't think she has feelings for you, then what's your fixation?
I squinted, unsure of what she meant until she explained.
Why can't you move on? Just accept that she's not the girl for you and let go.
I let out a heavy sigh, slouching down in my chair to rest my head against the low back.
That wasn't meant to be a difficult question.
You don't know how complicated it is, I told her.
I've got a pretty good idea.
I just shook my head, because though most people around camp knew Genevieve hated me, they didn't know we had history. We knew each other before the outbreak. I spared a glance over at Imogen. She looked shocked and even more intrigued. I had the biggest crush on her. She was everything that I admired. And then I took her family away. With another deep sigh, I leaned forward, setting my elbows on my knees, afraid to look at Imogen for fear that she'd see the pain on my face. Genevieve knows the things that I've done, where I've been. She hates it about me, and she should. But if she could forgive me, if she could love me anyway, what could ever be more real? There was no answer, and after a few moments, I looked up. Imogen had sat back in her chair, and now she was staring past the roof at the vehicles in the large parking lot, thoughtfully tapping a finger against the armrest of the chair. You know, in Buddhism, a crucial practice is... You're Buddhist? I interrupted amusedly. Imogen chuckled, shaking her head. I've just always been fascinated by religion. She gave me a scolding squint and pointed her finger at me. Now listen. A crucial practice is the art of letting go. You hold on to the things that aren't good for you, and it puts you in the cycle of endless suffering. The only way to break that cycle and move forward is to let go. My lips tensed with a smirk as I asked, Don't you think you're a little biased? Imogen's head tilted with inquiry, so I explained bluntly. A little more than a week ago, you were trying to get in my pants. Make no mistake, she laughed. I'm still trying. As her amusement died down, her eyes fell on me seriously, and when she spoke, her voice was sympathetically soft. But I wasn't talking about Genevieve. I was talking about guilt. My face fell, at the same time my gaze did. Echo, have you forgiven yourself? To try and cope with the flood of emotions without tearing up, I teased. You think you're so smart. I know I'm smart, Imogen countered, with an entertained huff. She scooted her chair closer to mine, shifting in her seat to face me again. When I told you I was taken by raiders, you apologized as if you were there. That same night, you asked if I was afraid of you. And on the way over here, you couldn't even talk about the fact that you didn't leave the raiders on your own. I'd stopped looking at her. I was staring at the surface of the roof in shame. But she leaned over to get in my line of sight. How can you expect Genevieve, or anyone else, to forgive you if you can't forgive yourself? What if I don't deserve it? I murmured. I don't think even Genevieve believes that. Imogen shook her head, brown eyes scanning me sadly. You've got to learn to let it go. I raised my hand to my neck, rubbing hard at the back of it. Imogen had no idea the things I'd done, the things that I was capable of. There would always be guilt I couldn't forget, that would creep up on me when I least expected it. Now Micah was here, and he wouldn't let me get past it, not with myself and not with Genevieve, and I couldn't forgive myself until she did. It's easier said than done. Imogen blew air out of the sides of her lips and shrugged. Well, I tried. And I appreciate it, I told her with a grateful half-smile. Hey, Imogen, called a searching voice from down below. Imogen reached down for her shirt, pulling it back on before standing and striding to the edge of the roof. Up here. It was Ty, and after he told her tank was ready, she returned to me, offering a hand to help me out of my seat. Back to work. You want to help? I let her pull me up, but shook my head when I reached my feet. Thanks anyway. Her brown eyes scanned my face, taking me in for a thoughtful moment. I didn't cross a line or anything, did I? I know you didn't exactly ask for my opinion. No, I didn't, I agreed with a light-hearted laugh. But you cared enough to give it anyway. I followed her to the ladder, waving goodbye once we reached the bottom. "I'll see you later." Now that I'd taken a break from working in the field, it felt good to relax. Not quite ready for that break to be over, and needing some emotional recovery from talking with Imogen, I headed in the opposite direction of the field. It wasn't obvious where my feet were taking me until I got there, until I was standing in front of the same blue door Genevieve and I had ended up at the other day. Testing the handle let me know that it was open, and I headed in. After I closed the door behind me, however, I just stood there. I didn't know what it was about this place that was so magnetic, until that pool took my eyes to the piano. This house was a portal to old feelings and loves and comforts. Right now, I wanted that comfort more than anything. Wanted to throw myself in the music like I always used to, and drown everything else out. Before taking that first step toward the instrument, I twisted sideways to tap my forehead against the flag on the wall. I don't know why I had the urge to carry out Genevieve's tradition, but for some reason, it had to be done. When I got to the piano, I pushed the fallboard up and sat down on the bench. My fingers tested a few of the keys. The notes were ingrained enough in my head that I could tell that the piano was slightly out of tune, but it was still beautiful. I closed my eyes, running my fingers over the keys without pressing on them to see if the motions would come back to me. It only took a minute to get it, and then I started playing. I didn't even know what I was playing. I was just letting my hands do what they wanted, letting them take me where the rest of the world couldn't follow. For almost 5 whole minutes, I got so lost that everything disappeared. And when I heard the front door close, it scared me enough that I jumped. Even without turning, I knew who it was that just shut it from the inside. "How long were you standing there?" I asked, absent-mindedly wiping at a spot of dust on the wood.
"I just got here,"
Genevieve answered.
"I didn't want to stop you, but..."
When she paused, I swiveled on the bench to face her.
"I didn't want it to upset you if I didn't."
The corner of my mouth twitched with a grateful smile. "Were you looking for me?" She shook her head, and after dropping her backpack near the door, she strode over to the stairs between the piano and the couches.
"Coincidence."
She plopped down on the second step, setting her feet on the floor below. I took in the exhausted expression on her face and the tired bags under her eyes. "You doing all right?" She glanced down at the empty spot beside her, scooted over, and then glanced at it again, as if motioning me to sit there.
"I don't want to talk about Commander stuff,"
she answered, watching while I stood, timidly making my way to her. "What do you want to talk about?" I fell down at her side, pulling my feet up onto the step just below us so that I could fold my arms over my knees. She leaned forward, setting her elbows on her own knees and propping her head up in her hands.
"Can we just sit here?"
I nodded, staring across the house toward the kitchen while we sat there in silence. It was only a few seconds before I felt Genevieve start to lean into me. I don't know if she realized that she was doing it or not, but her shoulder and her thigh were nearly attached to mine. After hardly being around her for the last few days, it felt so good for her to be this close. I wanted desperately to try for more, to lean back on my hands with one of them behind her back, or to set one of my hands on her knee. It even seemed like she wanted me to be close. She was the one who'd wanted me to sit here, and she was the one who'd started leaning into me. But she seemed so delicate right now, like the last thing that she needed was me trying to hit on her. Minutes passed before Genevieve spoke again, and her head turned, and her eyes fell on the piano.
"Would you ever play for me?"
"Genevieve," I whispered with pleading protest. Her demeanor fell, and she went back to staring across the house without even trying to convince me otherwise. I didn't know what to do. I'd never really known my boundaries with her, and now that Micah was here, they were even more unclear. But I had to cheer her up somehow, and the only way that I knew was to try and make her laugh. "You know that big guy that helps with farming?" I asked her. "Conrad?" She nodded, glancing at me once more to give me her attention. "This morning, when we started working, he went to grab his gloves off of the ground. But there was a massive spider on them. I made a fist-sized circle with my hands to show her how big it was. He made this high-pitched screaming noise and threw the gloves into the air. But he threw them sideways, and when he went to run, he ended up running into the gloves as they fell back down." I paused to gather composure, because I was already laughing at the memory. "Smacked him right in the face, and he panicked so bad that he did a stop, drop, and roll right in the mud." She managed a soft chuckle, saying with disbelief,
"That spider wasn't that big."
"It really was," I assured her. She smiled, but it faded faster than I'd liked. I watched her for a few seconds, hoping the lift to her mood was just delayed. When it didn't come, my eyes wandered to the piano. I didn't know what else to do to cheer her up, so I stood. I could feel her eyes watching me as I sat down at the bench, but I already felt too vulnerable to even think about her watching. The piece was an old one, but after I started playing, I realized that it was the one that'd always make me think of Genevieve. The same one that my mother could always tell had me lovesick. Soon after I started, Genevieve came over and lowered herself onto the bench at my side. She sat there, quiet and unmoving, but I'd had to turn my head away. She hadn't made up her mind about Micah or I. She hadn't followed through on her promise not to drag this out, even though I was almost positive she'd have to. That made this infinitely more painful, because right now I was giving her more than I'd ever had, on the belief that I'd get nothing in return. And it was terrifying. One song was all I had in me, and when it ended, I stared down at the keys, too afraid to look up.
"You didn't have to,"
Genevieve said, eventually, running her finger down a key I'd used only a second before. I forced myself to meet her glance, and the fact that she looked so much happier made it worth it. "I did it for this," I said, raising my hand to briefly brush my thumb against the edge of her smile. She turned around on the seat to face the opposite direction, and then motioned for me to do the same.
"Who taught you?"
After I turned, she slid onto her back, dropping her head in my lap, while her legs dangled off of the edge of the bench. It was so unexpected that I had to clear my throat in order to even think of an answer. I wasn't getting nothing in return for my risk. I was getting affection, and I didn't want it to stop. "A teacher, at first," I answered, reaching behind me just enough to pull the fallboard down so that I could lean my back on my elbows. Then I sort of taught myself.
"Yeah?"
she asked, as though encouraging me to keep speaking. Maybe now that Micah was here and alive, it really would be easier for her to forgive me. I nodded. I was always motivated to practice because my parents really liked listening. I paused as a series of memories came flooding back, and then I chuckled. They had this old disco ball in the basement, and a black light because sometimes my mom did paintings with crazy colors. Genevieve was looking up at me, eyes wide with interest, so I just kept going. Sometimes I'd play along to upbeat songs, and they'd dance, and my sisters were too cool for it most of the time, but sometimes they couldn't resist either. Genevieve's smile grew, but her eyebrows furrowed curiously.
"What do you mean she painted with crazy colors?"
I shrugged.
"You mean like psychedelic colors?"
She gasped and sat up.
Were your parents hippies?
I couldn't help that I huffed with laughter, my head bobbing side to side. You know, I think they might have been in their younger years.
Oh my God,
she giggled with pure amusement and stood. Where are you going? I asked through a chuckle. She paced a few excited steps.
It's like I just got a big piece of the puzzle that you used to be.
I stood, trying to catch her wrist to get her to stop walking back and forth. What are you talking about? She danced away from me with an entertained grin on her face.
You used to be so gentle and
She paused thoughtfully.
Awkwardly comfortable just being you, even though you were shy.
She glanced toward the ceiling, searching for some word. When she found it, she snapped and pointed at me.
Free-spirited.
She breathed in a teasing and exaggeratedly relaxed tone. I could see what she was saying. My family had always been liberal in everything that they did, but she looked so happy about it that I couldn't help being just as amused as she was. You're losing your mind, I chuckled, trying to reach for her again. I wanted to pull her back to the bench, back into my lap. She dodged, moving away so the couch was between us.
I'm Echo,
she stated with a playful smirk.
I used to be all about peace and love, and I wore a tie-dye shirt once a week for the entirety of 5th grade.
I gasped with faint offense. You did not just mock the tie-dye. She snorted with laughter, running the opposite direction when I tried to chase her around the couch.
Now, instead of peace and love, I like to smoke cigarettes,
she continued, securing herself on the opposite side of the island in the kitchen.
And all I want to do is wear dark colors and flirt with Genevieve.
I buckled over because I was laughing so hard, and she did the same, cackling bad enough that she leaned back against the counter behind her. She got so distracted that I couldn't resist. I vaulted myself over the top of the island. Genevieve let out a startled shriek and tried to take off running again, but she was too unprepared for it. I caught her before my feet even touched down. Gotcha! I hollered triumphantly, grabbing her wrists to lock them against her shoulders while I pulled her backwards into me. My chest was shaking against her back with the remaining laughter, and I could hear her breathing inconsistently with the same level of entertainment.
Now what are you gonna do?
She asked with teasing sarcasm. My mind drew a blank. She wasn't poking fun at me anymore, and she wasn't struggling against my grip or trying to one-up me. I hadn't thought this far ahead, I admitted, feeling my cheeks tint sheepishly.
If it's any constellation,
she said, huffing with residual laugh.
I never could stop staring at you in that shirt.
My laughter faded completely as I felt my heart flutter. My grip loosened and she turned in my arms, just enough to look at my reaction. It was like she'd caught herself saying something that she shouldn't have, because she added,
It was so damn bright.
Genevieve's face was only inches from mine, and both of us had stopped breathing hard so that everything felt quiet around us. She appeared so comfortable with the way that I was touching her, without reservation about the fact that I was in a position of control. It had been so long since I'd tried instigating a kiss, but right now I wanted it more than anything. My eyes purposefully dropped to her lips, giving her an idea of what I was about to do. It was her chance to pull out of my grip, or to say no, or look away. All she did was use the tip of her tongue to wet her bottom lip. There was a faint click of static from somewhere across the room, and a moment later a voice carried from the radio attached to Genevieve's backpack. First patrol to Genevieve. Come in, Genevieve. Genevieve let out a sigh, while her head dropped back onto my shoulder, almost like she was disappointed about the interruption. Then she seemed to recover, and reacted more the way that I'd expected her to. She shook me off, clearing her throat uncomfortably while she strode over to her bag.
This is Genevieve.
she said into the radio.
Go ahead, Patrol.
Ma'am, the voice responded. We've got a building on fire. Over. Her eyes darted to me with instant panic.
Where?
She asked frantically. I was already reaching for my stuff, and when the voice told her the location, we both rushed out of the door. We could have spotted it without Patrol telling us where, because when we got outside, there was a pillar of black smoke billowing into the air. It didn't take us long at all to run over, and by that time the crowd was gathering. Some of them were civilians or soldiers who'd run over with gallons of water and were trying to throw it into the fire. Others were standing around to speculate helplessly. It was really only a small wooden shed on the outskirts of the base that was burning, and the buildings surrounding it were mostly brick, but the gallons were helpless against the flames.
McMahon, Powers, Morgan,
Genevieve began calling instructions.
Make a safe perimeter. Get people back. Tripton, I need you to go hitch the water tanks to the vehicle and get them here with the water pump from the river.
While everyone scattered, Genevieve ran toward the fire and past it to the nearest building, the only one that wasn't made of brick. The flames were lapping against the side, already turning it into a charred black, and in a minute more it would start to burn. Genevieve searched around frantically for a solution, and then rushed to a large metal dumpster nearby. She threw her hands against it, pushing it toward the building, but it was too heavy, so I hurried to her side, driving my shoulder into it as we pushed together. We scooted it toward the building, nudging it between the charring wall and the flames to block them. This close to the fire was already getting too hot, and the metal of the dumpster was already heating enough that it was beginning to burn against my shoulder. I pulled away, not wanting another wound like the one I'd gotten from the cabin, but Genevieve left her hands against the side, still pushing to try and line it up perfectly. "It's good enough!" I hollered at her over the roaring of the fire, and when she didn't listen right away, I grabbed her by the arm and dragged her away. At a safe distance, I took her hands in mine to make sure that she hadn't burned them, and she pulled them away instantly, telling me reassuringly, "I'm fine." Until Tripton got back with more water, there was nothing that we could do but watch the structure burn. Even in broad daylight, it was too bright to stare at, and while we waited, I searched for what could have started it. The weather wasn't dry, and there were no lightning storms or gas leaks or accidental candle fires. While I searched, my gaze fell on an old car parked on the street nearby. It only caught my eye because of something stuck in the hood, waving with a slight breeze. I walked over, and when I reached it, I closed my fingers around the shaft of an arrow stuck in the metal. It took a couple of hard yanks to pull it out, but by the time I did, Genevieve was on her way to me.
"What is it?"
she asked. I showed her the arrow, and then stretched out the attached strip of rag in my hands to see what was written on it. "Fuck off," I read, showing it to her. Her jaw clenched as she slammed her hand down on the hood of the car.
"Damn it!"
A vehicle came to a stop nearby, and Tripton jumped out with Harvey in order to get the pump running. In hardly a minute, there was a steady stream of our drinking water being fed to the flames. Blake came over to us, turning to sit on the vehicle. "What is it?" he asked. I showed him the note. "Those raiders." "I think so," I confirmed. Then to Genevieve, "What do you want to do?"
"What can we do?"
she retorted, holding her hand out for the arrow.
"We don't know how far away they're hiding. We can't sit on our asses until they burn the whole base down."
"I don't think they would," Blake said thoughtfully. "You said at the fence that there was a sign that said leave. And this one has the same message." "They want the base," I mused.
"If we're holding tight,"
Genevieve finished, fingering the tip of the arrow,
"and there isn't much they can do."
"Not without destroying what they want," I agreed. Genevieve let out a deep breath, shaking her head with what looked like relief.
"It looks like this fire isn't too bad. Why don't you get all the civilians back to the barracks area? I'll stay until this is out.
Blake and I ushered all the civilians back to the front area of the base, and for the rest of the day, I went back to work at the field. Come dinner time, I was starving, and even though I wanted to sit with Genevieve to ask how things had gone with the rest of the fire, I couldn't because Micah was there. Instead, I sat with Imogen and Tripton, who were both theorizing and suggesting solutions for the raider problem. Clearing the field was exhausting work, so after eating, I went straight to my room. We had electricity now, thanks to some solar panels Harvey installed, and since I wasn't ready to sleep, I cracked open a book to read by the light of the ceiling above my head. I got so engrossed in it that hours must have flown by, and I probably would have kept reading if it didn't sound like someone was at my door. It was a soft, repetitive clinking, as though someone was tinkering with the knob. Suspicious, I set the book aside and stood, creeping closer. Someone was definitely doing something. When I reached the door, I grabbed the handle, swiftly twisting and throwing it open. I couldn't hold back a laugh when Genevieve looked up at me innocently, holding a set of bobby pin halves in her hands. "You know it was unlocked?" I asked teasingly. She gave an embarrassed smile and shook her head. "You know I was in here?" This time she nodded, but she didn't get up from her kneeling position, and I squinted at her in confusion. "You want to come in?"
"I want to pick it first," she answered, motioning for me to leave the room. "Lock it and come out to help me."
I did what she said, and after I'd locked and closed the door, I sat myself on the floor at her side, knowing this would take a while. "The fire's taken care of." She nodded, sticking the bobby pins back in to tinker with the lock.
"Used up all the water stores, though. We had to refill the tanks at the river tonight."
With a hum of acknowledgement, I fell quiet to let her concentrate. It only took a few minutes for me to chuckle at how little progress she'd made. "Have you even shifted any of the pins yet?" Genevieve gave me a playful sideways glare and mumbled,
"Maybe?"
My fingers twisted at the bracelet around my wrist where my bobby pins were stored. "You're terrible at this," I said playfully.
"Your face is terrible,"
she muttered under her breath, the edge of a smirk visible on her lips. "Real mature," I teased, reaching over and giving her a soft push. She had to steady herself so that she wouldn't fall over, and then she handed her tools over and motioned for me to unlock the door.
"I'll get it eventually."
I traded places with her, my fingers knowing what to do without much thinking being needed.
"How do you do that?"
she whined as I pushed the door open. "You should see what else I could do with my hands," I told her flirtatiously. I motioned for her to go in first, and then closed the door behind us. Her lips pursed to hold back an amused smile, but she replied seriously,
"I'm not here for that."
"What are you here for?" I asked, handing her back the bobby pins. She stuck them into her pocket while her eyes wandered toward the couch.
"I was wondering if maybe, I don't know, I could sleep in here?"
"Oh," I said in shock, forcing myself to recover so that she wouldn't change her mind. "Yeah." And wanting her to be as comfortable as possible, I offered, "Take the bed. I'll sleep on the couch."
No,
she shook her head.
"I'm not kicking you out of your own bed."
"Really?" I pressed. "I insist."
"No, I insist,"
she said. We both looked at the couch and then at each other defiantly, and I could see that we were thinking the exact same thing. I couldn't miss the mischievous smirk on Genevieve's face, and when she recognized the one on mine, we sprang into action, both darting for the couch at the same time. She was so much faster than me, though, that she reached it just as I threw myself toward it. She'd already flopped onto her back when I landed, dropping on top of her so hard that it knocked some air out of her.
But she was laughing, and her hands pushed against my hips, trying to knock me to the floor. "Get off!" "You get off," I countered, trying to wrestle her hand away so that I could wedge myself between her and the back of the couch, where I'd have leverage to push her off. "It's your room." Her finger jabbed me in the ribs, and even though she was trying to move me, her hand steadied against my hips when it almost caused me to fall from the couch. "It's your bed." "Yeah, it's my room, my rules." I forced through my own laughter, catching her finger when she tried to poke me again. "And it's just for tonight, so take the bed." She wiggled to the side, cutting me off with a happy giggle when I tried once more to wedge myself into the couch. "But it's not just—" She caught herself mid-sentence and stopped. But at what it sounded like she'd been about to say, I ceased struggling. "Tonight," she finished when I pulled back to look at her. I was beyond surprised, and it must have showed, because she added, "It gets so lonely by myself. I can't sleep." My eyes scanned her face, taking in the sincerity of her request. She was genuinely lonely now that we weren't sharing a tent, and she'd come to me to remedy it. "Can I kiss you?" Her lips curled into her characteristically modest smile. "Are you trying to blackmail me again?" "You can have the couch either way," I told her, shaking my head. "I just really want to kiss you." She studied me for a few seconds, brown eyes soft but thoughtful, considering what I'd asked. Her hands were still on my hips, and as her thumb made a mindless stroke against me, her chin dropped once with the slightest of nods. Never when I've asked had she ever been this accepting. I almost didn't want to believe it, so I lowered my head painfully slow. Maybe it would have been better if I didn't give her the time to think about it, because my lips just brushed hers when one of her hands set against my chest, holding me back. "I promised him," she whispered, squeezing her eyes shut only to open them after she'd let out a deep breath. "I promised Micah this would stop." I felt so instantly defeated that I sighed and I let my head drop against her shoulder. "Okay, and you promised me that you wouldn't drag this out," I mumbled. "So why are you here, Genevieve?" There was no answer at first, but I could feel her keep inhaling like she was trying to say something. "He said I was lying to him," she told me quietly, and something about the tone of her voice caused me to pick my head back up. She couldn't look me in the eyes. All she could do was watch my lips as she traced them with the tip of her finger. "Is it breaking a promise if you never believed it in the first place?" It wasn't until her finger stopped and she finally met my gaze searchingly that I realized she wanted a response. "You know I'm only going to give you the answer I want to hear." She pushed herself onto her elbows, bringing every inch of her closer to me. It took everything I had not to just kiss her when she set her forehead against mine. "Say it anyway," she pleaded. We were so close that every word caused her lips to brush against mine. Every breath, heavy with anticipation, lingered hot against my mouth. "Doesn't matter." Her chin tilted up so that my bottom lip could hover between hers, but she didn't complete the motion. She didn't kiss me. She let her teeth graze my flesh, refusing to finish it until hearing what she needed. "Yes." My tongue slipped forward readily to wet my bottom lip, to prepare for what I wanted, but her mouth hadn't moved, and when it was her upper lip that I skimmed with the tip of my tongue, every ounce of desire in me lurched at the feeling. The no. Her dark brown eyes met my gaze for only a moment before her lips crashed into mine. She slid her arms around my neck and fell back, pulling me all the way down with her. And at first it felt like everything was falling into place. One of her knees was pulled up, cradling the curve of my hip with the length of her leg, while one of her hands stayed around my neck. The other fell forward, only to run back up again through my hair. The pressure of her against me rippled. Her chest, her stomach, her hips, never close enough at every given second. But each of those seconds that went by, I felt a growing discontent in my gut, a disheartening disappointment in my chest. The touch of her lips, the taste of her tongue, they'd never lose their power over me. I'd always won it, but not like this. It should have meant something that she wanted me enough to lie to Micah. But she promised him she'd choose. More than that, she promised she'd pick him. And that sucked every grain of sweetness out of this moment. She cared enough about me to break that promise, but not enough to be honest with him about it. She didn't care enough about me to tell him that she wouldn't choose, or that she couldn't stop being with me no matter what he thought. She cared more about saving face, and I could never turn the tables. I could never make the same demands of her, because I was sure that forcing her to pick would drive her away, and that was nearly heartbreaking. I pulled away from the kiss, and at the same time that my heart praised me for it, my body cursed me. What made the conflict even worse was the confused look on Genevieve's face as she asked, "What's wrong?" She was breathing hard with excitement. I could feel every rise of her chest against my own. "Why can't you stop?" I could tell that she knew that I was asking if she had feelings for me, because her eyes gained a panic familiar to every time that she wanted to avoid an answer. It was instinct that caused me to pull back out of reach when she tried to kiss me again, clearly desperate to distract me. She dropped back down with a crestfallen lack of grace. "Echo, please," she whispered while her eyes begged me to let it go. "Why do you always do this?" "Are you ever going to say it?" Her eyebrows furrowed with so much pain that I felt it in my own chest, and she just stared at me for a silent minute with that hurt expression before she realized that I wasn't moving until she answered. "There's nothing to say," she murmured. A wounded breath escaped my lungs, but as I moved to get off the couch, her hands cupped my face, bringing me back to meet her pleading gaze. There was that rare but desperate look that she got whenever she didn't want me to be mad at her. But I wasn't mad. Not now. I was discouraged and confused. "I can't do this right now," I said, watching Genevieve's eyebrows furrow. "I'm not comfortable with it." Her brother already hated me. The last thing that I needed was for him to find out about this, to give him another reason to hate me even more. Even then, I couldn't get up completely, knowing Genevieve was afraid that I was mad. So I lowered myself timidly, in case she'd stop me, and I ducked my head just enough to give her one soft, lingering peck. "Good night, Genevieve." When I turned off the light and slid into bed, I heard her let out a somber sigh in response. So many times I'd told her that she wouldn't break me, but this wasn't the first time that I could feel myself beginning to fracture.
Chapter 45. Man So Small. Kara. I was dreaming about them, just like I had every time I'd fallen asleep since Oklahoma. Namiko and Wolf. I could feel all of it, the fear all over again, the breaking of my heart, and every time that Jed hit me, sometimes, like now, I'd see the pain on Dugan's face and feel what he did. It felt real, and I woke up gasping, clutching at my chest for a few moments before I recognized there wasn't really any pain, not physically. This is why I'd hardly slept. There was enough sunlight left from the dying day that I could see across the jail cell to where Dugan was sleeping. I stood to check on him and crossed the cell to his bed. His breathing was rapid, but so weak that the only reason I could tell that he was still breathing were the movements of his chest. The veins in his neck were popping out more than usual, revealing that his breathing wasn't the only thing that was rapid. His pulse was racing, and the fact that there was a clear blue tint of his dark skin was terrifying. I don't know what I thought was wrong, but the idea that I might lose him too caused my eyes to water. "Dugan?" I whispered, tapping on his arm. "Dugan!" Nothing. "Dugan?" I said a little louder, trying to blink away the tears, trying not to panic just yet. "Dugan!" His eyes shot open, and when he took in the frightened breath, his face scrunched with agony.
"Don't scare me like that,"
he groaned, letting his eyes drop closed again. "You scared me," I complained, retreating to my own bed. "You wouldn't wake up."
"Sorry."
He smiled apologetically, and then took in the worried look on my face.
"I'm fine, kid."
He tried to sit up, but only got halfway before his strength failed and he laid back down. Instead of telling him I knew better, I strode back to him, offering a hand to help him sit. "You want to go to the hospital soon?" I asked. He took my hand, grunting as I pulled him upright.
"Yeah, and then we'll get back on the road."
I glanced toward the door out of the office, my stomach rumbling ravenously. It had been since morning that we'd eaten the food Mal left us, and already I was starving again. The fact that she had food available made me wish that she was here, or that she'd be here soon. "If we see Mal again?" I began to ask, but Dugan immediately shot me a stern look, ending the question before I could finish. He felt guilty for Namiko, like it was his fault because he couldn't protect her. I was the only one he wanted to worry about. That's what he told me. Anyone else was a distraction, and if something happened to you, I couldn't live with it. What he didn't know was that there was a completely different fear at the back of my mind. He was getting worse, and no matter how hard I tried to fight, acknowledging the possibility that he might not make it, it haunted me. If we left here, just the two of us, and he didn't make it, then I'd be all alone again. He wouldn't be able to protect me any better if he was gone. And now that we knew about those stalker ferals, I dropped onto my bed while my stomach growled again, but only lay there for a minute until I got tired of holding still. We had to wait a little longer into darkness before we could go out, so I grabbed the revolver and I took it to my bed. I could feel his eyes on me when I dumped the bullet out of the cylinder, and when I took out my pocket knife to continue carving into the side, the E of Jed's name was almost finished, and every time the tip of my knife dug into the metal of the bullet, a little bit of my anxiety melted away. It gave me something to focus on, and even though those raiders were nowhere around, it felt like something of a solution.
"You ready to go?"
Dugan asked after about an hour. It was completely dark out now, and I'd started carving by the beam of my flashlight. I nodded, tucking the bullet back into the cylinder of the revolver while he reached for his weapon. It was the only thing that he had to carry. His backpack was still in the Hummer, but he only had it resting over his shoulder for a few moments before he started slumping under the weight of it. A few more, and then he set it down on his mattress. "I'll carry it," I offered, throwing my backpack on and picking up my shovel. It looked like he wanted to protest, but it was clear he was just too tired. I handed him the revolver, which he tucked into the waist of his jeans, and then grabbed the shovel so that I could carry it. It was a bit awkward trying to figure out how to hold both of our weapons, but eventually I settled for letting them both suspend over each shoulder. Dugan led the way out of the jail, and we began our trek in the direction of the hospital. Progress was slower than it ever had been. Dugan was wheezing and taking a step for every one of my 4. He looked miserable, and when he noticed that I looked worried about him, it only seemed to make it worse. Like he was worried about me worrying for him. I didn't know what else to do, or how else to cheer him up, so I began spinning around playfully. The weight of each tool over my shoulder added momentum to my spins, more than I could get on my own, until I was spinning in swift, tight circles. I'm Dandelion Fuzz in the wind. I crooned just loud enough so Dugan would hear it over his breathing. He chuckled as I spun nearer to him. Off to sprout on my own in the world. I circled around him, making whooshing noises to imitate the sound of a breeze, glad that he looked amused. It didn't take long for me to get too dizzy from spinning, though. So I stopped and attached the length of each tool to my arms, sticking them straight out. I am Securitytron, I muttered in an automated voice, pointing the ends of my robot arms at Dugan. Show me your clearance, kind civilian, please.
Kara,
he whispered quietly. Clearance not identified. You are not authorized to be here, I continued, preparing to jab at him with the end of the shovel. Must destroy the ferals.
Kara,
he repeated more urgently, and I dropped my arms to listen to him. What? He'd stopped walking and now was squinting through the dark, searching in every direction.
I feel like we're being watched again.
Even after such a short distance, it sounded like he'd just run a marathon. He was hunched over, too, unable to hold himself straight. Do you think it's Mao? I asked curiously. His lips pursed thoughtfully.
I told her not to follow us anymore.
I know, but... I didn't have to finish that sentence for him to know what I meant. So instead, I ended it with a shrug.
Just stay close, okay?
I nodded, raising my robot arms again. Self-destruct activated. Dugan rolled his eyes with a smile and started on again, and I began spinning in the fastest circles I could, making whirling sounds. After a few seconds, I raised my arms in the air and made the quiet noise of an explosion. But I was so dizzy that when I stopped twirling, I almost fell over. Whoa! I laughed, regaining balance and clumsily hurrying to resume Dugan's side. Once at his side, I searched for another way that I could entertain him and distract him from the pain while staying close. The first thing that came to mind was to pretend I was shooting at street signs. I raised one garden tool like a shotgun and cocked it. Chick-chick. Then aimed at the nearest sign. Pew! I immediately dropped to one knee, facing the other direction. Chick-chick. I aimed at another. Pew! I heard Dugan laugh when I whispered, I cut your six, and turned against his back. I set the butt ends of each tool against my hips, firing at an invisible enemy with my assault rifles. Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga.
Did you sleep at all?
Dugan asked amusedly, stopping to catch his breath because he couldn't walk and speak at the same time. Barely, I shrugged, and then spun around slowly, murmuring, Who else wants a piece of me?
How do you...
He took in a series of wheezing breaths.
Have this much energy?
It's the adrenaline, I said playfully, reluctant to tell him my real motive. That happens when you go into battle. I turned to fire at more invisible foes. Ga-ga-ga.
Okay, Rambo.
He chuckled.
Let's go.
He picked up his slow pace again, and I skipped in front of him to turn backwards and ask, Who's Rambo? His head dropped, and he shook it with pity.
Oh, you poor child.
I started to giggle, but there was a noise from somewhere nearby, the faintest of clatters, like someone had just barely kicked a tin can. It was too quiet to have pinpointed where it came from, but it was close. Dugan scanned our surroundings and called in a whisper,
Mao.
There was no answer, and no other sound.
If that's you, come out,
he said.
I won't shoot, I promise.
She said there were smart ferals in the area, right? I asked, tightening my grip on the weapons in my hands. Mao, I called, hoping she might feel safer about coming out if I called her name. When nobody materialized, Dugan waved me on.
Come on, let's keep moving.
We started at a faster pace in the direction of the hospital. It was so close we could see it looming in the distance, less than half a mile now. But going faster than we had been was too much for Dugan, and after only a minute he could barely walk. His steps were clumsy, dizzy, his wheezing shallower than ever. I shifted both of the weapons to one hand, grabbing his arm to lift it over my shoulders and offer help. He always tried to act strong, but this time he accepted it without a second thought. I was so much shorter than him that he had to lean sideways just to use me for support. But that's how bad he needed it. He was heavy, too. After another quarter mile, I was starting to pant a little. I did my best to hide it, though, because if he knew I was struggling to catch the amount of weight he was putting on me, then he'd try to tough it out. The last thing that we needed was for him to collapse in the street. Eventually, we made it to the entrance of the hospital. Dugan wanted his weapon then, even if it was hard for him to hold it. The sliding doors of the entrance were offset, angled to create a triangular open at the center. Dugan slipped in first, and I followed, holding my shovel over my shoulder, ready to swing if any ferals came jumping out at us. In the reception area of the hospital, there was a long glass window separating the reception desk from the waiting seats. Or rather, there used to be a window. It was broken now, shattered and scattered across the linoleum floor. I clicked on my flashlight, shining it toward the different doors to see where they led. There was a wall of elevators on the left, and past the reception desk was a door that led to the emergency room. To our immediate right was a pharmacy, at which Dugan nodded when I looked to him searchingly. He strode over to it, only to find the electric sliding doors were closed. "Can you hold this?" I asked, extending my shovel to Dugan. Once he'd taken it from me, I curled my fingers through the slit between the doors, pulling hard in one direction. It wiggled a bit, opening a mere inch. I shifted positions, figuring it might be easier to push than pull, and stuck both my hands in, straining against the weight of the doors. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I'd managed to ease it open enough for us to slip through. I held my hand out for Dugan to return my weapon. "What kind of medicine do you think might help you?" He had to stand straight in order to squeeze through the opening, the effort putting a painful amount of tension on his chest. He made it to the other side, answering as we wiggled through.
"I don't think anything will, but grab what you can. It might come in use later, or we could trade it if we have to, maybe for a gun."
I took my flashlight behind the service counter, reading labels with words I'd never heard before. "What stuff would be good to trade?"
"Antibiotics,"
he answered thoughtfully.
"Anything with sin, C-I-N at the end, or, painkillers."
While Dugan gathered bandages from the front of the pharmacy, I shrugged off my backpack to stock up on pills. I grabbed anything that ended with sin, just like he said, and then tossed anything else that sounded important into my bag, which was pretty much everything, so I chose the ones with the longest names. I was working my way around to the shop side of the counter when there was a noise from the reception area. Someone had stepped on the shattered glass of the reception window, and when I heard it, I swiveled toward the doors, shining my light out into the lobby. I took in a breath to call for Mal, like Dugan had done, but when I inhaled, he immediately said,
"Don't."
He motioned for me to turn so that he could put the supplies he'd gathered into my bag.
"I don't think it's Mal."
"Did you see something?" I heard the zipper close and turned back around to see Dugan shaking his head. He opened his mouth to say something, but I interrupted with, "Stay close. I know." Dugan squeezed back out into the lobby with me following close behind. "Do you think the X-ray machines still work?"
"Not without power."
Dugan turned toward the emergency wing, furrowing his eyebrows at me.
"What do you want with an X-ray machine anyway?"
I shrugged. "Maybe it could tell us what's wrong with your chest." He nodded, understandingly, but stayed quiet as we went down the hall and scanned the curtained rooms for ferals. Not finding anything, we skirted through a curtain to search the first one for supplies. There was really just more bandages and a couple of syringes of old medicine, but Dugan already looked exhausted. With how much walking we'd done tonight, he could barely even hold the spear up anymore, so he pushed himself up onto the bed to rest for a few minutes. Wanting to get out of here as soon as possible, I pulled the curtain, preparing to go to the sectioned-off room across the way where Dugan would still be able to see me. But the moment I pulled back the curtain, something massive snatched me by the shoulders. It startled me so bad that I dropped my shovel, the spade clattering loudly against the floor. It was one of those ferals, and it was so strong and powerful that just by the strength of its arms it lifted me off of my feet.
Kara!
Dugan hollered in an instant panic, throwing himself off of the bed. The feral's jaws were wide, and it was lifting me upwards to bite straight into my neck. I kicked my feet against it as hard as I could. It only caused the creature's eyes to lock on mine, bone-chillingly cold and angry and hungry. I shoved both palms against its forehead, trying desperately to keep its face away from me, as it continued to bring me toward its teeth. The very next moment, the prongs of Dugan's fork whizzed right past my chest, burying deep in the feral's midsection. It dropped me as it stumbled back, but the wound only made it angrier. It roared, closing its dirty fingers around the shaft of the weapon and giving a hard tug. The prongs came out bloody, and the feral snarled ferociously, throwing the weapon aside. I grabbed my shovel right as it recovered and delivered a hard swing to its head. It fell back a few more steps, shaking its head, but when its foot touched down again, it shot forward with a vengeance. It was coming straight for me, but before it reached me, Dugan lunged, tackling the feral all the way into the room across the hall, where they went crashing into the side of the bed and dropped straight to the floor. The feral darted up, snarling at Dugan from its feet, and then turning on me. I raised the shovel again, ready to swing when it lunged. It took an intimidating step, watching the weapon in my hands, while every breath it let out happened through a growl. Behind it, I watched Dugan try to rise. His eyes met mine, and it looked like he was trying to say something, or breathe, but he couldn't, and his hand clutched at his chest and he collapsed. "Dugan!" I whimpered pleadingly. In response, a low rumble echoed from the feral's throat, and it took another step forward. "Dugan, get up!" I begged louder. The feral roared again, crouching down to finally spring at me. My grip tightened on the shovel, and my heart stopped in anticipation. The creature had barely bent its knees when an arrow pierced straight through the side of its skull. It dropped instantly, and I knew who'd come to the rescue, but I didn't care about anything. I shot right for Dugan, dropping to my knees at his side and shifting him onto his back. No, Dugan, you have to wake up!" I shook him hard. "Please, wake up!" I heard footsteps thudding toward me. "Damn it, wake up!"
What happened?
Mel dropped down beside me, a sense of urgency in her voice as she pushed me aside. "He's not breathing," I sniffled, pulling my knees to my chest, as if that would shield me from the heartbreak. Mel immediately put the heels of her hands against his chest, pushing hard and repeatedly. "You can't," I said in a panic, worried she'd make it worse. "His rib's broken."
Is that why he's hurt?
She asked hastily, seizing her compression while she plugged his nose, leaning over to breathe into his mouth. I felt a flood of tears go down my cheeks as I nodded.
Kara, you've got to stay with me. I need your help.
I nodded again, while she resumed pushing on his chest.
He broke his ribs, yeah?
Another weak nod.
You know CPR?
This time I shook my head, and she motioned me over.
Do what I'm doing. 30 compressions, and then tilt his head back and breathe twice. Got it?
She pulled me into her spot, guiding my hands over his chest until I started copying her movements. "Where are you going?" I pleaded when she stood.
30.
She instructed, throwing her hands to her head and searching around.
Count.
She rushed away and she frantically repeated, "Shite!" while I heard her open and slam drawers and cabinets. I counted 30 compressions, trying not to break into sobs so that I'd have breath to give to Dugan. I tilted his head back like Mal had told me to, and pinched his nose like she'd done, and then I breathed into him twice before picking up the motion on his chest. I couldn't see anything through the tears in my eyes. They kept dropping, cascading down my cheeks and flowing on my chin. "Dugan, please!" I begged through an escaped sob, bending to breathe into him again.
"Don't stop. What side did he break?"
Mal demanded, throwing herself on the opposite side of him with a blue box and packaged needle. My eyebrows furrowed with anguish. I was in such turmoil that I couldn't think, and I shook my head.
"What side, Kara?"
she asked again. "Left," I blurted.
"Are you sure?"
Mal pulled a knife from her belt and nodded.
"Move your hands."
I stopped my compressions, and she ran the knife down the front of his shirt, cutting it open and pulling it away from his chest.
"Go."
I resumed CPR while she reached for the needle, breaking it out of the package. "Please don't leave me," I cried, almost too broken down with emotion to even keep up my compressions. Mel rubbed the alcohol pad over Dugan's left breast and pressed her fingers in, silently feeling for something beneath the muscle. I was too terrified of losing him to question what she was doing, but after she found what she wanted, she leveled the empty needle over the same spot, and then plunged it into his chest. We'd both fallen instantly silent in anticipation, and hardly a moment after the tip of the needle made it into his chest, a steady hiss escaped from it. "Is that air?" I asked in shock.
"Move your hands,"
Mal commanded, throwing open the box she'd brought.
"Please work,"
she murmured, flicking on the switch and then sighing with relief when the small machine beeped on. She pulled 2 rectangular pads out of the box, and after ripping off the covering, stuck them onto Dugan's chest.
Come on,"
she whispered to the machine, on which red lights looked like they were trying to get a reading.
"Stand clear of the patient,"
the machine said.
"Shock advised."
Mal inhaled tensely.
"Press the flashing orange button."
Mal slammed her finger down on the button.
"Shock administered."
But there was no change. "What's happening?" I asked hysterically.
"Analyzing,"
the machine answered. I wiped at my tear-soaked cheeks, struggling to breathe through my relentless sobs. Air was still hissing out of the needle in Dugan's chest, but it was coming slower and quieter. The machine began to repeat its instructions, and I froze while I waited for it to tell Mal to push the button. When it did, she slammed her finger down again, and at the very same moment the machine told us the shock had been given, Dugan took a breath, a full, deep, healthy breath. I broke down, folding my arms over his stomach and burying my face in them as sobs of relief and residual terror poured out of me. I couldn't stop, and I was crying and laughing and bawling, unable to contain the multitude of emotions. Mal fell onto her back, throwing her hands over her face in visible relief. We both just lay there for minutes, hearing nothing but our adrenaline-fueled breaths and the dying hiss of air from the needle. Eventually Mal stood. She picked up the shovel and carried it to the entrance doors of the emergency room, shoving it between the handles to lock them closed. She grabbed the garden fork, too, and disappeared down the hall to check the other entrance. When she returned, she lowered herself to the ground at my side, and her hand set at my back.
"You okay, Kara?"
I lifted myself off of Dugan, wiping the remaining tears from my face, but I couldn't help it. I was so relieved and grateful that I wrapped my arms around Mal's torso, squeezing her so hard it forced some air out of her.
"Yeah, you're welcome,"
she chuckled. After letting her go, I sprawled out on the floor beside Dugan, close enough that I could hear and feel comforted by every breath he took. I don't know if it was because of the fact that I knew Mal was watching out for us, or relief that Dugan might finally be okay, or because of all the sleep I wasn't getting, but I felt exhausted. With my arms folded beneath my head as a pillow, I drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke in one of the emergency room beds, and I shot up, almost panicked as my eyes searched for Dugan.
Hey,
Mal's accented voice said instantly,
it's okay.
She was on the floor beside the bed, still sitting next to where Dugan was lying down. She had freckles, I noticed. You couldn't see them at night, but now their faint outlines littered her cheeks and nose. How long was I out for? I asked, kicking my feet over the side of the bed. Mal glanced down at the heavy-duty watch around her wrist.
I'd say you got at least 16 hours.
I didn't know how exactly that made me feel, but it was something similar to relief, and I let out an amused huff. Has Dugan woken up yet? Her brown eyes wandered from me to him, and she shook her head. That worried me a little, so that I slid off the bed and sat on the floor on the opposite side of him as Mal. Is that normal?
I don't know.
She shrugged. One of my eyebrows rose curiously. Aren't you a doctor?
Shite.
She laughed.
I'm too young to be a doctor.
How old are you? She reached down to play with the zipper of one of her boots.
25. How old are you?
15, I answered, and her lips pursed with surprise. Where are you from? The corner of her mouth tugged into a smile.
Are you gonna tell me that my accent is funny?
I let out a soft giggle, nodding timidly.
I moved here from Scotland when I was 8, and then I grew up here.
I tried to nod again in acknowledgement, but had to bury my face in my hands as my mouth widened in a yawn.
You're still tired?
Mal asked in shock. I haven't really slept in a week, I told her, my hand subconsciously running over the fading cuts and bruises on my face. Mal's eyes followed the action.
Is that?
She paused awkwardly, and then nodded toward Dugan.
Did he?
No, I answered hastily. Dugan would never hurt me. Mal seemed to believe me, but I added for good measure. He'd never hurt anyone if he didn't have to. She offered a small smile to let me know that she understood. She still looked curious about my face, but unsure of whether or not she could ask, so I answered her unspoken question. It was raiders. Her eyebrow rose with intrigue. Their leader, Jed, he wanted our stuff that we locked in a safe. He hit me until we gave him the combination. I sniffled away the wetness in my sinus. They killed our friend for no reason and took my dog.
That's how he got hurt.
Mal conceded sympathetically, looking at Dugan. He got hurt by one of those, I corrected, nodding toward the feral, which I noticed Mal had dragged further away from us. But he was getting better, and then they made it worse. We both fell silent for a few minutes after that, and in the stillness, I finally started to notice the burning in my stomach again. It was like recognizing it made it worse, because then it rumbled loud enough that Mal chuckled. She reached behind her to where she'd set her bow on top of a leather backpack, and pulled the bag into her lap. After digging around for a moment, she pulled out a plastic bag, tossing it across to me. What is it? I asked, holding the bag in front of my face and squinting at the meat inside. After Van, I was suspicious of anything fresh.
It's raccoon, Mal answered. I usually stay in the woods around town. It's not as tasty as rabbit.
She stopped, laughing at the fact that I'd already shoved a piece into my mouth.
Which you don't seem to mind.
We've barely eaten since the raiders took everything, I offered shyly through a full mouth, forcing myself to slow down. Mal sighed, shaking her head.
How was he not gonna let me come?
I swallowed, reaching into the bag for another piece while I followed her gaze to Dugan. He's protective of me. My mouth tugged to one side thoughtfully, and I shrugged as if to say I didn't mind. He had a family once. I don't know. I think even grown men get scared.
I think you're right,
she said with a soft smile. Not wanting to take advantage of her kindness, I reached out to give her the bag of meat back, still half full. She waved it off.
Finish it. There's always more.
I was hungry enough that I could have easily scarfed down the rest of it. But I wanted Dugan to have something to eat when he woke up, so I tucked the bag behind me, too shy to see what Mal would have to say about it.
Where are you guys heading anyway?
Mal asked, pulling a second bag of meat from her backpack and tossing it over to me with an amused smirk on her face. I couldn't help but laugh, and swapped the new bag with the half-empty one so that I could eat the rest. We heard the raiders talk about going to some place near Pittsburgh, where there's people. We're trying to get there and warn them.
Hold on, she said in shock. You guys almost got killed by a group of raiders, and you're following them.
Are you rethinking wanting to come with us? I chuckled. The only response she gave was an unsure whine, and she smacked her palm to her forehead in disbelief. Before either of us could say anything else, Dugan let out a groan, lifting his head off of the ground.
What the hell?
He grumbled, and then his eyes focused on the needle.
Is that a freaking needle in my chest?
He tried to push himself up, but Mal put her hands on his shoulders to try and stop him.
You need to lie down.
For a moment, he looked mad that Mal was here, so I leaned over to make sure that he could see me. It's okay, Dugan. We're safe. Do what she says. He groaned again, dropping his head back to follow instructions.
I'm so sore,
he mumbled, raising a hand to rub it over the center of his chest. Probably the CPR. He looked immediately confused.
What happened?
You went into cardiac arrest,
Mal answered.
You're lucky that AD still had some juice in it after all this time.
How in the...
He tried to sit again, like he was tired of being down, but stopped when he looked at the needle again.
Can we take this out, please? It's freaking me out.
Mal hummed thoughtfully. She didn't know if it was normal for Dugan to be unconscious for so long, and she didn't appear to know how long the needle was supposed to be there either, but eventually she nodded.
Okay.
Dugan cringed when she set one hand on his shoulder and wrapped the other around the needle, but it didn't look like pain. It appeared he was grossed out. When she yanked it out, he sighed with relief, taking the hand I offered to help him into a sitting position.
I can breathe again,
he mused, but when he pressed his hand into his ribs to test them, he winced.
Still broken, though.
He shook his head, scratching at his chin in wonder.
How do you have a heart attack from broken ribs?
Tension pneumothorax,
Mal answered readily.
It's when air gets into your chest cavity, and it sort of puts pressure on everything else, like your heart.
Dugan nodded again understandingly, struggling to scoop himself across the floor to the wall so that he could lean back against it.
What kind of doctor were you?
Mal looked at me, smiling with amusement at the fact that Dugan and I had both assumed the same thing.
I was just a college student.
A medicine major,
Dugan assumed, wiping away the spot of blood from the tiny hole in his chest. I began to dig through my backpack for bandages while Mal told him.
Undeclared, actually.
Dugan looked confused again, but smiled gratefully when I handed him an alcohol pad and a small bandage.
How'd you know what was wrong with me?
Mal chuckled nervously.
I used to watch a lot of reality TV.
Dugan stopped wiping the pad over the wound and froze.
You stuck a needle in my chest,
he began, and I couldn't tell whether he was angry or shocked.
Because you saw it on TV over 6 years ago.
It worked, right?
She asked, wincing almost apologetically. He took in a deep breath, shutting his eyes tight, like he was pushing down the immediate reaction he wanted to have. After a few long silent moments, he let that breath out in a rush, opening his eyes and saying calmly,
Thank you.
I wanted Mal to come with us. I liked Mal, and figured now was the best time to try and earn her some points. I grabbed the bag of food and handed it to him. She brought food, too. He took it from me, passing her a grateful smile and immediately shoving a piece into his mouth. Dugan,
Yeah.
He cut me off, already knowing what I was going to ask.
Yeah, Mal can come.
He'd swallowed down the bite in his mouth to say teasingly,
But no more needles.
I looked at Mal, seeing the relieved and happy glint in her eyes, and I couldn't help but grin.
Chapter 46. Another's 2 feet. Genevieve.
My eyes scanned the ceiling, wandering in the direction of Echo's bed, and then directly above me again. I lifted my head a little to see if she was still sleeping or not, but her face was buried in her pillow, and it was impossible to tell. It was still really early in the morning, but it had been at least an hour now since I'd woken. Between wondering if Echo was up and telling myself I should get up and start the day, it'd been impossible to drift back off. I took in a deep breath to ask Echo if she was awake, but before I got the question out, I hesitated, unsure of whether or not she really wanted to talk to me. It took a couple more tries before I finally managed. "You awake?" in a careful whisper. There was a hummed confirmation, and things went quiet again. It wasn't a tired hum, the kind to let me know that she was still half sleeping. It was a reluctant hum, like she didn't know if she wanted to respond. I sat up, stealing a cautious glance over at her, and when I found that she hadn't moved, I stood. I tiptoed to her bed, and I lowered myself onto my stomach at her side, unsure of what to do or say next. I just didn't want to feel awkward anymore. "Are you still upset with me?" I mumbled, folding my hands under my chin. One of her eyes opened and fixed on me. After watching me for a moment, the other cracked, and she rolled onto her side.
I wasn't upset.
She pulled the blanket under me so that she could bring it up to her neck, and under the covers, I could see her shrug.
I'm not used to being conflicted about wanting you.
I wanted to tell her welcome to the club, because conflict was all I knew. But I kept my mouth shut, and a moment later she added,
And I'm not used to you being so willing.
My gaze darted away, and I blushed, picking at the stray thread on the blanket beneath me. "You caught me in a good mood is all." Echo let out an instant sigh.
Stop making excuses.
"Stop backing me into corners," I countered. "I wouldn't have to give you answers you didn't want to hear if you didn't ask questions that I can't answer."
Can't?
She asked rhetorically.
Or don't want to?
I laid my head down sideways, meeting her smoky gray eyes again, and saying softly, "The problem is that you think there's a difference." I didn't want to argue.
What is it about this that's so hard for you?
"Corner," I warned. Echo squinted with frustration.
So I'm just not allowed to ever ask anything.
"What do you want from an answer anyway?" I asked elusively. She'd have every answer she wanted if she stopped worrying about what I said. She'd have so many answers if she stopped asking questions.
I don't know.
She breathed dejectedly.
You told Micah you'd choose him, and I'm afraid that you really will.
She shrugged once more beneath her blankets.
I just want a reason to convince myself you won't.
No matter how many times I told her that I wouldn't choose, she didn't believe it. And I know it didn't help that I'd promised Micah. We weren't together, and I didn't know if we ever could be. But she put too much importance on things I wouldn't say. That wasn't what mattered. It wasn't where she was going to get her answers. I lifted myself enough to pull the blanket out from under me, and then I slipped beneath it. It's not enough that I'm here. After a moment of thought, all she did was shake her head. "Well," I started unsurely, "what if I kiss you?"
It's not enough,
she said quietly. So I did the next best thing that I could think of. I reached for her pants. Her hands instantly shot down to grab mine, and she backed her hips away.
This isn't a problem with a physical solution, Genevieve.
Not even for multiple finishes? I asked with teasing hopefulness. That was the easiest way. The way I knew, and that wasn't dangerous, and the way I was comfortable with. Echo rolled her eyes.
Are you really gonna play that card right now?
Guess not. I removed my hands. If I could give you a reason, I asked seriously, folding my arms into my chest. Would you stop asking me questions all the time? Her laugh line deepened as she said with some sad amusement,
I could try.
I wasn't sure what I could do to prove it to her, that I wouldn't choose. It felt so clear to me that she was essential to everything I needed, but I didn't know how to tell her that without saying what I could never say. How to show her without showing her too much. But I'd find a way. We both laid there in silence for a few minutes, just watching each other. Eventually my eyes started drooping closed, but before I could fall asleep again, there was a knock from my room next door. It was just a few taps and then a pause. Too formal to have been Blake, who would have called out for me. The knock sounded again, and while I staggered to my feet, I figured it was one of my soldiers, or April. When I opened Echo's door and saw who was outside the next room over, the first thought that I had was, shit. Then Micah turned and saw me standing in Echo's door, and the first words out of my mouth were, I slept on the couch. His face went completely blank, and he said without a hint of emotion,
Your radio is off. Samuel wants you.
He turned to walk away without saying another thing to me. But as he strode off, his arm shot out, and his fist went straight through the dry wall. He didn't even look back before he disappeared down the stairs. Perfect, I murmured, closing the door behind me as I retreated back into Echo's room. I dropped face first onto the couch, drowning a loud, frustrated groan into the cushion.
I'm surprised you didn't go after him.
Echo mused, sitting up to get out of bed. Why? I asked. So that he could tell me I'm a damn liar? So that he could yell at me for... I caught myself before saying, how I feel about you. And finished, for being here? I flopped onto my back, letting one arm dangle dramatically over the edge. I should just lock the two of you in a room together until he gets over it a little.
I told you I wouldn't kill the kid.
Echo chuckled.
Don't make a liar out of me, too.
Thanks a lot, I mumbled sarcastically.
You want me to go see what the doctor wants?
Echo strapped her pistol holster to her thigh, and then reached for her backpack.
If Mike is there, I'll give him a smile and a wave. Maybe blow him a kiss.
In response to that, I grumbled about her getting punched, which caused her to laugh.
I'll meet you afterwards for breakfast.
She was already on her way out the door, so I called after her. Seriously, don't provoke him. It took me a couple of minutes to get up and get all of my stuff ready. When I finally got to the door, Blake and Casey were on their way out of his room. I greeted them happily while I closed the door behind me. Blake barely looked at me as he gave Casey a parting kiss, but once she was gone, he grabbed me by the sleeve.
Get in here,
he whispered, yanking me into his room and swinging the door shut. What the hell? I laughed, in shock at his behavior. It wasn't until he turned away from the entrance to face me that I noticed how pale he was. What's wrong? He took a deep breath, blinking fast a few times before his eyes went wide again.
Casey's pregnant.
My jaw dropped immediately. The moment the news sank in, I squealed, jumping into the air to get my arms around his neck. Blake pushed me off of him and sucked in another breath.
Oh, Jesus, shit, fuck.
Why are you so shocked? I asked, unable to conceal my amusement at his panic because I was so excited. I know you know how sex works. And don't tell me that you honestly thought using a condom would be effective after all these years. It's been a while since I've done the hetero thing, but that's just common.
Stop talking.
He interrupted, and he fell back to lean against the door. Blake? I prompted cautiously. I'd never seen him like this. Are you okay?
She's gonna have a baby.
He murmured.
My baby.
His hazel eyes locked on me.
A whole little tiny human being, Genevieve.
Maybe you should sit, I suggested, pointing towards his bed. He scurried over and dropped down, and I lowered myself next to him, afraid to make any sudden movements and freak him out even more. If you're worried about safety, I started softly. We made the space as safe as we could. He made no response, so I added searchingly. And April's a great doctor. Casey's in good hands.
That's not what I'm afraid of.
He whispered eventually. He glanced up just long enough to see my questioning expression, and then he leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees.
My dad walked out before I was born. Every boyfriend my mom ever had after that was a complete dick. I don't know the first thing about how to be a father.
His head turned sideways so that he could look at me, his brow furrowed with worry.
What if I'm terrible at it? What if the kid hates me?
Blake, you goon! I couldn't help but laugh, and I reached over to wrap my arms around his shoulders. When I let him go, I leaned forward to catch his gaze. All right, listen here. All I had for a long time was a dad, so I knew a little something about fathers. He straightened up a bit to listen. Here's the trick. You ready? He nodded. Be yourself. And then he rolled his eyes. Blake, you're honestly the nicest guy I've ever met in my entire life. There's no way that you could fail. And there's no way that that kid could ever hate you. Because I know you. You're kind and strong and fun. It's gonna come so natural to you that you're gonna look back on this panic and you're gonna laugh at how ridiculous you're being.
You really think so?
He asked with a timid smile. My chin dropped with a confident nod. I've never been so sure of anything. I couldn't help but grin as I added. And I never knew how bad I wanted to be an aunt until now.
You're gonna be the best aunt,
he said, reaching one arm around my shoulders to give me a grateful hug.
Thanks, Pipsqueak.
I bumped him with my elbow and stood. Let's go eat. He got up too, following me to the door while he asked,
How are things going with Micah?
He caught me sleeping in Echo's room last night. I sighed, falling into step next to him as we strode down the hall. Blake glanced over at me with a suspiciously raised eyebrow. We didn't do anything, I told him defensively. He clearly didn't believe me. Fine, we made out a little. Whatever. He snickered.
It seriously gives me a headache trying to figure you guys out.
That's nice. Thanks. I chuckled, giving him a playful push. While I waited for him to laugh it off, I glanced upward at the darkening sky. It looked like it was gonna rain. It'd be the first of the season. Micah made me promise I'd stop being with her.
You know she's terrified of that.
Blake said somberly. I know, I groaned. I lied to him, and he knew it, and he's pissed at me for it.
Jen,
Blake said, turning toward me and stopping because we were getting too close to the cafeteria.
You know how much Echo would sacrifice for you, right?
I nodded knowingly.
At some point. And I'm not saying you do or don't have feelings for her, okay? It doesn't matter. But you obviously care about her. And at some point, you gotta ask yourself what you're willing to sacrifice for her.
Micah's my brother, I muttered.
You don't know anything about him.
Blake pointed out gently.
Look, I'm not trying to list out choices like anything about this situation is easy. Maybe you'll never have to sacrifice anything. I'm just saying, think about it.
Hey, Echo called, jogging to meet Blake and I at the cafeteria patio. I turned away from Blake to greet Echo, the weight of his advice too great for me to dwell on. Hey, what did Dr. Issa want? Echo held out her hand, extending to me a capped syringe.
Blood sample.
My eyebrows furrowed with confusion as I took the needle and glanced down at my own arm.
From a feral,
she added with a laugh. Oh. My cheeks tinted, and I pulled my backpack around to put the syringe in while mumbling. It would be easier to just bring him a feral. There was a cackling laugh from somewhere nearby, and all three of us turned to look at the source. It was a couple of civilians coming out of the cafeteria, but they were staggering and giggling like they'd been drinking. When they stumbled past us, I glanced into the cafeteria, trying to see who was dishing alcohol. There were only a few people eating breakfast because of how early it still was, and I didn't see a bottle on any of them. That better not become a normal thing, I said, each of us watching them stagger away. Echo shrugged.
Maybe it's one of their birthdays.
Anyway, I turned on Blake with a huge grin, motioning to Echo. Can I tell her the news? He chuckled and nodded. Casey's pregnant. Echo gave a smug smile, looking completely unconcerned.
Yeah, I know.
Both Blake and I made our shock known, and it caused her to laugh.
She told me when we were at the hospital the other day.
She explained.
Asked me to keep it a secret until she told Blake.
Then she gave him a hug, finishing it with a pat on the back.
Congrats. Thanks,
he said, turning again as someone else staggered toward the cafeteria from the other direction. Okay, what is going on? I asked seriously. The man could barely stand, but he made it to the gutter of the sidewalk, where he vomited into the street. Hey, I prompted, taking a few steps toward him. Are you all right?
Water,
he croaked, clutching at his stomach.
You thirsty?
Blake asked, pulling his backpack around to grab a bottle.
It's a little early, man, don't you think?
No, I mumbled, my head swiveling around to look into the cafeteria again. My heart dropped. When sheer instinct, my mind made a connection between this and the raiders. He wasn't asking for water. He was warning about the water. Poison. I barely said the words when Echo ran into the cafeteria to shout for everyone to stop drinking. Blake, take him to the hospital. I hurried in after Echo while Blake carried the man away and ran to the large water tanks, giving them both hard pushes to see how full they were. One was nearly empty. The other was completely full. Who else was here? I asked Amina frantically. She strode around the serving counter, a worried look on her face. What tank have they been drinking out of? Amina set an indicating hand on the full tank, squinting at it unsuredly. We filled it yesterday after the fire. I sighed and pulled the handheld radio off the shoulder strap of my backpack. There've only been a handful of people. Imogen, I said into the radio. It's Genevieve, come in. Static sounded over the other end, and I waited for Echo to follow me outside while I said again, Imogen, it's an emergency, over. With Echo on my heels, I strode out into the middle of the street in front of the cafeteria. What happened? Imogen's voice asked through my speaker. I stomped at the heavy metal cover of the manhole in the road, but it wouldn't even budge, like it hadn't been moved in years. I need you at the DFAC, right now. Over. On my way, she answered.
You think raiders snuck in through the sewers?
Echo asked, trailing me toward the alley behind the cafeteria. Maybe, I mumbled thoughtfully, scanning the ground as we walked. We turned the corner to the very back of the building, and the sight caused me to jog over. The circular sewer cover was offset, and fresh, muddy shoe prints surrounded the hole. That wasn't what really caught my attention, though.
It was 2 bright silver, empty jugs discarded next to the sewer. They were too clean, too fresh to have been sitting in the alley for long, and when I read the label, my jaw clenched. "Fuckers!" I growled, smashing my toes into the side of the jug and sending it flying down the alley. Echo picked up the other, reading out loud.
And I freeze.
"April," I said into my radio. "You copy?"
"Jen, it's Casey," came the response. "There are some sick people here. We can't treat them unless we know what to treat."
"Antifreeze," I told her, pinching the bridge of my nose. "They drank antifreeze. Over." "Okay, if anyone shows signs of intoxication or sickness, send them here. Time's critical." "Roger," I answered.
"Genevieve?"
Imogen's voice carried from the front of the building. "Out back," I called, squatting down to get my fingers beneath the metal cover. Echo lowered herself at my side when she saw what I was doing, and together we pushed the heavy grate away from the hoe.
"I heard over the radio,"
Imogen said, reaching us as we straightened back up.
"Told you we should have chased the raiders."
I shot her a glare, in no mood right now to argue over whose fault this was. "Could they have gotten in through here?" I asked, shining my flashlight into the sewer. "Are there exits outside of the gates?"
"I mean, yeah,"
she answered.
"but the ends are gated and locked."
"Where's the nearest exit?"
"Straight shot from here."
She pointed in a direction beyond the gate.
"I've never been on the outside of it, but I think it's a little ravine. It empties into a smaller branch of river."
"A ravine," I repeated, to which Imogen nodded. At first, I'd wanted to take the sewers all the way there. It was the fastest and the most concealed. But if we came out of the tunnels into a ravine and the raiders were waiting for it, then they'd have the higher ground. It could be a perfectly set trap. How far is the perimeter?
"I don't know.
Imogen let out a thoughtful breath.
A mile? Give or take a little."
I was done playing games with the raiders. The ferals and the fire hadn't gotten anyone hurt, but I didn't know how dire poisoning was. And what if Casey had been the one to drink it? She could have lost the baby. Now the raiders were endangering the people I was responsible for, and I couldn't let it continue. "We're not waiting for them to make another move," I grumbled, and then into my radio. "Blake, do you read me?" After a second I heard a loud and clear. "I need you to start gathering 2nd Platoon. Rally at the armory."
"2nd Platoon?"
Imogen asked, following when I started with Echo back toward the front of the building.
"Cyrus has been training with them."
"Yeah," I said questioningly.
"Leave him behind."
"Imogen," I sighed. "If you have issues with him joining a platoon, then he's the one that you need to take it up with."
"I'm taking it up with you,"
she argued. Echo had dropped back a few paces like she didn't want to get involved. But this wasn't something I wanted to get involved in either. It sounded like a family debate. "I don't have time for this right now."
"Make time,"
Imogen said fiercely, cutting into my path to stop me.
"Please,"
she asked more sincerely, one corner of her mouth twitching, almost apologetically.
"I'm making a genuine request. I'll talk to him, but for now, don't take him. He's not a soldier."
"Yeah, all right," I agreed, taking in the concerned look on her face. I could understand perfectly the protective spark in her eyes. "I'll leave him here." She was visibly relieved, and even managed to crack a small smile.
"Thank you."
After she walked away, Echo strode to my side again.
"Where are we going?"
"The motor pool," I answered, wiping at the first drop of rain that splattered against my cheek. "I want a fast getaway if we're outnumbered." I had my light gray sweater on, so as the drops started coming heavier, I pulled the hood on. Echo only had a long-sleeved shirt over her usual tank top, but she swung her backpack around to take her black beanie out and dropped it onto her head. We picked up jogging the rest of the way to the motor pool, hoping not to get soaked by the time we reached the truck. It was no use, though. We were both dripping as we got into the cab of the smallest cargo truck on the lot. While I fired up the engine, Echo took off her hat, wringing it out over the floor at her feet. Her hair got even wavier when it was wet, and even though I shifted the vehicle into drive, I wished at the back of my mind that I had time to admire it. Blake had managed to gather the platoon by the time that we got to the armory, and they were all standing outside, waiting. Stopping the truck in front of it, Echo and I hopped out, and I took the key to the lock from the string around my neck. "Blake," I motioned him over before opening the doors to the armory. "I want you to stay here and figure out the water situation. Maybe see if you can find a way to harvest some of this rain." He looked suspicious of my motives, like maybe he thought I didn't want to put him in danger because of the news about Casey.
Are you sure?
But that wasn't why I nodded. "Get the rest of 1st Platoon to run a second patrol. I don't know that the raiders aren't watching, planning something once the rest of us leave. Keep an eye out. Be ready for anything."
I'm on it,
he said understandingly, and as he headed off to start his task already, he called,
"Be careful."
With a grateful smile, I turned to unlock the doors to the armory. "Bulletproof vests, everyone," I announced, swinging them wide open and ushering my soldiers inside. I noticed Cyrus among the group filtering in. As he passed me, I put my arm in front of his chest and directed him away from the door. "Not you."
Why not?
he asked, almost looking hurt that I didn't want him to come. "You're not ready," I offered. His dark brown eyes scanned my face, and then he let out a sigh.
Imogen did this.
Instead of answering, not wanting to get Imogen in trouble with him, I watched as Echo filed in last.
She's just being overprotective,
Cyrus pleaded when I didn't respond.
I'm a great shot. I know all the hand signals. I'm ready.
My soldiers began to come back out already, and I motioned for them to jump into the bed of the truck. When Echo exited, she dropped a vest onto the wet ground for me. "I haven't seen it for myself yet," I told Cyrus, slipping the item over my head.
Then let me prove it now,
he said, making a move to go in and grab some gear.
Let me come.
I blocked his path, and after checking to make sure nobody was still inside, I closed the doors, relocking them and replacing the key around my neck. "Next time, Cyrus." It made me feel bad that he looked so disappointed I wouldn't give him a chance. It almost made me reconsider, but I already had enough issues with Imogen. Hurting Cyrus's feelings a little was worth lessening the tension between us. "I'm sorry." Before he could argue further, I walked away, telling the soldiers who hadn't gotten into the truck bed yet to load up. Echo and I jumped into the back of the cab, and once I heard someone from the back slap the window, I put the vehicle in drive. At the gates, all I had to do was flash the high beams, and the guards on watch opened them up to let us out. From the road outside the gate, I veered into the woods, taking it slow so none of my soldiers would bounce out of the back. I couldn't see anything out of the rearview mirror because 2 guys were standing, leaning over the roof to keep an eye out as we drove. I kept my eyes peeled too, squinting through the rain to try and scan ahead. The trees were just thin enough and the truck just small enough for us to make a straight path to the ravine. There, we had to head away from base, searching the length of it for the opening of the sewers. Echo had rolled down her window to get a better view. After a few minutes of driving along the side, she pointed.
There.
I stopped the truck and got out, trudging to the beginning of the downgrade to get a good look at the gate to the tunnel. It was set in the side of the ravine, which already had a few extra inches of water at the bottom because of the heavy rain. The gate was swung wide open, off the hinges and horribly bent, as though it had been hit by something massive or blown off. It was definitely how the raiders had gotten in, and for now, all we could do to fix it was lean the gate back against the opening. At least that way, no ferals could wander in. "I need 2, I called to my soldiers as I started down into the ravine. 2 of them followed me down, and together we lifted the heavy gate back into place. After it was upright, I glanced around, searching for something to make it a little sturdier. My eyes fell on large stones, the tops of which were just sticking out of the water. "A few more," I said, waving them down. "Pile these rocks to hold it in place." It took a few minutes to gather the rocks, but eventually we had enough that they made a stack a couple of feet high in front of the gate. But the raiders were nowhere to be found, which meant that they were camped out somewhere nearby. As we started back up the hill toward the truck, I considered our options. Connolly, Cap's friend who had taught me all about the forest's herbs and animals, had also taught me to track. There'd been enough boot prints at the manhole behind the cafeteria that I was sure there'd be a good trail to follow to wherever the raiders were hiding. Upon reaching the top of the hill, my eyes met Echo's, and she made a guilty glance to the side, instructing me to look. I followed the shift, letting out a sigh at the familiar face. "Cyrus, I told you to stay behind."
"I can do this,"
he said defensively. I'd clearly told him not to come with us, but now he was here, and there was no way that I'd send him back alone, not through the sewers, and definitely not through the forest. It was too dangerous. Nor could I leave him at the truck by himself while we wandered off to find the raiders. At least he had his own automatic rifle, but he'd come without a bulletproof vest because I'd closed the armory before he could grab one. With a groan, I dropped my backpack and rifle to the ground and began to unstrap the one I was wearing.
"What are you doing?"
Echo protested, grabbing one of my hands to stop me. I shook her off. "I'm not letting him come without a vest." When she made a move to start taking her own vest off, I shot her a glare. "Don't you dare!" Her safety was more important than mine.
"I'll be okay,"
Cyrus said, waving his hands to try and stop me as I continued to remove my vest.
"I'll stay behind cover."
"If you're trying to prove to me that you can follow orders," I grumbled, pulling it over my head and handing it to him, "you're off to a bad start. Put it on." He did so, refusing to look me in the eyes again, like he was regretting that he hadn't listened to me. "Here's the plan," I announced to everyone else while I returned my backpack to my shoulders. "We're gonna track the raiders to wherever they're hiding. I'll decide what to do once we see what we're dealing with. Let's go." All of us had our weapons drawn as we started down into the ravine and back up the other side. The rain might have made it more difficult to track if the raiders had been lighter on their feet. There were clear prints defined in the dirt, but broken sticks and undergrowth would have shown me the way even if the rain had washed the prints gone. There were only 6 sets of footprints that I could make out, but that didn't mean that there couldn't be more people than that waiting where they were camped at. At such a slow pace, it took us a little while to walk a few miles until we finally came up on an end. I stopped our progress before the woods ended and squinted across the dirt road to the place on the other side of it. It was a large plot of land, with a big, 1-story building at the center. There was an empty pasture to the left of the building, surrounded by a livestock fence and looking like it wrapped around the back. To the right was another large area that appeared connected to the building. It was completely enclosed by a brick wall, except for a chain-link gate, big enough to let a vehicle through, opening toward the front. In order to get a better view of what was inside the walls, I lifted my rifle and pressed my eye to the scope. Based on what I could see beyond the gate, this place looked like an old animal shelter. There were rows of kennels inside the walls, set perpendicular to an expanse of overgrown grass. I couldn't see anyone inside or outside, but there were 18 of us, and I was pretty certain that we wouldn't be outnumbered. "All right," I began, motioning for everyone to move in close enough to hear me over the loud patter of the rain. "We're gonna flank them. Charlie Squad, I want you guys posted at the main entrance. Follow us around the side and stay out of sight, and then cut the doors. Delta Squad, We're going through the walled area on the right. Cyrus, you're with us in Delta. You all know the rules. Shoot on sight." Everyone nodded, so we started forward. I led the way through the woods around the perimeter, staying hidden until we could all make a straight line for the brick wall without being seen. Once we were close enough, we cut across the empty road and crept to the brick wall. I leaned my back against it, peering in just enough to see if anyone was outside, and then I waved Charlie Squad past, keeping an eye out as they sprinted across the opening of the gate toward the front door of the building. When Charlie was in position at the front door, I swung the unlocked gate open just enough for us to slip through one at a time. I kept my eyes on the windows as we hurried along the brick wall toward the corner of the building, watching to make sure that nobody would see us. We reached the edifice undetected and stayed crouched below window level as we snuck our way through the grassy border. There was a single door in the side of the building, and we'd almost reached it when Echo grabbed me by the sweater and yanked me back. She let out a relieved breath when I landed on my backside, and then stretched her hand past me to show me why she'd done it. With her fingers, she traced the length of the tripwire, following it to the lengthy grass growing against the side of the building, hiding the attached hand grenade. She scooted forward and untied the wire to disarm the trap, then stuck the grenade into her backpack. Even though that was taken care of, it was no relief that the raiders had explosives. It must have been what they'd opened the gate of the sewer tunnel with, and there was no way of telling how much they had left. Since Echo had better eyes than I did, I motioned for her to go ahead of me the rest of the way. At the door, she scanned it for more booby traps, and then waved that we could all head in. I was about to reach for the handle to open it when there was an explosion from the other side of the building. There was no time to wonder who from Charlie Squad had set it off, and whether or not they were okay. We rushed in, weapons aimed and fingers on the trigger. There was one massive desk set against the back of the wall of the reception room, with a door leading further into the building on either side. The door on the left clearly connected to the entrance area near the front doors. If it wasn't because I could see the doors from here, it was because a cloud of dust was still settling from the explosion.
"Hurry!"
shouted an unfamiliar voice past the door on the right. I rushed toward it with my soldiers at my back into an open room that had been converted into a living space. The remaining soldiers from Charlie Squad came through another entrance at the same time we did, right as the foot of the last raider disappeared through a freshly uncovered hole in the roof. As the foot disappeared, it was replaced by an arm, which dropped a live grenade down and then disappeared again as footsteps sounded above our heads. "Get out!" I yelled, retreating back out the door behind my soldiers. I dove behind the desk in the other room right as the grenade went off, sending debris shooting through the doorway. I didn't wait to recover, didn't want to give the raiders time to get away, so I shot out the door back to the kennel yard, only to skid to a halt before making it very far. Bullets exploded into the ground at my feet, and I backed up against the wall and scooted to the far corner of the building, firing my own weapon upward as the rest of my soldiers filed out and glued themselves to the walls too. The raiders above us retreated a little as we all began to fire upward, but it didn't stop the back and forth. I craned my neck to see around the corner to the back of the building, looking for an alternative route to either escape or to get the upper hand. I did it right in time to see a man in a black and red leather vest hurl himself from the roof across a gap to land on the roof of the closest line of kennels. I fired in his direction, unable to aim because I couldn't lean enough with the shots coming from above us. The raider threw his hands to his head to cover it as he kept running to the end of the row. When he got there, he pulled on a rope, dropped it, and sprinted back for the roof. I shot at him again, but I only got a couple of rounds off before I saw what he'd done. They had ferals in the kennels, and he just released them. "Shit," I breathed, as what looked like at least a dozen of them came snarling around the corner. "Run!" Every one of us took off for the gate, dodging bullets on the way. I threw myself into the fence, forcing it open even more so that we could sprint through it in a rush instead of filtering out one by one. I wanted to stop and close it so that the ferals couldn't come after us, but the raiders on the roof were still firing at us, and stopping was a death sentence. "Go!" I yelled to Charlie's squad, who had been posted against the wall like we were at the front of the building. We headed for the road, turning every other second to fire a shot at the ferals or the raiders on the roof. As I turned to fire another shot, one of my men at the rear of the group got hit by an enemy bullet, and even though it only caught him in the arm, he stumbled and fell. He was down just for a moment, but it was enough for him to get caught by the ferals.
"Stay in front of me!"
Echo hollered, grabbing my shoulder and propelling me forward in front of her because I didn't have a vest. Bullets kept whizzing by, and the further we got from the building, the further it seemed the bullets got from hitting us. But the next one that got close caught Echo in the back, throwing her off her feet. Skidding to a halt in the mud caused me to slip backwards, and while I scrambled back up, I grabbed Echo by the vest, hauling her to her feet as we took off running again. We were barely up when someone ahead of us went down. "Cyrus!" I shouted, catching up to where he'd fallen.
"I got him!"
Powers yelled, grabbing Cyrus by the waist and yanking him to his feet. Powers supported Cyrus the rest of the way to the cover of the woods, where the bullets couldn't hit us anymore. When we got there, we turned on the ferals, having the firepower now to pull them all down without getting shot. The remaining 7 that we hadn't killed by chance while firing backwards came charging into the trees after us, and we dispatched the rest of them. I turned to scan my soldiers, to count how many we'd lost in so short a time. Powers was bending over Cyrus, pushing both hands hard against either side of his leg. I rushed over, dropping to my knees at their side. "What happened?"
"He's unconscious,"
Powers answered, and no matter how much pressure he applied to Cyrus's wound, blood kept pouring through his fingers. No, I stammered. I had only taken a minute after he got shot to run into the cover of the trees, and only 30 seconds more to kill the ferals. He just got hit. We were almost there. He could have made it. We have to get him back.
"It hit his artery,"
Powers murmured. His head fell, but when he pulled his hands away, I panicked and dropped down, pushing my own palms against the entrance and exit bullet holes.
"It went clean through. It's already too late."
In the distance, there was a collective shout from the raiders, barely audible over the rain.
"Better get out of here! We have more!"
"Ma'am, we have to go,"
another of the soldiers said timidly. "Go," I murmured, removing my bloody hands. They started running ahead for the ravine, and after I'd struggled to my feet, I followed after them. My soldiers were already in the bed of the truck when Echo and I got there, and as I strode around to the driver's side, I counted. 14. I fired up the engine. 14 left out of the 18 we'd attacked with. 2 gone from Charlie's squad's explosion, 1 lost to the ferals. And Cyrus. The tires threw debris up behind us as I tore away from the sewer. 4 deaths, too many. And one of them shouldn't have been there at all. "Fuck," I muttered, turning sharply onto the main road back to the base. Then I slammed my hands against the steering wheel. Fuck! I wasn't prepared for those kinds of defenses. Wasn't prepared for raiders who had backup plans, or hand grenades, or ferals to set loose. My eyes filled with hot tears as Echo's hand landed on my thigh.
"It's not your fault."
The only thing I could see was my blood-stained fingers wrapped around the steering wheel. "Please don't touch me right now," I begged. I pushed Echo's hand off, and then wiped the backs of my own hands against my soaked jeans to try and get the blood off. I laid on the horn when we were close enough to the gates, alerting them to our return. I drove straight through, only stopping when we reached the armory to put our gear away. A few people who had been waiting for us at the gates had come after the truck, and reached the armory as Echo and I got out of the cab. It was Blake in the growler, with April and Casey, and Imogen in the passenger seat. "Anyone hurt?" April asked. Bullets had grazed an additional 2 of my soldiers, so Blake let Casey get into the driver's seat so that she could shuttle them and April back to the hospital. I used my key to open the doors of the armory, and when I turned, I could see Imogen scanning every soldier that went in to store their vest. "Did Cyrus go with you?" she asked, worry clear in her eyes as she hurried to me. "I haven't been able to find him."
"Imogen,"
Echo whispered, trying to lead her away to deliver the news. But Imogen wouldn't take her eyes off of me. "Did he go with you?" she demanded, but by the tears that welled in her eyes, I knew she could already tell. "Where is he?" I couldn't speak, couldn't find the words to tell her that I hadn't wanted to take him, or that I'd given up my own vest for him, or that there was nothing that we could have done. All I could do was glance down at the blood that remained on my hands. When I looked back up, Imogen's bottom lip quivered, and her hand whizzed through the air, letting out a loud smack as her palm connected with my cheek.
"Whoa, hey!"
Echo said, stepping in front of Imogen and backing her away from me. I touched my fingers to the stinging in my flesh as my own eyes filled with tears. But Echo didn't need to come between us. Even if Imogen didn't appear too heartbroken to do more than slap me, I wouldn't have retaliated anyway. And without saying anything else, she ran off. Echo turned, gray eyes full of worry.
"Are you okay?"
I knew that some of the soldiers had seen, and I could still feel them watching me. I wiped at the single drop that cascaded down my cheek, nodding, not wanting them to see that I could cry. After I'd nodded, Echo looked in the direction that Imogen had disappeared, and then back at me for a moment, before once more searching the distance. She seemed torn. I knew her and Imogen had become friends since we'd been here, and even if it made me jealous, their concern on Echo's face was obvious. "Go," I mumbled, tilting my head in Imogen's direction. Echo's eyebrows rose with shock. "I'll meet you outside the cafeteria in a bit."
"You're all right?"
she asked unsurely, almost appearing reluctant to leave. I wasn't all right, and we both knew that she could tell that. But what I wanted was to hug her, to let slip a few tears so that she could make me feel better about the terrible, stupid decision I'd just made. We both also knew I wouldn't do it with the soldiers around. "I'm fine." Echo watched me for a few attentive moments, and then slipped her vest off and hurried where Imogen had disappeared. I picked it up off the ground and returned it to its place inside the armory, trying desperately hard not to think about what had just happened. Trying desperately hard not to blame myself. Over and over, I kept thinking about what Cap would have done. There weren't many alternatives. Probably nothing would have been different, but that didn't stop the guilt. Made worse by the fact that I'd told Imogen I wouldn't take Cyrus along. I knew what it was like to lose a brother. Blake didn't say anything while I secured the armory, and after it was locked, he followed silently at my side, all the way to the medical complex. It stopped raining while we walked, but it didn't do anything to help lift the mood. At the medical complex, I checked up on how my injured soldiers were doing. One of them needed a couple of stitches, and the other only a bandage. But we had lost 2 more people to the poison, and another 3 were in critical condition. Blake stayed behind to spend time with Casey and help, but I started for the cafeteria, desperate to see Echo. Desperate for a comforting touch, or even a word, or a look. She wasn't there when I arrived. Normally, I'd have called for her over the handheld radio. But as she was still with Imogen, I didn't want my voice to interrupt them. So I trudged inside to where Amina and a few others were preparing lunch. "Hey," I greeted, not even managing a half-hearted smile. "Did Echo come by here yet?" To my surprise, Amina nodded. "She was waiting outside for a little bit. Then your brother came by, and they left together." "What?" I blurted in instant panic. "How long ago?" I knew in my heart that there was no way that Micah had come to work things out with her. No way they walked away together to bond. "Just a couple of minutes," Amina answered. "Which way did they go?" I demanded. Her mouth dropped open thoughtfully, but she didn't answer fast enough. "Which way?" I pleaded. "Down the street." She pointed, and I darted out the door. "Echo!" I shouted into my radio. Only silence replied. I knew Micah was furious at me this morning, but I hadn't thought that he'd be plotting some way to take it into his own hands. I couldn't handle it, especially not today, after what had just happened. We'd lost soldiers. I had failure weighing on my shoulders and heart, and all I wanted right now was to be with Echo. There was no way that I could lose her. My sanity wouldn't survive it. "Echo, answer me!" I pleaded into the speaker again. She would have answered if she had her radio. It had to be off. I sprinted down the street Amina had pointed to, running as fast as my limbs would carry me. Every alley I passed I looked down, hoping to catch a glimpse of them before it was too late. I was so frantic I could barely breathe, and I was struggling not to just break down before even finding them, not to collapse because I was already so terrified of what I'd see. The next alley I passed, I went by so fast that all I really caught was a blur, but it was enough that I knew what I saw, and I hit the brakes, sliding to the halt across the still wet cement. They were both down the alley, but even though Micah had his shotgun aimed, Echo wasn't fighting back. She had her hands up in surrender. I used my skidding momentum to change directions, shooting down the alley. "Micah!" I screamed. My panic was so severe that I wasn't thinking anymore. At hearing my voice, he turned his head just slightly, stopping what he was doing. The very next moment I reached him, and when I shoved him backwards into the wall of the enclosing building, he dropped the gun from his hands. It didn't matter that he'd given up instantly. I was in instinctual overdrive. I'd already taken my knife from the sheath at my thigh, and as I pinned him against the wall, I pressed the sharp edge of the long, cold blade to his throat. "Listen up, you little shit!" I growled menacingly. Even though he was half a foot taller, I felt him stiffen beneath me in pure fear. "You might be flesh and blood, but I barely know you anymore. That girl has saved my life more times than I can count." His muddy green eyes were wide with terror, and he looked too afraid to even breathe. "Look at her, Micah!" His focus dropped to the pavement beneath us. "Look at her!" His eyes snapped in Echo's direction, filling with tears when they locked onto her. "Now look at me, and listen very carefully to what I'm about to tell you." I waited for him to meet my gaze. "You don't have to like her. You can hate her as much as you want. But do not make me choose. You understand? Because I promise you, you will not like my decision." He was still too afraid to move until I loosened my grip and stopped pressing the knife so hard against his throat. Then he nodded in haste. I released him completely, feeling my fury begin to melt into the fresh panic. "Get out of here!" I ordered. He peeled himself from the wall, but when he began to reach for the gun on the ground, I growled, "Leave it!" He'd officially lost weapon privileges. He ran off, and the moment he was out of sight, what I just did hit me like a punch to the gut. Oh, God! I felt sick. The knife slipped through my hands, clattering loudly against the cement.
"Genevieve,"
Echo whispered, taking a few careful steps toward me. Holy shit! I gasped. Through the shock, I was struggling for air, so I leaned my back against the wall, bending over to put my hands on my knees. Oh, I can't believe I just did that.
Are you okay?
She asked, striding a few steps closer.
Are you gonna have another panic attack?
Oh my God, I muttered, straightening up as I brought my hands to my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, letting the cold of the brick wall behind me seep into the back of my skull. I kept saying I wouldn't choose. I was determined against it, never wanting to have to pick between Echo and my own brother. But I just had. I chose. Holy shit. Echo reached me, but she looked shocked too, and afraid of how I'd react if she touched me.
Do you want me to kiss you or something?
No, don't kiss me, I said rapidly, dropping my arms. Now that it wasn't raining anymore, it felt hot, and my wet clothes were sticking to my skin. In my anxiety, it only added a feeling of claustrophobia, and I clutched at the fabric over my chest, panicking at the weight of it and its cling. I need to change, I murmured. Before Echo could say anything else, I ran off, desperate to get rid of this feeling, desperate for some level of control, even if it was just over my clothes. I sprinted all the way to the barracks, and then up the stairs to my own room. We'd scavenged the homes for useful items, so now I had a couple of extra articles of clothing in my trunk. I barely thought to swing the door shut behind me when I got there, immediately stripping off my wet sweatshirt, and then the tank top underneath. I dropped onto the bed, unable to do the laces of my boots fast enough, no matter how rapidly I pulled. Then finally I tugged off my tight, wet, suffocating jeans, and the cool air was relaxing against the damp of my body. I took in a deep breath, using it to calm the rushing of my heart, and then reached for the towel in my trunk. Micah would probably hate me after this. Is that what kind of sacrifice Blake was talking about? It was too much. I'd just threatened my own brother for Echo. It was crazy, irrational. I wasn't in control of anything anymore. And I didn't know what was happening to my loyalties, or if I was even worthy of using that word. But I'd done it, and no matter how crazy it was, I still couldn't convince myself to think it was wrong. Once I'd dried myself off with a towel, I grabbed a fresh pair of jeans. As I reached for a dry shirt, there was a knock on the door.
Genevieve.
Echo called softly, coming in and closing the door behind her. I pulled the shirt on and leaned back against the TV stand, too afraid of myself to make eye contact with her. She made her way over and set a bottle down on the surface next to me.
I brought you some liquid numb.
She was holding 2 small cups in her other hand, extending them to me, as though asking whether or not I wanted a drink. When I nodded, she set them down and opened the bottle of amber fluid, and I fixated on the relaxing simplicity of watching her hands work. I watched them grip the bottle to pour, and then watched her fingers twist the cap back on. I watched her extend a cup to me, and when after a minute I couldn't bring myself to move, I watched her set it back down.
Are you okay?
She put her cup down too, its contents untouched. But I'd had time to think while calming myself, time to consider what had actually happened. Why wasn't your radio on? I finally met her gaze, but she immediately looked away. You turned it off, and you followed him, I stated, studying her reaction, taking in the guilt that flooded her expression. You knew what he was doing. I felt an angry heat set in my chest. You knew that he was going to kill you.
I can spot the look from a mile away,
she admitted. Hearing her say it only made me angrier. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I asked, straightening up. "You knew and you just followed him? You just threw your hands up and surrendered?" She mumbled about trying to talk him out of it, but that was far from satisfying. And as my mind processed the panic I was feeling, I pushed against her shoulders. "What? You want it to be him I can never forgive?" I shoved her again, not caring that her eyebrows furrowed pleadingly, because for some reason I felt hurt. "Were you just gonna let him shoot you without fighting back?" When I brought my hands forward once more, she caught my wrist, and I felt a hard pang in that wounded hole in my chest. "What is wrong with you?" I demanded again. "Why would you do that?"
"I told you I wouldn't take him from you again,"
she said softly.
"I thought, I don't know, it's what you'd want."
Her head fell shamefully.
"I thought it'd make all this easier."
That confession and the hurt I felt caused my eyes to fill with tears, and I yanked my wrist from her grip. "You don't know anything about what I want." My fingers ran through my hair stressfully, and I let out an exasperated breath. "God, it's always the same with you." Her head tilted with confusion. "A fight doesn't always have to end with someone dying, Echo," I yelled, frustrated. "When are you gonna get that? If someone tries to hurt you, fight back. I don't care who it is. Don't ever give up like that." I made a rough swipe at the tear that cascaded down my cheek. "Don't ever do that," I sniffled, falling back against the desk again. "Don't ever make a choice for me."
"I'm sorry,"
she murmured, taking a cautious step toward me. She continued slowly, until I'd let her get close enough that she could sit by my side on the edge of the TV stand.
"He was set on making you choose. I never thought..."
I glanced up just enough to meet her gaze, to see the end of that sentence in her eyes. She never thought I'd choose her.
She
started, pausing thoughtfully.
"You're my path to redemption, Genevieve. If I can't have that, what's the point of being here?"
"You're as much a part of this camp as anyone," I told her urgently. "You helped build it."
"I'm not talking about camp."
She looked over at me to see if I understood, a pleading, guilty look in her eyes. When I realized what she meant, and that she'd meant living, the corners of my mouth dropped with emotion. "Everything you've done has been to survive. You just throw it all away?"
"Surviving isn't enough anymore,"
she argued.
"You're not the only one who looks at me and sees a raider."
She held up her wrist to show me the mark on it.
"Even if they don't act like it, people look at me and they see this tattoo and these scars, and they can guess with accuracy what I've done to get it. I wear my sins, Genevieve, and it's exhausting."
Her head fell, and she let out a shaky sigh.
"I've been working so hard to earn your forgiveness. If Micah took that away, then all I'd have left is guilt, and no way to make it right."
Every conflict I felt about her made that feel like she'd shoved a dull blade straight through my chest. Despite my desperate resistance on account of my dad and Micah, she'd become my greatest comfort. I don't know what I'd do without her, or how I'd have kept pushing through the last few weeks. I needed her enough that I threatened my own brother. Now I felt no other option but making a second sacrifice, because I never wanted her to do something like this again, and because, even if it wasn't completely true, she deserved to hear it. "Echo," I said quietly, and when I looked over, she was wiping a tear from her face. Before I could change my mind or convince myself I was heading into territory I wasn't ready for, I forced out, "I forgive you." But the moment the words left my tongue, I knew I meant them. It was like I'd shrugged off a weight I'd been carrying for far too long. It felt good. It felt freeing. Her eyes shot up, filling with more tears when they locked onto mine.
"Please don't say that if you don't mean it."
She watched me as I slid off the desk and moved in front of her. When I was standing between her legs, I set my hands on her knees, looking her straight in the eyes and saying once more, "I forgive you." A waterfall of drops spilled down her cheeks, falling from her chin to her lap. "Promise me you won't ever do something like that again," I begged. "Promise me." And because of how relieved the look on her face made me feel, I couldn't help but smile. Because I was really fucking stupid. She let out a teary laugh, sniffling the tears away.
"I didn't mean to be so stupid,"
she said, shaking her head at herself.
"I just couldn't imagine living in a world where you choose him."
I raised my hands to rub them over my face, working off the last of all the overwhelming emotion. I started, taking a deep breath as I dropped them to Echo's thighs again. After a moment, I let that breath out in an amused huff at how accurate she'd just been. At the fact that I could actually admit this without admitting too much. I guess I couldn't either. Echo scanned my face, the shot clear in those gorgeous gray eyes. She just stared at me for a few seconds, frozen, stunned by this whole conversation. After a minute, she raised one hand to my face, slow and timid, like she was afraid I'd stop her. But I didn't stop her. I let her palm set against my cheek, savoring the warmth of her flesh so thoroughly I leaned into it. As her thumb stroked my skin, my focus dropped to her lips, and I felt the longing in my expression when my eyes met hers again. I didn't want to hold back anymore, not like I had been, stopping myself every time I wanted to kiss her, or touch her, or hug her, stopping her every time that she wanted to do the same. I couldn't tell her yet how I felt. I wasn't brave enough. I wasn't ready, but I could try harder than I had been to show her. I could give her more, hold back less. Echo inhaled, watching my mouth as she began to ask,
"Can I kiss?"
"Yes," I interrupted readily, and it was all she needed to pitch forward and kiss me. Her kiss was earnest as always, but I already wanted more. She wasn't close enough, so I set my hands on her waist to slide her off of her seat. She responded rapidly by turning us around, and when she pushed me back into the stand, my arms wrapped around her in eager acceptance. The touch of her free hand left goosebumps in its wake as it slid up my hip, up my waist, and my ribs, until it joined the other to cut my face. My fingers dug into the small of her back, pulling her deeper into me so that I could push every part of my body against her. My lips parted to feel the gentle silk of her tongue, and every stroke it made against the tip of my own, every time it brushed the flesh of my mouth, caused a spark of need to shoot through me, echoing in each increasing shallow breath. And I could feel each of her charged breaths, could feel her stop breathing for seconds at a time, until my grip on her tightened, until I pulsed against her, and that breath she was holding escaped in one excited rush. Her tongue would follow, and the warmth of it hit my upper lip at the same time the breath did, and it rippled through me like a wave until my fingers would press into her back once more, holding her close so that I could grind myself into her. Then she held her breath all over again. I could feel myself losing control, and I needed to stop this before I was gone completely, because parts of me were still afraid. But when I ran my hands up her back to press into her one last time before pulling away, she let out a soft whimper of pain and ended it first.
Sorry,
she whispered, still wincing. Her thumb made another apologetic stroke across my cheek as her other hand reached around to remove mine.
I'm bruised.
Why? I asked worriedly, thinking Micah had hurt her before I got there.
I got shot,
she answered with a chuckle.
Those vests should come with a warning. You won't die, but it'll hurt like hell.
I would have laughed, but I was too concerned about how bad the bruise was. Let me see. I gave her hips a gentle push to turn her around, and then sat on the stand again to get comfortable.
Just don't touch it,
Echo told me suspiciously, backing up between my legs to get close enough. Of course not, I agreed, barely setting my hand against her hips to make sure that she believed me. When she didn't flinch, I slid them upward, my fingers brushing her skin as they took her shirt up with them. I pushed her layers of clothing all the way up to her shoulder blades, and then held them there to look at the bruise halfway up her back, left enough that the bullet almost missed her. It hadn't been long enough for the wound to turn too many colors. For now it was more of a welt, circular in shape, but big enough to look painful. I shifted her shirt to one hand, watching my other as it snaked down the right side of her back. My eyes ran back up along the smooth line of her spine, then down again, across to the curve on her hip. This time my hand followed my eyes, caressing the soft skin of that curve into the dip of her waist, out again and then up her ribs, feeling her, drinking her in. I'd never looked at anyone the way that I was looking at Echo now. Never admired the shape of a body or every line of muscle and bone for the feelings it stirred within me. Never looked at a freckle like the dark one just visible above her pant line and had to run my finger across it or risk obsessing over it for days. I'd never been so seduced by a sight that I accidentally whispered, "Wow," out loud.
What?
Echo glanced over her shoulder at me, and the way she twisted to do it shifted her body in a way that made me want to stop and study it all over again. It made me want to remove all her clothing so that I could trace her with both hands. It made me want to remove my own so that I could see just how perfectly her curves fit against mine. "Nothing," I muttered, pulling my hands away, letting her shirt fall back over her torso. I cleared my throat to help rid the intense desire I felt, because no matter how attracted to her I was, I still had walls. Those walls made me terrified of letting go absolutely, because Echo was who she was. The raider was still there, and no matter how strongly I felt about her, I hadn't forgotten it. She wouldn't let me forget it. Micah wouldn't let me forget. And because I was who I was, I had too much going on to make things more complicated. I'd chosen Echo at the very heart of the issue, but I still cared what Micah thought. I still cared that he hated her. I cared if he felt betrayed by my choice. But most of all, I cared that I already couldn't stand to lose Echo. I didn't just have feelings for her. I had powerful feelings. They were real and deep and terrifying. And it was like she had a constant target on her back. That raider who tried to strangle her, me, Kellen, Micah, she was always being threatened. And the pain of losing her would have already been bad enough without giving her everything I had. I was already in so much deeper than I was comfortable with. Echo turned to face me again, still standing between my legs. I was too afraid of the desire I had to look at her. But after a minute of standing there, she set her fingers beneath my chin, nudging it upward.
Genevieve,
she whispered, shifting her hand so her thumb ran soft along my jawline. I met her eyes, studying the desperately curious spark in their pearly gray color. Don't, I begged, afraid she was going to ask what all this meant. Even though I was getting tired of holding back, I didn't know what it all meant, and I couldn't handle her pushing it further. Not yet.
I know, no questions,
she said, dropping her hand from my face, as if to reassure me that she wouldn't ask.
I just wanted to say thank you.
My gaze dropped to her laugh line, deep with satisfaction. I'd always had that subtle curiosity of what it would feel like to kiss that line. Now that I thought about it, if I didn't then, I'd obsess about it like I would have over the freckle. So I leaned forward just enough to press my lips to the corner of her mouth. You're welcome. At the kiss, her smile widened. Her laugh line deepened. And it was so cute that she was so clearly trying to hold it back that I couldn't resist. I pecked the corner of her mouth again, and when her smile grew even more, I couldn't keep my own lips from pulling into a fond grin. But the exchange made me shy. I'd never been that candidly affectionate with anyone. I didn't even know I was capable of it. And with an embarrassed laugh, I dropped my head against her shoulder, so that she couldn't see that I was blushing. Now that we'd had a moment to catch our bearings, I didn't want to think about what had to come next, or what Micah would say or do the next time I saw him, or how we'd take care of the raiders. Instead of pulling away to start solving problems, I nuzzled my face into the crook of Echo's neck, and while her arms wrapped around my shoulders, I took in a deep breath of her scent, musty in all her still, rain-damped clothing. I took in a deep breath of the comfort that she'd become, my own source of serenity, whether she knew it or not. Chapter 27. There is Calculation. Echo.
It was hard to tell what time of morning it was with the shades in my room drawn, but even before my eyes cracked open, I could tell it felt late. Usually Genevieve woke first and got me up because she was ready to start working. Lifting my head, I glanced over at her on the couch. She was on her back with her hands folded behind her head, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Been up long? I asked, running a sleepy hand over my face. She shifted, rolling onto her side while she answered.
Kind of.
You didn't want to. I paused to yawn and pushed my arms above my head to stretch my limbs. Wake me? I hadn't heard her get up, but a moment later she dropped onto the bed next to me, folding her arms beneath her head.
I don't want to leave the room.
It wasn't a specific response, but the reason was obvious. She didn't want to face Micah. I didn't really know what to tell her, though. I was still reeling from the shock of it. Admit it, I teased, for lack of a better response. You want to lie in bed with me all day. Genevieve huffed with amusement, adjusting so her chin was resting on her arms, and she was staring at the headboard instead of at me.
That would be exactly what you're thinking about right now,
she said sarcastically. The corner of my mouth tugged into a smile, but I watched her carefully as I asked seriously. Do you regret it? She drew in a loud breath, turning her head to look at me again, and then giving it a soft shake.
I'm just worried he won't forgive me for it.
There was a point when I didn't think Genevieve would ever forgive me, but she had. and her and Micah had a far closer history than we ever did. He will, I told her surely. Maybe it'll take some time, but he will. She gave a grateful smile and fell to watch me quietly for a couple silent minutes. During that silence, she reached over to trace the corner of my mouth with the tip of her finger, where I knew I had that line. Something in her had changed yesterday. I couldn't say exactly what it was, or what it meant, but I felt it. Felt it in the way that she'd kissed me, in the way that she was looking at me now. It was like I'd pulled back a curtain, like I'd pushed past one of her infinite layers, and it was an important one. Not even that change I felt made me confident in my boundaries, though. I could hold her when she wanted. I could touch her and kiss her and hug her, but always when she wanted. Almost always only when she instigated. I wanted to test those boundaries, to see if now I could treat her the way that I always wanted. So I reached up to where her finger was still running over that line, and taking her hand in mine, I brought it to my lips, placing a tender kiss against her knuckles. She just stared at me for a second afterward, blinking, eyes shifting between my own and my mouth. She didn't pull her hand away, but I wasn't sure if it was the barely visible smile in her mouth or the fear in her eyes that was a better indicator of what she was actually feeling. Was that too much? I don't know exactly what I meant by that, but we both seemed to understand. She hummed, unsurely, removing her hand from mine.
No.
She reached out indecisively, and as if she was going to replace it, but then she tucked it under her chin. She broke eye contact, clearly uncomfortable with her lack of confidence.
I don't know.
Whether she was okay with it or not, one thing was perfectly clear. We still weren't a couple. So I'd still have to be careful. Like always, I'd probably have to analyze the mood and timing whenever I got the urge to act on my feelings. Sorry.
Don't be,
she replied, and it caused me to squint at her curiously when she added,
It's not all because of you.
That added to my growing list of questions. But the more affectionate she seemed to get, the more I knew I couldn't ask. She met my gaze again and gave a short sigh before pushing herself up onto her elbows.
You know what? It was fine.
You sure? I asked, holding back a happy smile in case she changed her mind. But she nodded.
Yeah.
And leaned over to peck me on the cheek.
Are you ready to get up now?
Not really, I mused, no longer holding back that grin. I kind of like having you in my bed. She chuckled.
And if I got out of your bed?
And I'll still be lying here, I told her playfully. I'll just be depressed and lonely.
You poor thing,
Genevieve laughed, making a sarcastically pouty face at me.
What if I promised to kiss you before we left the room?
My eyebrows rose with intrigue. I'm not above taking a bribe. I squinted at her with exaggerated suspicion and then stuck out my hand. Deal. But when she took it in her own to shake with me, I added with a smirk, Seal it with a kiss? She yanked her hand away, her lips pulling into an entertained grin as she gave my shoulder a light-hearted push.
You're so obnoxious.
She began to push herself off the bed, still giggling. I wanted to grab her and pull her back, to kiss her, but I couldn't. Not even when she was in as playful a mood as she seemed to be now. Because I was too afraid of how she'd receive it, even if she'd been okay with me kissing her hand. So I sat up, and I stretched my arms above my head again, while she went to strap her knife to her thigh. Do you want me to sit somewhere else? I asked, slipping my feet into my boots. If Mike is at breakfast. Genevieve sat down on the couch with a thoughtful slowness and reached for her own boots to pull them on.
No,
she answered eventually.
I don't want him to think I'm second-guessing myself.
I finished tying my laces, knowing she caught the surprise on my face. I would have thought that she'd still want to ease him into it, not wanting him to see us together all the time, like she had since he'd gotten here.
You know I'm not, right?
She asked with genuine concern in her voice.
Second-guessing myself.
My eyes met hers. I took in the sincerity in them, and thinking about how she'd acted in her room yesterday, and how she was acting now, I couldn't keep myself from grinning like an infatuated idiot. Yeah. She observed the smile on my face, watching me instead of the laces that her hands continued to work on, and in response to it, her lips curled. It was obvious that she tried to stop the smile. She twitched the corners of her mouth down, and when that didn't help, she licked her lips. But neither worked, so she set to focusing on her boots. I continued to gather my things, still more curious than I'd ever been. I wanted to ask her why she wasn't second-guessing herself. I wanted to see if she'd finally tell me whether or not she had feelings for me. But she didn't like when I asked questions, and I didn't want to mess this up. Genevieve finished getting ready before I did, and strode to the door to wait while I searched for the missing item. She stood by a minute before murmuring with a jesting tingle in her voice,
"Any day now."
"I can't find my radio," I said, dropping down to look under the couch. Getting back up, I set my backpack on the bed to dig through it. But when my walkie-talkie wasn't inside, I put it back over my shoulders.
"I guess you don't want that kiss,"
Genevieve speculated teasingly. "I want it," I whined, hearing her chuckle in response, and dropped down onto my knees again to search under the bed. But I can't find my handheld.
"Does it look anything like this?"
she asked, and when I looked over, she was holding one in her hand. I pushed myself to my feet while my eyes narrowed in a playful glare. It was mine, because there was a second one at her shoulder. I strode over laughing while I grabbed it from her. I've never met a bigger tease in my... She cut me off with that kiss, taking my face in her hands to bring me closer. I would have gotten lost in it if she'd given me the time. But the moment I recovered from the surprise and set my hands against her lower back, she stopped, shifting one arm so that it was angled around my shoulders.
"Couldn't resist,"
she giggled guiltily. A pleasured shiver ran through me when I felt her gently finger the short hairs at the back of my neck. I could get used to it, I breathed honestly, tilting my head forward, glad that she didn't pull away when I kissed her again.
"Breakfast?"
she suggested cheerfully. "Do we have to?" I groaned. I didn't want this to stop, and I knew she didn't do things like this once we left the room. I was shocked that she was even doing it now. It was different. It was incredible.
"Yep,"
she said, giving my cheek an affectionate pat and then heading out the door. I huffed with amusement and hurried to catch up with her, thinking that this playfulness was a much better kind of whiplash. She was connected to my side the whole walk there, and though I tried to bump her with my elbow a couple of times, she seemed to have shifted out of her light-hearted mood. Nervous, that's what she was, and about seeing Micah, no doubt. "You sure you don't want me to sit somewhere else?" I asked one more time as we neared the cafeteria entrance.
"Yeah,"
she answered as she reached for the door.
"I want you to sit by me."
I couldn't help but watch her intently after she said that. And for a moment, we both just stared at each other. I don't know if she'd frozen for the same reason I did, but there was only one other time since we'd been reunited that she used want and you in the same sentence without a don't in there somewhere. Only one other time she'd ever said she wanted anything from me. I want you to stay. Now that word hung in the air, and maybe I was the only one who felt like it was significant, but I couldn't keep another stupid grin off of my face One of Genevieve's eyebrows rose curiously, and I covered my mouth with my hand shyly, unable to stop smiling. "Sorry," I mumbled awkwardly. She smiled, reaching up to pull my hand away. "It's just breakfast," she said delightedly. "Calm down." Okay, I said with resolve, and flexed my jaw to work the smile away. I stared at Genevieve with intense focus for only a couple of seconds before the grin returned, and my inability to control it caused me to snort with laughter.
"Why are you laughing?"
she asked, giggling her confused amusement. I felt like a 5-year-old idiot, but asked, "Where do you want me to sit?"
"By me?"
Genevieve answered hesitantly. My cheeks hurt. "Say the whole thing." Her face scrunched suspiciously, but she repeated unsurely,
"I want you to sit by me?"
It was all I could do not to shriek. I clenched my fist at my sides to keep from bouncing with giddy excitement. So stupid. I couldn't help it. "I want to hug you so hard right now."
"Is this like some grade school crush reaction?"
she asked, lips curled in a smirk.
"'Cause you're freaking me out."
She didn't wait for a response, and instead shook her head at me and opened the door to the building. I followed her to grab our food, and by the time we reached the table Blake and Casey were sitting at, I'd managed to bring it under control a little bit. Until we sat down, and Genevieve plopped herself so close that she was once again glued to my side. The grin returned, and my cheeks tinted with embarrassment, because I just couldn't stop. "Hey," Blake greeted with a nod, eyes lingering on me for moments longer than usual.
"Morning,"
Genevieve replied, ripping open her MRE package. I could feel both Blake and Casey watching me while I opened my own meal, and it wasn't just them. Garcia and Jarvis were sitting here too, both staring at me curiously. Blake cleared his throat exaggeratedly, causing both Genevieve and I to look at him. "Did you guys just knock boots or something?" Genevieve hadn't even taken a bite or drink of anything, and she choked, patting her chest to remedy it. "What?" she asked in shock. Blake pointed at me. "I haven't seen a smile that big since... ever." Genevieve pulled back a little to get a good look at me and chuckled while she rolled her eyes and turned forward again.
"I told her I wanted her to sit by me,"
she explained, clearly still entertained.
"Apparently it's the highlight of her life."
Blake watched me for a few seconds, huffed with amusement, and then full-on laughed. "You're a dork." I was in such a good mood that I set a piece of my cardboard-tasting stuffing on my fork and pulled back, flinging it at him. He snickered when it hit him in the nose and put a noodle on his fork, sending it flying at me. I gasped like I was offended and hastily stabbed at another bite of stuffing. Before I could shoot it across the table, Genevieve half stood, stretching her arms out between us.
"No wasting food during the apocalypse."
She was completely serious, but Blake and I locked gazes, and his lips were pursed hard to hold back maniacal laughter. I couldn't control it as well as him, and once I snorted, we both burst out laughing. It only took a few seconds before Casey's shoulders were shaking, and then Garcia's and Jarvis's.
"Whatever,"
Genevieve laughed, dropping back down at my side. While our laughter faded, 2 people walked in the front door, and at seeing who it was, mine died. It was Micah, walking in with Dr. Isa. Genevieve followed my line of focus, and when her amusement ceased, our group gradually fell quiet, though everyone else seemed a little confused. They didn't know what happened yet, not even Blake, and I wasn't sure if the doctor was aware or not. Nerves made it so that I wasn't smiling anymore. I wasn't worried about him trying to attack me again. I'd probably never be worried about it with how terrified he looked when Genevieve threatened him. Parts of me were afraid Genevieve would see him, and if he ignored us, then she'd start to regret it, and this morning would never happen again. My fears hit a peak when after Micah and Samuel got some food, they wandered over. sitting opposite of Garcia and Jarvis, who were on the other side of Genevieve and me. Micah wouldn't so much as look at me, but hatred seemed to be only a small portion of the emotion behind it. Most of it appeared to be shame. He did look at Genevieve, though, and while that shame remained, one corner of his mouth twitched with a tentative, almost smile. "Good morning," Dr. Isa greeted uncomfortably, nodding toward everyone around the table. He knew. Everyone murmured some awkward response, and things fell silent. The doctor's eyes shifted around, eventually looking from me to Micah, who still hadn't appeared to even know I was present. I was okay with that, and busied myself with shoveling a bite of cornbread stuffing into my mouth. It didn't last, though, because the doctor cleared his throat and nudged the teen, as if expecting something. At the nudge, Micah reluctantly turned his body in his seat, angling it in my direction. It took him nearly a minute afterward to raise his eyes, and when they met mine, they were distant. He clearly didn't like me. "I'm sorry," he began flatly, "that I tried to shoot you." When everyone around the table heard it for the first time, each of their heads turned toward him in shock. "It won't happen again." He looked at Samuel, who nodded his approval, and then added in a bitter murmur, "Just don't touch my sister." "Micah," Samuel scolded quietly. I felt all eyes fall on me, waiting to see how I'd respond. Nothing about his apology sounded sincere, nor would I have expected it to. It would have been unrealistic to think that he'd like me overnight, especially since Genevieve had threatened him. But he wasn't a child, and I wasn't going to treat him like one. "If I do?" I asked seriously, though my tone was far from challenging. I genuinely wanted to hear his response, and I thought Genevieve needed to hear it too. Every stare shifted back to Micah, who glanced around the table uncomfortably before looking at me again. "I don't want to see it," he said. And if I could read people at all, there was an underlying desperation in his plea. "I don't want to hear about it." He went back to focusing on his food without waiting for a reply. I kind of felt bad for the kid, and his request sounded fair to me. I was about to honor it right away by scooting an inch apart from Genevieve, hoping it would earn me a little bit of favor with him. Genevieve must have sensed it, because the moment I shifted to move, her hand seized my thigh under the table, holding me in place. I was too afraid to look at her for fear that Micah might catch it, or think too much of it, and I didn't want to reach down to grab her hand because it would have been too obvious. So I sat there, stiff with indecision, until Genevieve's grip loosened, and when she was confident I wouldn't scoot away, she removed it completely. Once her hand had been replaced on the surface of the table, I gave her the smallest of acknowledging bumps with my elbow. It was a grateful gesture for her wanting me to stay close, and I didn't expect anything in return. But when she returned the nudge, I had to work extra hard to keep another of those uncontrollable smiles off of my face. The rest of breakfast passed in continued tension, and I couldn't say that I was disappointed that it was shorter than usual and with less socializing. Unsure of what I wanted to do today, I followed Genevieve outside, thinking maybe I'd get to stay with her, seeing as we'd been separated a lot lately. We didn't get very far before someone called her name, and when we turned, Micah was pacing over, head drooped timidly. He didn't say anything right away when he reached us. Then he was staring straight at the concrete beneath his sneakers. "I was, he started quietly, glancing up for only a moment. "Wondering if we could. I don't know." He looked up again, briefly over at me, and back at Genevieve. "Talk." When his focus acknowledged me once more, I got the message that he wanted Genevieve alone. She met my gaze unsuredly, but I gave a forced smile and stepped aside so that she could continue on without me. "I have my radio if you need me," I assured her. They strode away from the cafeteria, leaving me behind to come up with something else to do. I was still watching them walk away when Tripton arrived. He stopped at my side, purposefully mirroring my stance as he followed my stare. Seeing as he hadn't said anything, I glanced sideways at him. He did the same, whispering,
"How long we gotta check her out for?"
"Shut up," I laughed, giving him a friendly shove. He shoved me back, hopping up to sit on the surface of a nearby table before I could retaliate.
"Where are they going?"
I sat down by his side, figuring he was putting off eating breakfast just to chat with me. "Beats me," I answered, reaching into a pocket of my cargo pants and pulling out a box of cigarettes. Micah said he wanted to talk. Tripton pulled one out of the box when I offered it to him and leaned over to light it with the lighter I was holding.
"I heard the kid try to shoot you."
"Who told you that?" I asked, turning my head to raise a shocked eyebrow at him.
"I was in the med center when he came in, looking pasty as hell."
He paused thoughtfully and then chuckled to himself.
"Stupid kid. I heard Samuel pry it out of him."
I took a breath of smoke into my lungs, letting it out while I replied. What kind of upset was he? Tripton let his cigarette dangle on his lips, while his hands scratched at the stubble on his face.
"He looked like his sister almost cut his throat."
He shrugged.
"I think he was in shock or something."
All I could do was nod, not really sure what to say about it.
"So what? Did you know Jen was gonna show up?"
I shook my head.
"And you didn't kick his ass because we both know you could've."
"And risk her getting pissed at me?" I asked rhetorically. She comes up with enough excuses already.
"Seriously?"
Tripton blinked at me, wide-eyed. My shoulders rose and fell.
"You care way too much what that girl thinks of you."
"That's what happens," I began, but stopped short with a sigh, unwilling to finish.
"When you fall in love,"
Tripton supplied.
"Is that what you were going to say?"
Then he snorted amusedly.
"'Cause that's the corniest shit I heard in my life."
"That's not what I was gonna say, you dick," I grumbled, punching him in the shoulder. I took a final puff of my cigarette and then tossed it to the cement. I was gonna say, that's what happens when you got shit to bury.
"What do you mean?"
he asked.
"Because you used to be a raider?"
"Some people might tell you I'll always be a raider," I told him.
"Which people?"
"I don't know," I mumbled. "People."
"Are you projecting?"
he speculated, to which my eyebrows furrowed with surprised thoughtfulness.
"Huh,"
he prompted, nudging me impatiently.
"Do you think you'll always be a raider?"
When it took me a moment to answer, he leaned forward to get in my line of sight, like I'd forgotten he was waiting. "I don't know," I groaned, "but that's why I need her." He knew I was talking about Genevieve, and his head cocked for explanation. "When she loves me, that's how I'll know. That's when it's safe to be who I used to be, before all this bullshit."
"Tell you what, Echo,"
Tripton mused, leaning back on his hands.
"There isn't a soul left on this planet that hasn't done questionable things."
He nudged me again, this time more gently, and with a smirk on his face, added,
"Even precious Genevieve."
"Trust me," I huffed with amusement. "I definitely haven't tricked myself into thinking she's perfect."
"Nope,"
he chuckled in agreement.
"I'll tell you what else," he said. "I would never work that hard for a girl. No way."
"Oh, yeah?" I asked teasingly. "I bet girls just fall into your lap, huh?"
"Damn straight."
He gave a hard nod, and then motioned to himself cockily.
"I mean, look at me."
I couldn't help laughing as I rolled my eyes. "Okay, hotshot." He snickered for a few seconds before saying,
"Nah, I'm just messing with you."
He kicked his feet out, his long legs reaching the ground.
"I was engaged."
"What?" My head swung toward him in shock.
Yeah, he assured me, looking slightly entertained by my disbelief. There was only a few months left until the wedding when this shit hit the fan. Wow, I muttered, still thrown. I never would have. I don't look like the marrying type? He asked through a smug grin. It's not that, I told him seriously, worried it might have offended him, even though he was always so light-hearted. It's just, most people, you can see it on their faces, you know, no matter how long it's been. Well, he sighed, pulling his feet back up to rest them on the bench below us. That's the thing I learned a long time ago. You let this world get the best of you, and it'll eat you alive. You just gotta remember that life's a gift, especially now. I'm not gonna waste it soaking over things that are done. I could feel him glance over at me, so even though I was staring across the street, I nodded in response. I mean, don't get me wrong, he continued. I had a proper grieving period. Sometimes I miss her. But life goes on, and so do we. I'm sorry you lost her, I said sincerely. He pursed his lips in a grateful smile, but changed the subject with a loud groan, patting his stomach. I'm starving. Go eat, I chuckled, hopping off the table so I wouldn't keep him there any longer. Have you seen Imogen anywhere? He shook his head while he got to his feet. No, sorry. It's okay, I started off, waving at him over my shoulder. I'll see you later. Unsure of whether or not Genevieve was still with Micah, I figured I'd see if I could find Imogen. She hadn't wanted to talk to me yesterday. She was too upset, but I wanted her to know that I was here for her. I just wasn't sure whether or not she blamed me too. I trekked all the way to the motor pool to see if she was working in the garage with Ty. Ty was there, busying himself making fuel. The only acknowledgement he gave me was a solemn nod. When I asked if Imogen was around, he didn't even look at me while he answered, telling me that she was probably still in her room. So I trudged back to the barracks, into the second building, and down the first floor hall to her room. My knock was so light and timid, I wasn't positive she'd hear it, even if she was inside. But a couple of seconds later, the door opened. Her full lips were set in a constant frown, and while there was no hint of moisture or teary redness in her eyes, her eyebrows were pulled together with a lasting cringe. After answering the door, she watched me for a few moments, and I almost was afraid that she blamed me. But eventually, gradually, she swung it wider open to let me in. I only took a couple of steps into her room while she closed the door behind me, silence lingering before I asked gently, "How are you?" She shrugged, answering in a barely audible murmur, "Been better." To offer my sympathy, I moved forward, raising my hands to her waist, prompting her for a hug. It took a second for her to accept it, but then her arms wrapped around my neck, and I returned it by curling my own around her torso. "I'm sorry," I said in a whisper. Imogen drew in a long, deep breath, as though she needed it to keep from breaking down. Releasing me, she started for the bed, saying as she sat down at the foot, "It's not your fault." I dropped my backpack near the door and followed her, absorbing her words while I settled myself at her side. Her voice was hollow with grief, but it sounded like there was someone she did blame, and I was afraid of who that might be. "Imogen," I began cautiously, my tone soft and quiet. "Genevieve told—" "Don't," Imogen interrupted, letting out a heavy sigh as she dropped onto her back. I twisted enough so that I could still see her, enough to catch the glimmer of tears in her eyes. "There's a big part of me that wants to blame her," she said, sniffling and crossing her arms above her head. "But I know it's wrong, and I'm trying so hard not to." I wanted to lie down too, so Imogen would know that I felt bad.
but I couldn't. There was no way that she was thinking of sleeping with me right now. I knew that, but it still felt too intimate. Instead, I settled for resting a hand on her knee. I know how determined Cyrus was, Imogen continued, bringing a hand down to her temple, wiping away a tear that escaped from the side of her eye. I know it. I'm just not ready to hear it. My chin dropped with a gentle nod, and I let it go. Do you need anything from me? I asked, leaning sideways back on one hand, and my other still on her knee. She shook her head, sniffling away the last of her tears, and giving me a half-hearted smile. I just appreciate that you came. Of course, I acknowledged, lifting my hand to give her leg a friendly pat. While I tried to come up with something else to say, there was a crackle from the radio near the door, and then a voice prompted.
Genevieve. Come in, Genevieve. Over.
Sorry. I apologized to Imogen for the interruption and stood to go turn off the radio. As I strode over, Genevieve's voice replied, I got my ears on. Go ahead. I reached down to turn it off as a soldier said,
Ma'am, we got people at the gate.
I straightened with the radio in my hand, turning to look at Imogen, who'd sat up curiously. Hold tight, Genevieve said. I'm on my way. After the soldier said Roger, I heard, Echo, do you copy? Heard it all. I answered into my handheld. Be right there. Then I turned to Imogen. Coming? I know you want to see. She let out an amused breath, and after pushing herself to her feet, she inhaled deep, preparing to leave the room. We left the barracks, and since they were so near the gate, we got there before Genevieve did. People was a bit of an understatement. Parked outside our fences were 2 massive tanks and a truck, and there were so many people that a lot of them were perched on the outside of the vehicles. While more and more of our civilians gathered around to look at the arrivals, I scanned each and every one of them. Almost all of them were wearing military clothing of varied colors, all except for one. He was a tall, thin man with long, messy auburn hair and pallid-looking skin. He was in faded jeans and a baggy long-sleeved shirt. He was standing at the entrance of our gates beside 2 others, a man and a woman. It appeared they were the leaders of the group. The other man was enormous, with a tattoo on his bald head and facial hair that matched the other man's. The woman was in a similar dark blue camouflage cargos as the second man, and as her dark eyes studied everything on our side of the fence, they met mine, and I shivered. A hand landed on my shoulder, breaking my stare with the woman. Hey, Genevieve greeted with a smile, and she guardedly passed one to Imogen on my other side. She nodded for us to follow, and as we strode to the gate, Blake reached us. You've got ammunition in those tanks? Was the first thing Genevieve called to the group on the other side, as she pointed to the long cannons directed toward our fence. The bald man in his uniform pants and black t-shirt shook his head.
Just in the machine guns up top,
he answered readily. Genevieve raised one hand to casually grip the links in the fence, and she was doing such a good job of remaining calm that she even had me convinced. You mind pointing them somewhere else? The man didn't hesitate to let out a loud whistle and wave his hand through the air, and in response the cannons and the gunners on the tanks adjusted the sights away from the base. What can we do for you?
Can I talk to your leader?
He asked. That's me, Genevieve told him. I almost missed the amused twitch of his mouth, but the scrawny man beside him let out a fiendish giggle. The bald guy nudged him hard with an elbow.
Good then,
the man said with a grin.
My voice might carry easy, but you think we could talk face to face?
Genevieve took in a thoughtful breath, glancing over at Blake and I can let 2 of you in.
With all due respect,
the man appealed.
They're ferals out here.
With all due respect, Genevieve copied firmly. You've lasted this long. This time the twitch of the man's mouth curled into an actual smile. He turned to say something to the lanky guy, who gave a series of sloppy nods, and then motioned for the woman to follow him. They walked up to the first entrance gate, and after closing it behind them, they strode through the second one. On the inside, they made their way to the four of us, and the man stuck out his hand. "Judd," he introduced himself happily. He shook down the line as each of us said our names, but when he took my hand, his gaze dropped. I was in a long-sleeved shirt, but the sleeves were pushed up to my elbows, and his brown eyes lingered on the tattoo on my wrist. For some reason, it made me severely uncomfortable, and I didn't want him looking at it, but it was difficult to yank my hand from his excessively firm grip, like he was doing it on purpose, and as I awkwardly rolled my sleeves back down, I caught a smirk on his lips. By the time I shook hands with the woman, she introduced herself in a British accent as Mia. My sleeve was down and the tattoo was hidden. "Quite the security you've got here," Judd mused, taking an indicative glance around.
"We do what we can,"
Genevieve told him, and I saw her gaze wander to all the civilians that were standing around.
"What are you doing in this part of Pennsylvania?"
"Well, we've been going around the country,"
Judd answered with a nonchalant shrug.
"Doing what we can to get rid of the ferals."
At that, I squinted curiously, another subtle alarm going off in the back of my mind. I'd almost forgotten the church with all those ferals locked in it, and the written SOS in the tower. I leaned into Genevieve's ear, feeling Jed and Mia's scrutiny on me as I whispered, "Remember the ghost town." Genevieve's head turned just enough for her to look at me. She stared for a thoughtful moment, and then swallowed hard, shuffling a foot with the first sign of anxiousness.
"What do you mean, getting rid of ferals?"
Mia met my gaze again. Her eyes were unnaturally cold. There was so much consideration in them. She didn't flinch when I caught her looking. She just kept on staring. And it had been a long time since I felt unnerved like this.
"I mean with firepower,"
Jed answered simply.
"Mm-hmm,"
Genevieve hummed in concentration. It took her almost a minute to speak again, as though she was afraid to hear his response.
"You ever use humans as bait?"
Jed didn't miss a beat. His eyebrows rose in shock, and he asked innocently,
"Excuse me?"
He chuckled, setting his hands on his hips and leaning back like he wasn't sure whether to be offended or amused.
"That's a hell of an accusation."
"Sure is,"
Genevieve told him flatly, watching carefully for his reaction. Imogen made a loud show of clearing her throat, shooting a look at Genevieve that clearly said we weren't being courteous enough. At least Imogen was exchanging her usual routine of challenging Genevieve openly for passive aggressiveness. Still, I could practically feel Genevieve bite back the urge to roll her eyes.
"I assure you,"
Judd said enthusiastically,
"no humans were harmed in the making of our destruction."
It was the first time I caught anything similar to entertainment in Mia's dark expression. Genevieve glanced around at the civilians and soldiers again. Some of them were close enough to overhear this conversation, and she clearly wasn't comfortable with that.
"What brings you to our gates?"
"We're running low on supplies,"
he began, and the astute distrust I already had for them caused my hand to brush against the grip of the pistol at my thigh.
"I was hoping you might provide a place for us to rest for a while, until we gather our strength and head out again."
"Think we could talk about it somewhere more private?"
Genevieve asked, motioning to a nearby building because she wanted to be away from the prying eyes and ears of everyone else.
"I'd prefer to stay where my men can see me,"
Jed answered calmly.
"Right,"
Genevieve murmured, gaze wandering beyond the fence.
"And how many men is that?"
Jed followed her focus to his tanks and truck and the troops. I doubted if any of them were truly former military.
17 of us total.
He motioned to everyone else standing around.
"We're far outnumbered. I'm putting a lot of trust in you here."
"Give us a minute,"
Genevieve asked, and when Jed nodded, she began to lead us away. We walked far enough that Jed and Mia could no longer hear us, but April, Casey, and Dr. Issa had accompanied us. Not to mention that random others were standing nearby, close enough to hear, but acting like they weren't listening. We probably would have gone inside so nobody could hear if any of us were comfortable taking our eyes off the newcomers. I, for one, didn't want them out of sight. "I don't like it," I said instantly. Imogen scoffed with disbelief.
"We barely met the man."
"Exactly," I argued. "Everything about him screams raider."
"Like what?"
April asked, looking over her glasses at me. Genevieve mumbled in agreement.
"His face." "Nice. Real sound argument,"
Imogen said sarcastically. "The one outside has a bite scar on his neck." Samuel mused thoughtfully. All our heads turned toward him, and when Blake asked how he knew, he held up a pair of binoculars. April took them from his hand, and while she used them to see for herself, Samuel shrugged and gave an excuse of, "I'm a scientist. I get curious." "He does have a scar," April said almost happily. "If he survived a bite," Dr. Issa explained, "he might be our only chance at finding a cure." "Genevieve," I pleaded when she let out a burdened sigh. There was nothing about this that I was comfortable with. She massaged her fingers over her forehead like she always did when she was stressed, and I could tell that the crowd around us was getting tighter as civilians and soldiers got more and more curious.
"There's just something about him,"
Genevieve whispered.
"What if they can earn their way in?"
Imogen proposed. I shook my head. Genevieve looked reluctant, but everyone else seemed interested.
"We got a raider problem, and they might have manpower and gunpowder to take care of it. I don't know if it's worth the risk,"
Genevieve said quietly.
"Yeah?"
Imogen asked angrily and loudly.
"How many more have to die before it is?"
A steady, quiet rumble went through the crowd of civilians, and I knew the information was spreading. I could also see a lot of them were nodding, as if they agreed with Imogen, and my heart sank. Imogen had just put Genevieve in a compromising position, and I knew already what the outcome would be. "She's got a point," Dr. Issa speculated, and April gave a slightly apologetic nod of agreement. Genevieve looked at Casey, who mumbled,
"I don't see why not."
"Blake?" she asked. Blake looked at me, and when I shook my head at him, he threw his hands up with indecision. "I don't know." Genevieve folded her hands behind her head and paced a few steps back and forth.
"Damn it,"
she sighed, dropping her arms to her sides. Without saying anything else to the rest of us, she paced back to Jed and Mia, while we followed hot on our heels.
"We have a proposition for you."
"Let's hear it," Jed suggested earnestly.
"There are some raiders a couple of miles that way," she told him, pointing. "They've been giving us trouble. If you can take care of it, we'll open the gates for you."
"How many raiders?" Jed asked.
"A handful."
"Sounds easy enough." He nodded, appearing to have little concern about it.
"Good,"
Genevieve said.
"If you make it back, and you're expecting meals, all of your men have to earn that too. Everyone works."
"Wouldn't want to be a burden," he consented. "Proof," I grumbled, and when Genevieve hummed at me curiously, I clarified. "We need proof that they took care of the raiders." "What kind of proof?" Jed asked smugly. Genevieve's lips pursed thoughtfully.
"Oh, one of them was wearing a black and red vest. Leather. Bring it back."
"I'll do my best," he pledged, sticking out a hand for Genevieve to shake. After she did, he extended it to me with a teasing sparkle in his eye. He was taunting me, but I refused to shake with him again, and he withdrew his hand with an amused huff. "We'll be back." We watched them exit the gate and continued to stand there watching until the tanks and trucks pulled away. Once they were gone, Genevieve turned, and I caught the glare that she gave Imogen as she started to walk away. "Genevieve," I called, hurrying after her. I wanted her to take it back and not let them in. She didn't acknowledge me, but I knew she heard, because she immediately veered toward the nearest building, a small office where we set up the ham radio. "Genevieve," I prompted again, the worry clear in my voice. Thinking that she was trying to ignore me, I followed her into the building, past the 2 soldiers manning the radio, and into a small office. "Genevieve, you have to trust me on this," I pleaded as she closed the door behind us. "You know how I said I could spot the look from a mile away? He has the look. All of them do. Please trust me."
"Stop,"
she said gently, taking my face in her hands to make sure that she had my attention.
"I do trust you."
My eyebrows rose with surprise. "You do?" She nodded. "You can't let them in."
"I don't have a choice, Echo."
She sighed, removing her hands. She dropped her backpack, strode over to the desk, and sat down at the edge of it.
"Everyone heard what Imogen suggested. You saw them. They liked her idea."
She braced her hands against the corners, meeting my eyes for a moment before shaking her head.
"I might be commander, but it'll only stay that way if people trust my decisions. They're not going to trust anything I do when they think there's a better alternative. And if I get booted, then nothing I say matters."
I let my own backpack fall and trudged to the cushioned chair on the opposite side of the desk, mumbling as I settled into it. "It's the wrong choice."
"Maybe,"
she agreed, turning to face me.
"But they weren't really hostile. Maybe we're overreacting. Maybe we're already bitter, cynical old women."
I laughed for a few seconds before blowing defeated air out of the side of my lips.
"Me and you will keep an eye on them, okay? We'll deal with it, just like we always have."
I nodded because it was the only thing left to do, but I couldn't keep from noticing how she kept saying "we." While it didn't bring back one of those uncontrollable smiles, it did lift my mood. "Come here."
"Where?"
Genevieve asked in confusion. I patted the desk in front of my seat, and she squinted at me suspiciously.
"Why?"
"Just, please." I patted it again, this time giving her a pleadingly cheeky grin. She slid off of her seat and moved around the desk to my side. But before she could hop up to sit down again, I grabbed her hips and pulled her into my lap. It was a risk, considering I still wasn't sure if I was allowed to do things like this. But if I didn't try, then I'd never find out. She let herself fall into me, but her eyes were wide with surprise, and there was a disbelieving smirk on her face.
"That was ballsy,"
she chuckled. I had one arm around her back, sitting on the armrest of the chair, and watching for her reaction. I stretched my other across her lap, timidly setting my hand on her thigh. But was it a mistake? Genevieve kicked her legs over the other armrest, while one of her hands sat on my chest. We'd kissed so many times, but the way she was looking at me caused my heart to skip so hard, I was sure that she could feel it through my shirt. And then she leaned her head forward, and my eyes dropped closed dazedly when she planted a long, delicate peck on my mouth.
"You tell me,"
she whispered after pulling away. It took me another few seconds to open my eyes again, and when I did, the please curve at one corner of her mouth caused my cheeks to tint. "Who are you?" I asked in awed laugh. "It's like I don't even know you anymore." Her forehead creased with bewilderment.
"What do you mean?"
"You're so different," I answered cautiously, hoping it wouldn't change her mood. "Since yesterday." She lifted herself a couple of inches off of my lap, a teasing smile on her face.
"You want me to stop?"
"No," I blurted hastily, pulling her back down. The reaction made my cheeks color an even darker shade of red, but I added decidedly, "God, no." She laughed at the same time her hand wrapped around the back of my neck, so that when she pulled me into another kiss, I could feel her smile against my lips. She paused for a breath, her forehead still resting against mine, and it was the perfect opportunity for me to beg sincerely, "Please, don't ever stop." Her dark brown eyes met mine, and for a moment she stared at me, drinking in the desperate look in my eyes. Tilting her chin forward, I felt her lips brush against mine, and it sent a bolt of excited anticipation straight through my chest. When she did it again, I parted my lips, silently pleading with her to finish it, but enjoying the delicious agony of the wait too much to finish it myself. The next time her lips grazed mine, she paused. I could feel them thin into another smile, and then we collided. The release of tension caused me to draw in an astonished breath, and the heat that flooded over every cell of my body made my fingers clamp down on her thigh. Her free hand joined the other around the back of my neck, and she pulled herself even deeper into me, at the same time her tongue made its first stroke against mine. I encouraged the silky feel of it by digging the fingers of my other hand into her back, pressing her even closer. The hand on her leg shifted upward, running along the shape of her thigh, knowing by memory just when it would curve into her hip. But when I reached it, I didn't want to stop, so I slipped my thumb under the bottom of her shirt, testing her reaction. When I felt her fingers curl at the back of my neck in approval, I slid the rest of my hand in, setting my palm against the smooth warmth of her stomach. Her breathing picked up immediately, and she had to pull away from the kiss to be able to get air. I immediately lowered my mouth to her neck, and her chin fell back with eager acceptance. My fingers traced up her stomach, feeling the way it expanded and collapsed with each breath. As it ran back down, I thrust my tongue against her neck, causing her to inhale sharply and hold. She didn't let that air out again until I planted a soft kiss in the same spot, and it escaped in a vigorous rush. I kept going, kissing higher on her neck, while my fingers continued to explore her torso. I worked my mouth up to the spot just below her ear, where I got even more of a reaction as her fingers tangled in my hair. Liking the response I got, I parted my lips a little more with the next peck, letting my tongue slip out to graze the spot before they touched down. When she felt it, Genevieve, who had always been so quiet at times like this, let out a breathy hum, so stirring it sent jolts of excitement shooting through me. My mouth wasn't leaving that spot. Her fingers clutched more desperately with every kiss I landed, and she was so distracted by it that I don't think she noticed my hand shifting further up her shirt. Not until I reached her chest, and with my first gentle pinch over the fabric of her bra, she let out a low moan. She immediately threw her hand over her mouth, and I couldn't help but release a quiet laugh into her skin. To suppress another, she pulled back only to lurch forward again and kiss me. But I wanted more of that noise. It was so rare, and there was only one way that I could think to get it if she was too determined not to. My hand left her breast, trailing back down while her lips and tongue drifted against mine. When I reached her hips again, it shifted inward, gradually, until I reached the button of her jeans. I gripped it between my fingers, ready to give it the brief flick it required to undo. But the moment I had it, Genevieve's hand shot down. She grabbed mine to stop me and pulled away from the kiss. At first, I worried that she'd be upset I tried. All these months, anger was the emotion I knew best in her. But when I met her gaze, she winced. "Sorry," she apologized sincerely. I took my hand away, wondering if it was just too fast. She'd always been the one to touch me. I'd hardly touched her at all before this. Just that once in the cabin. But so much felt different now. "You're not ready?" I guessed understandingly. "No, it's just..." She paused, her cheeks shading a dark crimson while she raised herself out of my lap. Not here. She moved back to the desk, perching herself at the edge of it. And it's not a good time. While we're waiting. We shouldn't have even... She took in a deep breath, refusing to look at me, and saying as she let it out, "Wow." "Wow?" I repeated curiously, pushing out of my seat. "Good wow?" Genevieve chuckled, rolling her eyes as an answer, while I set my hands against the desk on either side of her, pushing myself between her legs. "I told you I was good with my hands." "It was more your..." She stopped to clear her throat and pointed a finger toward my face. "Your mouth." "Oh, right," I said knowingly, ducking my head to say near her ear, "because I found your sweet spot." I heard her breath hitch when I pressed my lip below her ear, but she'd already told me this wasn't the right time or place, so one kiss was all I gave. Her mouth was hanging open a little when I looked at her again, and after a few moments she let out an embarrassed laugh, rubbing her hands over her face to work away what I liked to assume was arousal. "My sweet spot," Genevieve copied, raising a hand to touch her finger to the place beneath her ear. She must have still been able to feel it, because as a slow smile turned up her lips, she shook with a pleased shiver. "I know yours," she mused, dropping her hand to run a finger along the zipper of my cargo pants. "That's for damn sure." I laughed in agreement. I loved how adorable it was when that made her blush again. I loved the way that she was acting, and the things that she was letting me do. What I didn't love was that it didn't feel concrete. No matter how nice she was being, or how much she let me kiss her or touch her, we weren't together. Which meant, at any given moment, if she decided to, she could tell me that this wasn't real. I needed so badly to hear her say how she felt. I needed to be told. There could have been a million reasons why she wouldn't say it. Maybe she truly didn't feel anything for me. Maybe she didn't want to say it until she knew for sure. Maybe she wouldn't say it because deep down there was a part of her that still blamed me for her dad. Whatever it was, I couldn't ask. It was the one rule that I knew was implicit in her being so affectionate. "What are you thinking about?" Genevieve asked, leaning back on her hands. I took a step back and dropped into the cushioned chair, letting my arms dangle over the armrest while I shifted my thoughts somewhere else. I just hope letting those people in doesn't go horribly wrong. "We outnumber them. We've got everything in that armory." She paused to point to the key hanging around her neck. "And there's only one way to get in it." I nodded thoughtfully. Maybe it's a good thing it's happening this way. I mused with a shrug. They have tanks, and God knows how much ammunition. I don't know what they would have done if we'd turned them away. And this way we can play it smart.
"Guess we aren't cynics after all,"
Genevieve chuckled. I hummed a soft laugh, nodding. "So, what did Micah want to talk about?"
"He apologized,"
she said in disbelief, like she was still surprised about it. "Oh yeah?" I asked, adding sarcastically. "Did it sound like he meant it?" Genevieve knew exactly what I was referring to.
"More than when he apologized to you."
She chewed the inside of her lip thoughtfully for a minute before speaking again.
"I don't know. He basically said he wants to spend time with me, but he just doesn't want to hear about..."
She paused, glancing away uncomfortably.
"Us."
I could tell she was expecting me to ask about us, and I knew then she'd tell me not to ask questions. Instead, I teasingly groaned as though I'd said it 1,000,000 times and was tired of having to say it again. "But there is no us." Genevieve grabbed a paperclip off the desk and chucked it at me, laughing.
"You're such a smartass."
There was a knock from the door and Blake's voice prompted, "Jen."
"Yeah, we're in here,"
she confirmed, still chuckling, and turned on the desk to look toward the entrance. "You have your clothes on?" asked his muffled voice.
"Blake!"
Genevieve scolded, but while her voice sounded anything but amused, she had a poorly concealed smile.
Open the door.
He opened it, snickering to himself while he leaned against the doorframe.
What's up?
I was just wondering where you guys went.
He answered simply. Is everyone still lingering out there? I asked, nodding toward the outside world. Blake shook his head.
I had some of the guys break them up. Everyone's back to business as usual.
Thank you,
Genevieve told him gratefully, to which he nodded.
Should we wait outside?
When Blake and I nodded, the three of us trudged outside and plopped down on the curb to wait to see if the group ever returned. It didn't take nearly as long as I thought before we could hear the rumble of tanks down the road. We'd only been sitting outside another hour until Jed and his group pulled up to the gates. He jumped out of the tank and made his way through the fence with a black vest in his hands.
This the one you wanted?
He asked Genevieve, unfolding it so that she could see the whole thing. While she nodded, he slung it over his shoulder.
Mind if I keep it?
That's fine,
she answered, and waved to the soldiers guarding the gates.
Open them up.
While the tanks and trucks rolled through and into the base, Genevieve's eyes scanned over the men and women perched on the outsides of the vehicles.
Anyone get hurt?
Nope.
Jed shook his head, and I wondered how they'd managed to take care of the raiders without any injuries. No doubt those machine guns played a part.
Where should we park these?
Me and Eka will take you to where you guys can stay,
Genevieve told him, nodding toward his vehicles.
If you've got the room.
Sure.
He motioned for us to follow, and led the way to the truck, opening the passenger door. He barked harshly at the two passengers.
Get out!
I'll sit in the back, I told him before the second person could climb out of the cab. I wanted a clear visual of the men around us, a visual I wouldn't have from inside the truck. He moved a few feet to the bed and scowled at the nearest guy.
You heard her. Out!
The man groaned, but Jed ignored it, saying as he started back to the tank,
We'll follow you.
Genevieve got into the cab while I climbed into the bed. There were 3 other guys sitting around the perimeter of the truck bed, pushed to the edges to avoid a large cage in the center. It took me a minute into the drive to even realize there was something in the cage, because it was so still. It was a large dog, an emaciated, wolf-looking thing, curled up into a ball at the very middle of the crate. At first glance, it appeared to be sleeping. When I looked closer, I could see that its eyes were open. It was looking right at me, its nostrils twitching in the subtlest way, like it was observing that I was a new scent. Hey there, I said softly, extending the back of my hand to the cage so that it could get a better smell. The moment I made a reach, the previously languid animal sprang, snarling with its teeth bared, prepared to take a chunk out of me if I put my hand through the wires.
Shut up!
One of the men shouted, ruthlessly kicking the heel of his foot into the side of the enclosure. The dog's ears fell flat against its head as it dropped obediently, and just over the sound of the truck's engine, I could hear it continue to let out a throaty growl. The others had taken to laughing at the panic on my face, and when the man looked at me, he smirked.
You trying to lose some fingers, lady?
One corner of my mouth twitched with a forced smile, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the dog. Poor thing looked like it was starving. And I was almost positive the only reason it would have taken some of my fingers is because of the way these assholes treated it. It didn't appear to trust people. And the almost human sadness I could see clearly in its golden eyes broke my heart. We stopped in front of our destination a minute later. An old indoor shopping center, with just a small department store and a few other tiny shops. After the truck parked, Genevieve got out, and I hopped down from the bed and followed her to Jed.
We've scavenged a lot of the useful stuff already,
Genevieve told him.
But if you find anything you want in there, you can have it.
Then she pointed to the smaller building right beside the mall.
Might be more comfortable to sleep in there. It's got more rooms if your people like to spread out.
You're too kind.
Jed grinned. His tone was patronizing, but Genevieve did a good job of ignoring it. The only hint of reaction I saw was the barest clenching of her jaw.
"You can take the day to get your people settled,"
she said flatly, and I could detect in her tone that she was ready to be away from here.
"Tomorrow morning, meet us at the gate, and we'll get everyone jobs to earn their meals."
He nodded understandingly. We do appreciate it. Genevieve turned to head away, and I began to follow, more unnerved now than I had been when they first arrived. As we left, I heard Zhao yell at his followers, "Unload your shit, let's go." I turned for only a moment to watch, to see his people work in response. A few seconds after I turned, I caught Jed's gaze. He was leaned back against the side of the truck bed, admiring the black and red vest he'd taken from the raider. But even from this distance, I could tell that he'd caught me looking, and his eyes lingered on me with fascination. Gradually, a smug smirk spread behind his auburn facial hair, and one of his eyes dropped in a chillingly sinister wink.
Chapter 48. Peace of Mind. Dugan. I woke up coughing, deep guttural hacks so loud and phlegmy that it scared Mal out of sleep. She bolted upright on the hospital bed, her arms shooting toward the bowl she'd stored on the bedside table, while she kicked her legs over the side. It wasn't the first time I'd woken up coughing, and seeing her instincts kick in like that so successfully, even after 4 or 5 times previous, was admittedly amusing. I chuckled my cough away, watching her shoulders slump as she took in a deep breath to calm herself down. "Sorry," I apologized sincerely, clearing my throat. Mal nodded, pulling the navy blue bandana off of her head to run her hand first through her short, dark brown hair, and then down over her tired eyes. Kara had been keeping watch, and I'd taken the shift before so that Mal could get some sleep. It was as though now that she wasn't alone, all the sleep she hadn't been getting because of the fear of the stalker ferals had caught up with her. Her brown eyes had grown darker with the baggy circles beneath them. The lines from those circles descended to the top of her freckled cheeks, making them look sunken and thin. She looked years older, making me feel guilty I'd ever considered leaving her behind. While Mal tossed a greeting smile over at Kara, she untied the bandana and then reapplied it to her head, tying it at the back. It plastered the bangs of her short hair to her forehead, and if her hair weren't a little curly, it probably would have pushed the tips into her eyes.
"You should probably take some of those antibiotics,"
Mal told me, brushing aside one especially long bit of bangs.
"Just in case."
I nodded, immediately reaching for the backpack of medicine to show her how much I valued her advice. Maybe she only knew how to cure me because she used to be some kind of a couch potato, and maybe it was risky. But she saved my life. I wasn't going to forget that. "You sleep okay?" I asked, dumping a pill into my hand and washing it down with some water. Mal hopped off the tall bed, saying teasingly,
"When I wasn't being scared shitless."
"Payback for stabbing me with a needle," I chuckled, lying back down on my own bed. I could breathe again, but my ribs were still cracked, and my chest a little sore. There was a shuffling around, and I heard Kara hum an affirmative to some unspoken question. A moment later, Mal prompted lightheartedly,
"Hey, arsehole."
Knowing she was talking to me, I lifted my head up. She was holding a bag of meat she'd pulled from her backpack.
"You hungry?"
"You can call me Dugan, you know," I told her with feigned offense, but smiled gratefully when she tossed me the food. Instead of responding, she simply smirked, taking another bag from her pack.
"This is the last of it. I'm going to have to hunt soon."
"Do you use the bow?"
Kara asked, through a full mouth, throwing in some meat before she even swallowed her last bite.
"To hunt?"
Mal clarified, and closed the top of her leather backpack. Kara nodded.
"Yeah."
Kara's eyes lit up, darting over to the weapon,
Can you show me?
Mal checked her large wristwatch, prompting me to glance at my own. The sun was going down, so we'd still have to wait an hour or two before leaving the hospital.
You know what? I'll teach you right now.
That was enough to make Carol forget all about the food. She tossed it aside and jumped up happily. There might even be something I could learn simply by watching. So I sat all the way up and leaned back against the wall behind the bed to observe. Mal led Kara to the end of the long hallway with her bow and arrows.
All right. First thing is to take an arrow. See this notch at the end here?
I couldn't see from the distance I was at, but Kara leaned in a little closer, nodding.
This is a compound bow, so you line up the last bowstring with the notch. This is the grip, right here.
Mal held up her arm to show where she was holding it.
Hold it firm. Aim. Release.
Kara grinned eagerly as Mal handed her the bow, but Mal told her to wait a second and jogged down to the opposite end of the hall. There, she flipped the mattress of a hospital bed, setting it against the wall as a target.
Try to hit that,
Mal said, jogging back to Kara's side. Kara raised the bow and pulled back on the string.
Wait, keep your elbow high,
Mal instructed, nudging up the elbow of Kara's string arm.
Look through the sight. Accuracy is more important than speed.
Kara took in a visible deep breath, squinting one eye to peer through the sight. As she let her breath out, she released the string, and the arrow went flying down the hall, hitting the mattress so hard it struck through the wall behind it.
Nice,
Mal praised, but she squinted thoughtfully, turning to look around the area. She hurried to a cabinet and searched around a few moments before taking out a bottle of iodine. Next, she felt around the counters, eventually setting on a tongue depressor. Carrying the two items to the mattress, she used the depressor as a paintbrush and smeared the iodine onto the mattress in the shape of a large target.
See if you can get the target,
Mal said, once more posted at Kara's side. Kara raised the bow and aimed, once more releasing an arrow down the hall. It didn't strike the center of the circle, but it landed well within its diameter.
Look at you,
Mal exclaimed through an impressed laugh.
You're a natural. We'll get you better practice when we can go hunting.
Cool,
Kara grinned, handing the weapon back to its owner.
Who taught you?
I taught myself after the outbreak,
Mal answered. She put the bow onto the nearest bed and then strode down to the hall to retrieve the arrow stuck in the mattress.
I found guns over the years, but I prefer silent weapons.
You don't happen to have any of those guns stashed somewhere, do you? I asked hopefully. While Mal was clearly an expert with the bow, I would have felt a lot more comfortable continuing toward Pittsburgh with another firearm.
Sorry,
Mal said. When she reached her backpack again, she took off her jean jacket, stuffing it into the bag so that she was in a dark gray t-shirt.
You're not the only survivors I've met.
My eyebrows converged with surprise. You gave them away?
I've got what I need.
She nodded toward the bow indicatively, while hopping onto the bed and pulling her knees up to her chest as she shrugged.
Figured others should have the same.
For a few moments, I kind of just stared at her, in shock that she didn't even say she'd traded the weapons. Rather, she'd given them freely, simply because people needed them. The survivor in me wanted to call that crazy. Weapons were one of the most valuable things left in the world. But at the same time, it spoke to the man in me, to the father and the husband, to the human being. It spoke to a part of me that wanted to call it beautiful. Not sure what to say. All I had to offer was a small smile. Mal seemed to catch my train of thought, because she mirrored the smile awkwardly and fell onto her back, folding her hands behind her head.
Wake me up when it's time to continue your suicide mission.
I glanced over at Kara, who was beaming at me, appearing beyond fascinated by our new companion. I held back a laugh, but gave her a brief wink to let her know that I liked Mal too. We hung around the emergency wing for a couple of hours, staying quiet enough that Mal could get a little more sleep. When the time came to leave, Kara nudged her awake, and after, we gathered our things and started for the entrance of the hospital. It had felt like so long since I'd been able to breathe properly, that finally being outside was quite literally a breath of fresh air. The weather was getting warm enough that it wasn't cold, but there was a slight breeze that carried to my nose the scent of the trees surrounding the town. It caused me to take in as much air as I could with each inhale, cherishing every full expanse of my lungs. It was the first time in a long time that I felt hopeful. Not since rescuing Namiko and Wolf had I felt this comfortable. Even though they were gone now, things were almost back to normal. I was nearly healthy. Kara seemed happier, and with Mal around, it didn't seem like we'd have to worry so much about being stalked by a feral. All that was lacking were reliable weapons, something we might actually need to find before getting anywhere near Jed's destination. The trek back to the Hummer was simple, if quiet, and it was right where we left it, looking completely untouched. The walk was so carefree, in fact, that when the vehicle came into sight, Mal asked,
"That your golden chariot?"
Yep,
Kara answered, lips pulled into a proud smile. Mal nudged Kara with her elbow, practically shoving the bow into her hands.
"Hold this."
Kara took the weapon, glancing from it to Mal in confusion. Mal smirked.
"Shotgun."
And took off running for the Hummer.
cheater!
Kara laughed, instantly taking off as fast as she could, trying to beat Mal to the car. Mal already had too much of a head start, and her legs were longer, seeing as she was a good 5 inches taller than Kara. She got to the passenger side first, plastering herself against the door so no matter how hard Kara tried, she couldn't reach the handle. Both of them were laughing, trying to wrestle each other away from the door when I reached them. I wasn't so old that I'd forgotten the rules of shotgun, so I strode to the driver's side and unlocked the car. Mal turned rapidly, grabbing the handle while blocking Kara with her hips. Kara gave up, still giggling, while she gave Mal a playful push.
I wanted to stretch my legs out anyway.
I waited for Mal to climb into the front and Kara in the back, and then started up the engine so that we could get on our way. Mal didn't even wait for me to put it in drive before she started digging through the compartments. First she flipped on the overhead light so that she could see, and then opened the center console, digging a hand through it. Not finding what she was after, she propped open the glove compartment, while Kara leaned forward curiously to see what she was after.
"Aha!"
Mal's hand clamped down on something in the glove box, and a moment later she pulled it out with a small CD carrier.
"You ever seen one of these?"
she asked Kara, flipping through it to choose one.
Yeah,
Kara laughed, rolling her eyes.
I know what a CD is.
"Just checking, Sporty Spice."
She threw up her hands in surrender, but then squinted thoughtfully.
"Or was it Baby Spice?"
She glanced back at Kara.
"Shite, I can't remember."
What are you talking about?
Kara asked, and through the rearview mirror, I could see her face was scrunching with confusion, successfully making me laugh.
"Here we go."
Mal removed a CD, clicking off the overhead light because she'd found what she needed, and shoved it into the car stereo. I waited for the first song to come through the speakers, interested in whether or not I'd recognize it. Leonard Skinnerd, I identified readily. Mal snapped her fingers at me, praising.
"Good ear."
Then she pointed back at Kara.
"Pay attention, Sporty. You're about to get an important lesson in culture. Or history."
However, both Mal and I turned around in complete shock when Kara sung right along with the first lines. She looked at the two of us, hazel eyes darting back and forth.
Freebird,
she stated, sounding completely baffled as to why we were looking at her like this.
How old are you?
Mal inquired in astonishment. I turned back around to keep watching the road, while Kara answered unconfidently.
15?
Mal turned sideways in her seat to face me and asked sarcastically.
Where did you find this kid?
She's an old soul, I offered, passing Kara an amused smile through the rearview mirror. How do you know about them? I asked curiously, seeing as Mal was nearly 20 years my junior. She was really a lot closer to Kara's age than mine.
'Cause I wasn't born in a cave,
Mal chuckled.
And there was this channel on TV that used to play a bunch of filmed concerts from old bands. I like to be well-rounded, so I watched them every once in a while.
Uh-huh, I mumbled. A moment later I huffed with amusement, and Mal squinted at me suspiciously. Did you seriously watch that much TV? Mal laughed.
Name a good show. I've probably seen every season.
I would test you on that, I joked, a somewhat reminiscent tone in my voice. But all I really know are kids' shows. My daughter always had control of the remote. Mal was quiet for a moment. A stealthy glance sideways let me see her sympathetic smile, but she replied lightheartedly.
Cartoons are among those seasons.
That made me laugh, and I shook my head at her. You lived at home, I guessed, to which she nodded. If I was your parent, I probably wouldn't have let you watch that much TV.
Ah,
Mal nodded again, casually pointing at me.
Well, that would have meant you were around.
What did your parents do? I asked, for a living.
To be honest, I don't really know.
Mal shrugged, kicking her boots up against the dashboard.
My dad did something confusing with money, which he made a buttload of, so they were always off on vacation without me.
What about when you were a kid?
Nannies,
she answered simply. No siblings?
Nope.
Mal looked over at me while I let out a sympathetic sigh. No wonder she'd been so comfortable being alone all these years. She'd been doing it her whole life, and probably would have continued if it weren't for the stalker ferals. How come you never... I began to ask, reaching for the map on the dashboard so that I could make sure that we were heading in the right direction. Moved into the college dorms or anything, to be around people your age.
Well, first of all,
she said, clicking on the overhead light again, and holding a hand out for the map, offering to give me directions.
Voluntarily sharing personal space with someone else sounds like a nightmare. Second, crime rates on college campuses were a lot higher than you think.
She paused to study the map for a moment, and then folded it up.
You're going the right way. And third, I wanted to stick it to the man.
The man being, I started thoughtfully, your parents? She hummed the affirmative.
Mooching seemed like the easiest way to do that. I added a year for every interesting vacation they took without me. I was up to living with them until the age of 32.
Fair enough, I laughed, more entertained than I'd like to admit. So you literally just watch TV all day?
No,
she answered, jutting her chin at me like that was the dumbest question she'd ever heard.
I tested out junk food recipes, read shitloads of fan fiction, played video games with or without my ex-boyfriend, or my internet friends. Oh, and I did homework, of course.
Noticing that we hadn't heard a peep from Kara, I glanced backward to find that she'd fallen asleep. She was sprawled out across the back seat, one arm across her stomach, while the other dangled onto the floor. What's fan fiction?
Seriously?
Mal choked in disbelief.
You're joking, right?
I shook my head.
Okay, say you're watching a show, and you want character A to get with character B, but they're reeled with character C.
Okay, I consented, following the explanation so far.
Chances are there's a writer out there who wants A to get with B too.
she continued.
So they'll write their own story about it.
I see, I said, chuckling and trying not to let Mal see that I might have thought she was a little crazy. It's always about romance, then?
Not always,
she answered, shaking her head.
But the best ones were.
I nodded, understandingly, and we both fell quiet for a while, just listening to the music. The headlights were bright, illuminating the street of highway a good distance ahead of us. Every once in a while, I had to maneuver around a dead vehicle on the road. It kept me from driving as fast as I'd liked, especially because we were only a night's drive away from Pittsburgh. But it was better to be safe than to crash our fastest mode of transportation. Eventually, Mal rolled down the window, taking in a deep breath of fresh air, and letting it out in a sigh.
It feels good to be going somewhere.
After a moment, she huffed amusedly.
It would feel better if we weren't chasing raiders.
We're close, I informed her. I'm hoping we'll make it in time.
To warn the people there,
she clarified, and while I hummed in confirmation, she glanced over her shoulder at a sleeping Kara.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Sure.
Why are you taking her there?
She looked at Kara again, and then at me, one corner of her mouth turned down with concern.
If these raiders are as dangerous as you say, why aren't you heading the opposite direction?
My eyes wandered out the windshield, and I stared at the road ahead of us for a minute in thought. After they attacked us, killed our friend, I began to explain. Kara was so angry. To be honest, I was angry too. They took Kara's dog. I took a slow gander in Mal's direction and shrugged. I guess, besides wanting to take out that anger on the people who deserve it, I wanted to get the dog back. I'd never seen her so happy as when he was around. You know? Mal nodded, leaning back sideways to rest one elbow out the open window. Now, I mumbled, attempting to collect my thoughts before saying them out loud. Well, you've been alone a long time, right? She gave a soft But you've still managed to do some good, like giving away weapons that you didn't need. She hummed once more, listening intently. I was alone for a long time, too. It was always about survival, and when I found Kara, it became about protecting her. But I need to prove to her, to myself, that I'm still capable of doing the right thing, even when it's hard or risky.
Meaning,
she started perceptively.
You want to give her a purpose.
I'm not going to be around forever, I agreed. I don't want her living the kind of empty life I had been for the last 6 years. If we make it in time, and there's people there. I paused, stealing a look at the teen sleeping in the back seat. She could be a part of something real, maybe even something important.
Huh,
Mal breathed, leaning the seat back and kicking her feet further up the dashboard.
You're less of an asshole than I give you credit for.
Oh, thanks, I laughed. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the smirk on her face as she folded her arms across her chest and settled deeper into the seat.
Let's just try not to get killed.
I readily agreed to that, and then went silent again to let her doze off. It was only a few minutes she got to rest before a deafening screeching sound started from the engine. It was so loud and unexpected, both Mal and Kara shot up, looking terrified and confused. Hell, even I jumped in my seat.
What is that?
Kara groaned against the noise, throwing her hands over her ears. A glimpse of the dials on the dashboard let me know the engine was overheating. Something was seriously wrong with the car.
Pull over, turn it off,
Mal instructed hastily,
before we attract every feral in the area.
Just as I began to slow enough to put the Hummer in park, there was a loud pop, a thud against the underside of the hood, and the screeching suddenly stopped. It wouldn't have mattered if I slowed down more, because after the car cruised to a halt, I shut the engine down and turned off the lights so we wouldn't attract any more attention. Then we waited, silent and listening. For a few minutes we sat there, nothing but the screaming buzz of cicadas meeting our ears. When it felt safe, all three of us got out of the car, and both Mal and I unclipped the hood while Kara stepped onto the front tire so that she could hold the flashlight for us. I was leaning over the engine, peering down and trying to discern through the dark shadows of the insufficient light what problem was. Over here, I motioned to Kara, and she adjusted the beam so it was pointing where I wanted.
Oh,
Mal mumbled, moving to my side to get a better look.
the V-belt.
I furrowed my eyebrows at her, wondering if she'd learned that on TV too. She knew exactly what the look meant, because she shrugged nonchalantly.
My ex was a mechanic.
The old engine belt was completely shredded, stuck to the gears and impossible to repair without a replacement. There was nothing that we could do for it, and we were so close to Pittsburgh. I let out a sigh and trudged a few feet away from the vehicle. My arms went up so I could fold my hands behind my head while I tried to think of a solution. But stretching like that hurt my still healing ribs, and they dropped back down. Without a new part, we're gonna have to walk, I grumbled, striding back over to close the hood, and then resting my arms over it.
That sucks.
Mal griped.
You know how long it'd been since I'd heard music?
Noticing how dark it'd grown, I peered around to look for the light, seeing that Kara had wandered a short distance down the road. Hey! I called worriedly. Stay close.
Look,
she said, ignoring me to shine the beam at something on the roadside. It was so dark that I had to walk closer just to see what it was, and Mal followed at my side.
a mailbox.
I went to the start of the dirt road beside the mailbox, squinting to try to get a glimpse of what was at the end. Even with the aid of Kara's flashlight, the house was too far to see.
If there's a house,
Kara suggested.
maybe there's a car with a spare part you need.
It's worth checking out, I consented, giving her a praising pat on the shoulder. We made a hasty trip back to the Hummer to grab our backpacks and weapons, and then started down the long driveway. While Kara and I were equipped with our gardening tools and flashlights, Mal had her bow gripped casually in one hand, an arrow pulled out and gripped in the other, ready to aim if need be. There was a bow light attached to her weapon, but for now she was marching along by the beams of mine and Kara's. The road on either side was lined by sparse forest, and so narrow that we couldn't tell how close we were to the end until we came upon it. It was an old 2-story farmhouse, eerily pale against the dark night, all except for the windows. The windows appeared boarded up, allowing no light into or out of the house. The house was adjacent to a small barn or a large garage, though it was impossible to tell which from the outside. There was an old truck on cinder blocks sitting right outside the structure. Keep your bow ready, I told Mal. Now she clicked on the small light attached to the weapon and fitted an arrow onto the string, keeping it loose but prepared in her hands. Her and Kara followed me beyond the gravel driveway and through the overgrown lawn to the truck outside the barn. Mal leaned back against the bumper to watch our surroundings, and Kara held her flashlight at the vehicle while I popped the hood. I lifted the hood with the arm of my good side, taking a hopeful peek inside. I immediately let out a disappointed breath. There was nothing underneath the hood but the ground below, not even an engine.
Should we check the barn?
Kara whispered. I was in the process of nodding when the forest around us went quiet. The sound of the cicadas and the breeze in the trees had become background noise, completely unheeded until it all stopped. the hush falling around us like a heavy blanket. Its absence was louder.
That's never a good sign.
Mal raised her bow, directing the beam of her light around our immediate surroundings. There was nothing but darkness.
Watch my back. I'll go into the barn first.
Kara and I gripped our garden tools tight, staying right on Mal's heels as we crept to the entrance of the barn. The hinges squealed into the silent night when Mal pushed aside the large sliding door with her boot, and she froze at the opening, prepared to release an arrow if anything came rushing out at her. Moments ticked by before she took her first step into the barn. We followed, tense with preparedness to strike at anything and everything. Mal moved swiftly around the perimeter of the inside, going around until she reached us back at the entrance.
Looks clear?
I smiled gratefully, my lips curling even more now that I could address the good news. Parked right in the center of the barn were two large trucks, both a lot newer than the old one outside from the 70s. I scurried to the closest one, motioning for Kara to direct her light while I opened the cab to pop the hood. Closing the door to the truck, I moved back around to the front and pushed up the hood, letting out a relieved breath at the full engine on the inside. This is the part we need, I told Kara, pointing to the rubber belt, trying to teach her in case it ever came in handy in the future. We gotta find where to loosen the tension so that we can take it off. She watched my fingers as I traced the belt, eventually reaching the alternator. This bolt here, I indicated, and then sighed. And we need a wrench. Mal still had her bow ready, keeping watch while Kara and I worked. Kara turned, moving her flashlight around the inside of the barn, eventually stopping at a toolbox on the ground just inside the door. She accompanied me over to it, providing light while I knelt down to search through it for the correct tool. I was digging through this disorganized box as quietly as I could while Kara jumped back, taking a terrified, sharp breath loud enough that it scared me into falling over. "What?" I asked in panic, scrambling to my feet, while Ma hurried over, bowstring flexed with an arrow.
There was a face,
Kara whispered rapidly.
Outside the door. Something was watching us.
I squinted outside, trying to catch a glimpse of who or what Kara had seen, but the figure must have run off.
Dugan,
Mal prompted impatiently. I'm on it, I said, kneeling down and rushing through the toolbox, not caring so much how noisy it was, because we'd already been spotted. Finally finding a wrench, I stood and paced back to the truck, immediately putting it to the bolt. Mal stood near the door, tensely keeping watch while Kara held the light for me at my side. I almost had the bolt loose enough when there was a soft creak from the small loft on the opposite end of the barn. Mal swiveled away from the door, shining her beam upward toward the source. There was nothing visible.
Hurry,
Kara murmured next to me, tearing my focus from the loft. Are you robbing us? Asked a deep southern voice from the entrance of the barn. It scared me so bad that I dropped the wrench and we all pivoted back toward the door.
Drop it,
Mal commanded, aiming her bow at the old man armed with a shotgun. You're on my property, the man responded gruffly, squinting through the light Mal was shining at his face. I'm gonna ask you again. Are you robbing us? We didn't know anyone was here, I said, my voice placating as I held up my empty hands and took a step forward. You stop right there, the man growled. Look, we don't want any trouble, I froze compliantly, but when there was another creak from the loft behind us, I turned, trying to see if he had someone else posted there, or another weapon aimed at us. Our car broke down. We needed a part. The man's eyebrows furrowed. We used that truck. This time a soft scrape came from the loft above, like a delicate dragging of a foot across the wood. Who's we? I asked cautiously, stealing another glance at the loft. Is there someone up there? There's no one up there, he answered. All the denial did was send chills down my spine. I got family in the house. All right, I began soothingly, pointing at the second vehicle. Do you use that truck? The man shook his head, glaring at me suspiciously. Would you let us take a part from it? I might need that part. His eyes shifted between the three of us for a moment before he lowered his gun just slightly. Still skeptical. In response, Mal loosened the tension on her bow, and when he saw that, he gradually removed his aim, until both of them had lowered their weapons. I might trade. We don't, I said haltingly, simultaneously racking my brain for useful items. We don't have anything to trade. The man was silent for a minute, mouth twitching thoughtfully behind his long white beard. We had a smokehouse. It burned down last week, he informed us, leaning the shotgun over his shoulder. My son's leg's broken, and I got a bad back. Only half a day's work building a new one. You do that, I'll let you take whatever part you need. Building something meant working by daylight, which required staying the night here. An extra day doing labor for a car part was nothing compared to the extra days it would take to walk the rest of the way to Pittsburgh. You don't get ferals around here? I asked him. It was subtle, but I could have sworn his eyes flickered momentarily toward the loft. It's safe enough. The man seemed decently friendly, but I was still in no shape to be building anything. Mal appeared to be thinking the same thing, because after looking over at me, she agreed. I'll do it.
I can help,
Kara volunteered. The man's chin dropped with satisfaction. I'm Joseph. We all introduced ourselves. Come on, he said, waving for us to follow as he turned to head back outside. Y'all can sleep in the house tonight. It almost seemed too easy. Stay alert, I mouthed silently to Mal, and then looked at Kara to see if she'd caught it. Both of them nodded. Before I left the barn, after the others, I took one last look into the loft, even though I didn't have a flashlight on. Something wasn't sitting well with me, but I just couldn't put a cause to that fleeting sense of paranoia, so I shook it off and went with the others into the house. The front door of the home opened to a kitchen, and though it appeared every window in the house was blacked out, the kitchen was the only room with any light in it. A few lit candles sat on different surfaces, illuminating a younger, middle-aged man at the table in the center. When we came in, he stood, casting a quizzical look at Joseph, while reaching for the clutches leaned against the table. They're gonna fix the smokehouse, Joseph told him, closing the door behind us and securing it with a thick plank of wood after he twisted the deadbolt into place. I'm Junior. The man hobbled over in the crutches, avoiding touching his injured foot wrapped in a makeshift splint to the ground. He offered his hand to each of us. The help's appreciated. Labor ain't free, Joseph grumbled. Junior sighed, appearing to catch an undertone of blame in his father's remark. I didn't break my foot on purpose, Pop. Joseph waved him off while he made his way to the chair, and when someone else appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, he motioned toward the newcomer. My grandson, Matthew. The boy looked about Kara's age, and I nearly rolled my eyes when his gaze landed on her and his mouth simultaneously curled into a grin. Hi, he beamed. He set down the candle he'd been holding and paced over, going straight past Mal to shake Kara's hand. I'm Matt. Mal didn't care to hold back a chuckle when Kara introduced herself, clearly put off by the boy's fervor. Matthew, Joseph prompted, while the teen shook hands with Mal and I. Take 'em upstairs, show 'em to a room. Follow me, Matt said, waiting for us to go with him. Why are you guys out here?" he asked as he led the way, glancing back to direct his question at Kara.
"It's been a long time since anyone's passed through, seeing as we're off the road a bit."
There was a pause, and then Kara answered.
"Our car broke down."
Matt mouthed in understanding, asking enthusiastically while he continued sideways up the stairs.
"You folks headed anywhere in particular?"
This time Kara looked at me hesitantly, though it didn't appear she was seeking permission to tell him. There was a clear distrust in her eyes.
"Not really,"
she told him.
"How come you haven't rebuilt the smokehouse?"
I'd almost forgotten how good Kara's instincts were. Matt watched Kara's face for a short-lived moment, and then he finally looked at Mal and I before saying,
"I got other chores to attend to."
Directly after that, he fired off another trivial question, and then another, bombarding Kara with inquiries until we reached the room he was taking us to. I couldn't blame him entirely for his excitement. Kara wasn't likely just the only girl he'd seen in a long time, or if ever, since the outbreak, but probably the only other person his own age.
"Here we are."
He stopped at the door, patting a shy hand against the door frame. All three of us told him thanks, and after responding with a small smile, he disappeared from the door. With the candlelight retreating down the hall, the room grew dark enough that we had to pull out our flashlight. There was a single bed at the far end of the room, and the only other piece of furniture on the old wood floors was a vanity dresser with a tarnished mirror and a cushioned seat. The window behind the bed was boarded up, but not as thoroughly as the one downstairs, so there were slats between boards through which the outside world was visible.
"Dibs!"
Kara called, purposely pushing Mal's arm to put her off balance while she rushed over to the bed, jumping onto it with such zeal she bounced a couple of times. She plopped onto her back with the lower half of her legs hanging off the side, but Mal dropped all of her stuff to the floor. It was clearly to tease Kara that she strode over to the bed, tapping her chin thoughtfully.
"This looks comfy."
Without another word, she hopped sideways, landing perpendicular over Kara's torso. Kara let out an audible oomph, but Mal unconcernedly folded her arms behind her head and kicked one foot over the other.
"Yep,"
she sighed with exaggerated joy.
"Real comfy."
"Ah,"
Kara groaned, clearly trying to hold back a laugh as she shoved against Mal.
"You weigh a ton."
Mal wiggled, causing Kara to cough at the weight over her stomach. Matt reappeared in the doorway, illuminating the room again, and with a blanket under his other arm.
"Here, Kara, I brought this for you."
He held out the blanket, so unsubtle that I nearly snorted. Kara reached out from under Mal, indicating that she couldn't really get up to grab it from him.
"Thanks,"
she forced out, waving instead as she gave up trying to get out from under Mal's weight.
"I'll take it."
"I'll take it," I told Matt. He handed me the blanket and stood at the door for a hesitating moment, as though he wanted to say more. He must not have been able to think of anything, because he gave a shy smile.
"Good night."
When his light disappeared down the hall once more, Mal pointed out teasingly,
"I think he likes you, Sporty."
Kara grunted, giving Mal another useless push, and then scoffed in response.
"That's awkward."
I dropped the blanket onto the floor of the bed, and then sat down at the vanity seat while Mal chuckled.
"If I was you, I'd be jumping at the chance to get some smooching in while I could. He's okay looking."
"Ew."
Kara gave up trying to shove Mal off of her, and tossed her arms out to either side in defense.
"No, thank you."
"We need to feed you more,"
Mal mused, finally getting off of Kara, feigning back pain while she adjusted to lay down at Kara's side, copying her position.
"You're bony."
After she'd gotten comfortable, kicking her own legs off the side of the bed, she returned to their conversation.
"You know, I've thought about kissing girls before. Never actually considered it, but I've thought about it.
It took Kara a few seconds to catch on to what Mal was implying.
No, you nerd!
She snorted.
I don't want to kiss girls either.
Mal's stomach shook with amused laughter.
I don't want to kiss anybody.
I couldn't help chuckling at their conversation, but when neither Mal nor I said anything in response, Kara lifted her head, glancing between us.
Is that weird?
She asked, self-consciously. I was glad Mal was around, because I wouldn't have known how to address the topic of boys, or girls, or anything like that without making Kara feel uncomfortable. I'd been dreading those types of conversations with my own daughter, and it seemed to feel more natural coming from someone closer to Kara's age.
Nah,
Mal said nonchalantly.
It's overrated anyway.
Kara hummed in acknowledgement, and I sat there with my flashlight pointed at them, while they both quietly stared up at the ceiling. Eventually Kara asked,
Who's keeping first watch?
Mal sat up to look at me.
Seriously?
I nodded.
You worried about a teenager, an old guy, and a dude with a broken foot?
There's something about this place.
Kara put in before I could answer, pushing herself up too. Agreed, I said, but Mal still looked skeptical. We might be in the middle of nowhere, but ferals could be anywhere. You don't think they seem a little too comfortable?
I mean, I guess.
Mal mumbled unsurely.
You know what happened last time we met people?
Kara told her knowingly.
And the guy before that?
She paused, waiting for Mal's eyebrows to rise curiously.
He was a cannibal. And the people before that? More raiders.
Mal's face scrunched with disbelief.
You guys are bad luck.
All Kara and I could do was shrug.
I guess I can do first watch. I'm caught up on sleep.
I'm not tired either,
Kara said. I sighed. Me either. All of our shoulders fell, already completely bored. We'd been so close to getting to Pittsburgh, and now we were stuck here.
You know,
Kara said quietly, her eyes wandering toward the door suspiciously.
The face I saw in the barn before Joseph came in.
I nodded her on, and Mal was listening intently.
Wasn't any of them.
What do you mean?
Mal asked, and as attention fell over us, she glanced at the door too.
I mean, it wasn't Joseph, or Junior, or Matt.
Kara's hands twisted uncomfortably in her lap.
It looked feral.
A stalker, I murmured, leaning forward with interest. Kara shrugged, but it wasn't uncertainty. It was reluctant concurrence, and I just couldn't help but groan at the fact that we couldn't catch a break. All right, tomorrow we'll fix the smokehouse and get the part we need, and then we'll get the hell out of here. At least we were all caught up on sleep. After everything we'd been through, I doubted if I could have even shut my eyes with all the doubts now floating around my mind.